our shareholder summit. You are in what we call our general session day, kicking off right now, 8 a.m. Pacific time, running all the way until the Speak Easy session, where DJ Jazzy Jeff will be performing a concert. That starts at 5 Pacific time. So we have an amazing jam-packed Monday. You're going to hear from keynote speakers like Jason Dorsey, Grant Cardone, the amazing Swan Sit. You're going to hear from leadership across the EXP World Holdings ecosystem, like our founder, Glenn Sanford, our EXP Realty CEO, Jason Gessing, our CFO, Jeff Whiteside, and so many others. That's just Monday. Then tomorrow, we do it all over again. We kick off 6 a.m. Pacific time with a global reception. We are open in countries all across the globe, and we're going to celebrate that. We're going to come together with a global reception. Then more keynotes. The one and only Brooke Baldwin and the amazing Jamie Kern Lima kick off tomorrow's keynote session. Tomorrow's a little different, though. I call today general session. We're going to hear a lot of different company updates and information. Tomorrow, the agenda is built around breakouts and X Camp. So we're going to have a really interactive set of sessions, trainings, informative events, all kinds of information from across the EXP World Holdings ecosystem. And if you've never been to an X Camp, it's an unbelievable, interactive, unconference type experience that we can only deliver here in the cloud in our EXPI campus. It's going to be phenomenal. Then we have afternoon keynote sessions. The amazing John Sally. We have an expo hall, right? How many of you all wish we were standing in Las Vegas right now in the biggest casino you could, and you were navigating through that hall and meeting all the people and vendors and booths and partners? Well, we have that here in this EXPI campus. It is absolutely amazing. In fact, that's how you're going to navigate to get to all the different breakout tracks. At the end of the day on Tuesday, we have state meetups, and we have an EXPI trivia night hosted by the one and only amazing Brad Anderson. It's going to be so fantastic. That's just Tuesday. Then we have a jam-packed week Wednesday, more keynote speakers, Rory Vaden, the Expo Hall, Gina Bianchini, sitting with our CMO, Courtney Chakaran, Tim Story to close us out, and then a one EXP meetup. That is your 3-day agenda. We'll flash it as we go throughout the week so you can make sure that you're getting everywhere you want to get and you're sharing your experience live as you go. So as you share your experience on social media and online, we want to encourage you to use the hashtag EXP shareholder. Let us capture your magic moments, share them with the rest of the world. We appreciate you all plugging into this experience. So I mentioned the keynotes. The lineup is so powerful. I just want to share it one more time. 3 keynote speakers on Monday, 3 on Tuesday, and 3 on Wednesday. There has never been a lineup put together like this in the cloud until now, and you're here experiencing it on the EXPI campus at the Shareholder Summit. Really looking forward to it. Something kind of unique and kind of cool. If you haven't ever experienced it, I used that Las Vegas analogy, right? How many of you love listening to live music? How many of you miss that experience of being surrounded with friends and people you don't know, and you've just got that good energy going? Well, DJ Jazzy Jeff is no stranger to bringing that energy, and he's been bringing it within Verbella-built campuses for a long time during this last year or so across the pandemic, and he's coming to spin for us live in our Speakeasy. Today, that's how we close out the day. So you'll see a Speakeasy room in your go-to menu in the EXPI campus. Come hang out with DJ Jazzy Jeff this evening. It is going to be fantastic. He's excited, he's experienced, and he's going to make it fun. Now, I mentioned the expo halls a little bit. Again, just a reminder of what this is, right? EXP World Holdings operates in so many spaces, in so many areas. We have so many partners and business units and even companies that in order for you to get familiar and connect to all of the various opportunities within this ecosystem, we've brought to you an entire expo hall. The Verbella team has really simulated that real life experience with booths and images. The only thing that we're missing is the swag bags, right? You can only get those in real life. But if you visit our expo hall, running Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday from 1 to 3 Pacific, you can chat with the leaders from across the organization. You can have what Glenn calls serendipitous collisions, make friends, make business partnerships, all just by walking through our expo hall. Again, it's in your go-to menu. Encourage you to check that out every single day. Something unique and different at every one of those booths. Make sure you get around. Additionally, we have a global expo hall, and the global reception will be located in this global expo hall. I talked about the global reception tomorrow for our partners all across the globe. Make sure you join in us, and you don't have to be across the globe to join in. Come visit the global reception. It's going to be fantastic. Get a feel for what's going on across the world with EXP World Holdings expansion. I talked about Tuesdays and Wednesdays format being a little bit different than this general session. If anybody's ever attended a large conference before, specifically one of our EXP World Holdings or Realty conferences, you know that we want to bring you the most engaging, high impact, dynamic content available in the industry. You're going to get that in real time all day Tuesday and all day Wednesday. We have more than 90 breakout sessions all across this EXPI campus. So if you're looking for something in the area of production and real estate, you're going to want to get to our big agent breakouts. If you're trying to get more familiar with our EXP Realty properties, you're going to want to get to the EXP Realty track. EXP Global is including a Spanish speaking track. If you've been looking for that Spanish language content, get to the global track. We have an EXP growth and attraction track, right? EXP has continued to break records, explode, fastest growing brokerage in US history, and now expanding across the globe. Get to that growth and attraction track. We have EXP Commercial, EXP World Holdings, Verbella, the company that builds worlds just like this and is changing the way businesses work across the globe. And last but not least, Success. So many exciting things going on. Everybody want to make sure you hit the breakout sessions. I talked about X Camp on Tuesday. You're going to want to get there. Mark your calendar. It is a lot of fun. Tuesday night, we're going to have a trivia night. Make sure you jump in. Really unique experience. I know you've been missing your trivia sessions, right? At your favorite watering hole. Trivia night will be a blast here in EXPI. We have a meet and greet on Wednesday. I talked about our One EXP family, one of our most unique and powerful communities within the EXP ecosystem. Having a meet and greet, getting together. You don't have to be one of to stand with everybody. Wednesday, May 19, the EXPI campus on the beach. Join our One EXP meet and greet. Plug into the family, plug into your community. I want to thank all of our sponsors here. We could not have made this event as amazing as it is without the power of these sponsors. And as I think about the sponsors, as I think about this week, before we bring up our first set of presenters and guests today, I want to give you a message. The book that I'm reading right now is called The Moment of Lift by Melinda Gates. It's an amazingly powerful collection of stories. And when Melinda talks about lift, she really simplifies taking off, lifting, to be when the forces pushing us up overpower the forces pulling us down, then we begin to fly. My hope for each and every one of you today and throughout this week and for all of this year and on into the rest of your life is that you find your lift. You look for it. You let go of any forces that are pulling you down and you take advantage of the forces that are pushing you up. Hope you find your moment of lift this week. Again, honored for EXP World Holdings and all of our partner companies to be a part of your journey. Now, without further ado, we are going to kick off this EXP Shareholder Summit with our founder, chairman, and CEO of EXP World Holdings, the one and only Glenn Sanford, the CEO of EXP Realty, Jason Gessing, co-founder and president of Verbella, Alex Hallen, Ted Latz, our COO of Success, and Paige Dungan, our senior director of communications at Success. I'd like to invite you all to the stage and welcome you to the EXP Shareholder Summit.
Awesome. Hey, thank you, Curtis. Thank you, everyone. And Jason, that was an amazing backflip. And this last year, there was a lot of stuff to backflip about. Obviously it was, we were agile. We made pivots where we needed to. We moved our shareholder summit into Verbella, which we could quickly last year. Lots of stuff that ended up, getting pushed to the edge. And of course, Alex is here as well, co-founder and president of Verbella. And then we even bought a company last year, later on in the year, Success. And so maybe Jason, maybe a couple words, maybe we'll jump over to Alex and Ted and Paige. And also, while we're just, there's 1,100 staff now. That's the glue of the operation, holding things together. And it's been from, keeping wheels on the wagon to replacing, the outside of our rocket ship, the tiles while it's in flight. I mean, there's been a lot of stuff going on over the last little bit, but maybe Jason, you could just say a couple words. What are the different times, by the way, that you're going to be on stage today? And then maybe we can chat a little bit with Alex, Ted, and Paige. We've only got about 8 minutes here this morning before we go on to the next sessions. But Jason, I'm just going to turn it over to you, and then let's get some other folks here to just chat about what they are seeing today and for the shareholder summit and what's been going on.
You bet, Glenn, and thank you very much, and welcome everybody. And I'll just say, with respect to the flip, Glenn, as you know, I only do things in here that I can do in real life. So, but it has been an incredible year, with a lot of uncertainty at times, a lot of things going on externally in the world that, inevitably impact all of us in our work and in our family life. There have been health concerns, just all of these different things that have been in the world and in the environment around us. And I actually think Curtis just put it absolutely perfectly. I mean, if we look back at 2020, this has been a year about really standing up and lifting up others. I mean, we've had staff who stood up for fellow staff, stood up for agents. Agents have gone out, they've grabbed their peers, their partners. They said, come on in, take a class, even though you can't go into your office. Let's keep you going. Let's offer support. It's really been a year where a lot of people faced getting knocked down. And I think that when they looked up for assistance, whether it was an agent or a staff member, there was a helping hand. And I think that really has been defining for us. But, I just say to you, I guess this is now our 7th shareholder summit. I remember the first one in Tempe. And I guess finally now I should probably just admit that Gene Frederick was correct when he said, it'll never be this small again. I guess he was right. But this event is unlike any other in the industry. I mean, it's unlike any other annual meeting or shareholder event. And it's because our agents and brokers are so invested in the company and so passionate about every single thing that we do. So I will let you, Glenn, give it back over to Alex and others, but it's been a tremendous year. And as always, thank you so much for letting me be a part of it. And thank you to all of our agents and brokers and shareholders.
Well, Jason, thank you so much for really being the agent in front of the organization, just being there, championing the vision. What time, by the way, you're on stage a little bit later today with Jason Dorsey. When else are you going to be on stage over the next couple of days?
So we've got Jason Dorsey with some really exciting information, hot off the press. A little bit later, I'm going to be on for part of that, and then I will be on with some business highlights before introducing some other members of the team. And then tomorrow, I believe there's a global discussion that I am a part of, and I think that's at 9:30 Pacific time. So it's going to be a great event, and just looking forward to the entire week.
Awesome. Hey, Alex Howland, do I see you somewhere in the space? I'm looking for Alex. How about Ted and Paige? Jason, we're just going to go ahead and keep this thing going.
Okay.
One of the things that we did here this last year was we did, invest in and buy Success Magazine. And I'm sure you saw the press release this morning, and we've alluded to this a little bit over the last few weeks, but we just now launched our first ever co-work concept that you and I have been talking about literally since 2010, I believe.
That's correct. Yeah, no, I know that we've talked about co-working in a number of different contexts, number of different times. And here's the thing, Glenn, I remember when you first brought up the Success opportunity and the discussion that focused around that. And as with so many things that we've done over the years here, and I think it's what keeps us moving in a different directions. You saw the opportunity in a way where I think, at least for me, at first it wasn't apparent. But I mean, whether it's co-working, whether it's the things that we can do in luxury, obviously we've Grant Cardone here now, which is just incredible. I mean, the people that have now made their way into the auditorium, that made their way into EXP world, in this campus is just absolutely incredible. So Success has been huge. I know Verbella's been huge. I can remember when the pandemic started and we had a conversation about, hey, is this the time where we really start to show the rest of the world what you can do with a virtual environment where you can build culture, can build community, where you can cut costs, and you can actually design working remotely rather than doing it out of necessity and just running purely off of adrenaline. And so I know Verbella has had a tremendous year. with a number of private campuses and users, Glenn, customers whose names are household names. I mean, recognizable in sports, recognizable in accounting, universities. So it's just been incredible. But the success opportunity is just getting started, and it couldn't be more exciting.
Obviously we've done a few acquisitions. The Virbela, of course, we've been pushing the envelope using the platform now for since 2016 when we first moved into the platform, and of course we had the opportunity and to acquire Virbela back in 2018, and then we really pushed the envelope. And because of EXP's use of the platform, we are the most mature virtual world for work platform in existence today. And we continue to push the envelope. And while a lot of companies are trying to figure out how to go remote, we were already remote. I tweeted out, I think the other day, that business constraints can be the most significant drivers to your business. So where most people would say, we can't wait to go back to the office, or we can't, or you can't work the way that we're working. You're seeing stuff from, I think the current CEO of WeWork saying that, if you don't go to an office, you're lazy. So they're trying to sort of sell a bill of goods in some respects. But if you create the right type of business constraints and you create the right type of design challenges, it can be so empowering. I've been working 100% remote since 2009, the day we sent our staff home with their computers. And that was an incredibly liberating, while scary, science experiment back in the day. And we did that, and you and I got to meet in January 2010. And you were just, how can I be of service? Where can I add value? That was sort of your MO. And we've done so many different things since that time. And of course, I think about the whole idea that we've got 54,000 agents. And I think today we announced the launching of yet another country, I believe Spain, and a few other countries along with that. So I see Paige Dungan. Hey, Paige.
Hi, Glenn. Hi, everybody.
Hey, Paige.
It was standing room only today, so I'm guessing it might have been a little bit more interesting getting in than one expected.
Yes, and 10 made it in too.
Hey, well, good morning, everybody.
Good morning. So when are things going to be talked about success? And I know we've only got a couple minutes left here, and I see Alex as well. But what sessions do we have over the next day or so that's going to be dedicated to the success operation?
Yeah, so go ahead, Paige.
No, go ahead, Ted.
Well, at 4:20 Eastern today, we'll be on the main stage here, Glenn, sharing all things success. So we'll be talking about Success Space, which will be our franchise, our co-working franchise that we've launched. We'll be talking about success coaching. It's in addition to Success Speakers Bureau. So a lot of exciting things that will give a general overview today from 4:20 to 4:35 Eastern. And then we'll have breakout sessions throughout the week on each one of those individual items.
Awesome. Hey, and Alex, I see you here as well. I assume we're pushing the limits of the Virbela technology again today.
And EXP Realty and EXPI are always pushing the boundaries, which is awesome and keeps us growing. So we appreciate it. This is fun.
Awesome. And you've got probably a couple sessions that you'll be doing over the next day or so?
Yeah, a couple of sessions, including today at 1:05 Pacific time. Going to give an update on kind of our explosive growth last year, as well as what we're off and running doing this year, as well as some technology improvements that we're working on.
Awesome. Well, Jason, you want to introduce the next person coming up on stage here? Excited to hear about all the things that the team that he's been leading for the last couple of years has done, and I'll just turn it over to you to do the intro.
Yeah, it's an honor to be able to make this introduction, Glenn. I remember first meeting John in Chicago a couple of years ago, and at a QBR actually. And I know that when he arrived here, he really undertook this top to bottom, left to right, thorough examination of everything tech. And I will tell you that there's nothing that happens in this company, not on the realty side of things, not Verbella, not Success, Showcase, that doesn't involve technology. No surprise there. But I mean, if you ever want to challenge yourself, be the chief information officer of a company that has 55,000 plus salespeople, and all of whom are very excited, all of whom want to introduce new ideas, and all of whom need tech. Try doing that, and try keeping your sanity. And somehow this gentleman does it, and he does it in a way that maintains the collaborative spirit of everything we do. He pulls business unit leaders together every week. We prioritize things, and people just keep asking, and with a smile, they keep delivering in a big way. Some big milestones this past year, and I'm sure John will share those, but delighted to introduce our Chief Information Officer for EXP World Holdings, John Tobison.
Hey, thanks so much, Jason and Glenn. Wonderful way to start this wonderful conference, and thank you for those kind words. Good morning, EXP. It's good to see so many gingerbread men and women that I consider friends and colleagues. It's going to be an amazing conclave full of great information about our enterprise together and great insights for your professional life and your business from some really great speakers. The folks who put this conference together in marketing and other teams have just done an outstanding job. So over the next 25 minutes, myself, Boyd Bastian, Ken Cheng, Courtney Chakaran, and Mike Vane are going to give you a quick look back on some of our accomplishments and a little bit about what we're going to do next. So the good things in the next few quarters are really focused on advancing your business and providing great service to agents. My team, which comprises product management and software development and testing, computing infrastructure, technical support for staff agents, data services, and special projects being things like express offers. We occupy a unique position in the company. As Jason mentioned, since we're virtual and a technology-enabled business, you can barely pick up a pencil around here without using some of the tech that my team builds and runs. There is much that we do that you may not directly see work in the engine room, if you will, to keep our systems running and scaling with growth. But this morning, I'd like to focus on some of the headlines regarding things that you do see directly. Last quarter, we launched, next slide, please. Yeah, there we go. Last quarter, we launched two very important systems, the International Revenue Share Service and Sponsors Without Borders, to enable agents anywhere in the world to attract, sponsor, and share revenue with agents anywhere else in the world. I hope you are all busy at work, reaching out to your colleagues around the world and taking advantage of that great new income growth opportunity. We took the advent of the global rev share system as an opportunity to redesign, and we'll be improving this over time, the way you can all find information about the rev share program. That new My EXP interface has a more modern design, and over time will become your information hub for all things EXP. More on that in the next minute or two here. The company is not just growing in terms of the growth of an amazing agent membership. We're also adding new lines of business like commercial and global and Showcase IDX and Success, new content and new services on many fronts. My team gets involved in each of those to enable the business with the right applications of data. Of course, a huge part of this effort has been collaborating with Michael Valdez and Megan Kelly and the whole global team to open an amazing number of new countries in the last few quarters. We're building new software to automate that business, integrating global into a new financial system, and setting up computing services for every single country that we open. Next, the transaction coordination project. You are probably all aware that Stacy Onan and team are putting in place some new transaction coordination services. And these last few quarters, Tech's special projects team has been busy at work with Stacy and the brokerage operations team to provide applications for that service. The other thing that Special Projects has been working on is Express Leads. That is an application to capture leads and to route them intelligently to agents who are in the right proximity to the opportunity. So those are a few of the things that Tech's been working on. Now let's take a look at what's next. Well, since RevShare is near and dear to everybody's heart, let's start there. The next evolution of RevShare is to build in policies and information systems mechanisms for succession so that the value built over years by many agents in that program can be passed on. We spoke about the first phase of My EXP, which was focused on RevShare. Now the second phase of My EXP will expand that dashboard to provide a better view of other aspects of your business with EXP. Like the instrumentation in the dashboard of your car, we want to get closer and closer to a comprehensive view that's well organized and in one place. So you can see that on the evolution diagram of My EXP on your slide there. Now, next is under the relatively new leadership of Parker Dunahey, we've been hard at work to do onboarding and brokerage operations enhancements to streamline the agent experience during onboarding and improve payment operations. That includes a major project we're doing with Curtis Dixon in the lead to implement Salesforce and to utilize its powerful workflow and CRM capabilities in those solutions. Part of that effort, and a bit more behind the scenes perhaps, but nevertheless a major component, we're busy putting in a new global financial system, which Kent will tell you a little bit more about. We're doing that since we have pretty much outgrown our current financial system and need to make sure that we've got the right facilities in place to support our growth. You know, as Success Enterprises has taken off, we've been providing shared IT services support for that business unit, as well as building new apps for that team. My special projects team is busy building a new goal setting app, which I understand is OKRs meet Kanban Glenn Sanford style, and a new coaching app to enable coaches to offer services and book clients. So last but not least, you know, we recognize that increasingly large teams of agents are interested in joining EXP en masse. But they have different operational needs for that sort of team structure. So we're hard at work defining the application features we need to build in the coming quarters to make EXP the best place for teams in the near future. So anyway, there you go. I'm looking forward to seeing you all in the halls of the conference over the course of the rest of the week. Don't hesitate to come up and introduce yourself, or to grab me or any of the members of my team if you have any questions. So appreciate your giving me a few minutes of your time. Really enjoy the conference. I get a lot out of it. And let me introduce our next speaker, who's Boyd Bastian. Boyd's role as Director of Compliance Education means he oversees the conceptualization, creation, and implementation of compliance-related training and content for EXP agents. And he's especially focused on promoting best practices related to agent attraction, which of course is important to all of us. So Boyd, take it away, man.
All right, John, thank you for that introduction. And I'd like to thank Jim Bramble for giving me this assignment, or should I say opportunity, to represent our group on this stage today. Hello, everyone. It's a little overwhelming to look out and see such a full audience, but I'll try and take a deep breath and give you just kind of a brief overview of our accomplishments, along with a quick preview of our upcoming initiatives as an agent compliance department. You know, our department is kind of behind the scenes. We try to not be seen out there. We work in on a one-on-one basis most of the time, but our mission is simple. We want to empower all of our EXP agents with knowledge and resources to ensure that you're operating your real estate business and growing your revenue share group in a way that's compliant, effective, and protected. So we aim to maintain an even playing field for all of our agents who are sharing the EXP opportunity with others. It's very important to us. So we've engaged in a number of initiatives during the past year that have helped us kind of inch closer to our mission, and we'd like to share some of those results with you. So I've organized my thoughts very briefly into 4 categories: agent experience, proactive education, agent recognition, and just our upcoming project pipeline. So first, agent experience. So in the past year or so, our group has expanded from just 2 members to 5 members, and that has really improved our ability to serve you. We receive dozens of inquiries every day from agents with requests for content reviews, questions related to policies, sponsor selection. We also receive reports of alleged policy violations. And so with this increased headcount, we're able to respond more quickly to these requests, interact with agents on a more personal level. In the past year, just to give you an idea, we've completed thousands of content reviews. We've met with several hundred agents to provide one-on-one education. Our compliance officers have resolved hundreds of cases through a comprehensive and unbiased case resolution process. So been very busy, and it's getting more and more busy. There's more training, more education, more opportunities to help our agents to really protect their business as we grow with EXP Realty. So second is our proactive education. We know that the reality facing each one of our agents, there's a lot of information for you to know and keep track of, especially as you operate your real estate business and keep it running smoothly. And then you add on top of that another layer of policies and procedures related to agent attraction. And, it can seem a little overwhelming. So our group is engaged in offering classes in EXP University focusing on attraction compliance. We meet regularly with state and country groups to provide updates on current issues, policy changes, and we share best practices. And, to date, thousands of EXP agents have taken advantage of these opportunities, and they're putting their knowledge to work each day as they grow their business. We also have a thriving workplace group. This is a place where we provide on-demand education on specific subjects like attraction interference, income claims, advertising rules, social media best practices, and other hot topics. And so we've been able to see that as our agents become more familiar with our policies, they've been able to be more comfortable implementing them in their day-to-day work. The third pillar, the third thing that I'd like to talk about real quickly is agent recognition. So a year ago this week, we launched a recognition program called the EXP Ethics in Action Award. There's a bit of a stigma when people hear the word compliance. In fact, agents usually want to avoid us like the plague. We're the bad guys, we're the ones who slap people on the wrist, tell them not to do this, not to do that. But with this recognition program, we're also actively on the lookout for agents who are successfully building their business and also exemplifying our core values. Our core values here at EXP are something that's very important to us, and we look for agents who are using those core values in their day-to-day business. And during the last year, we've been able to recognize agents each quarter. We also had an annual recipient who was honored at our virtual EXPCon event in November. We wish we could recognize the nearly 200 agents that have been nominated by their peers, but it's safe to say, even though we only recognize a few here or there, there's a lot of agents doing a lot of great work the right way. Now, to keep this momentum rolling, I'm just going to put a link here in the chat window. This is a link to our nomination form for the EXP Ethics in Action Award, and we'd like for each of you to think of a colleague or a team member or a member of your revenue share group who's building their business and doing it the right way, and give us a nomination. We'd love to recognize more agents. And then finally, real quick about some of our upcoming projects. We've been working for several months with our legal broker ops team to provide you with an updated ICA and policies and procedures manual. This is an update that will be forthcoming here in the next few weeks or months. I don't have the exact date, but we want to make sure that these documents are understandable, that they're relatable, and that we give you an idea of what changes are being made. We're also close to completing something we call the EXP Average Income Disclosure. This is a web page that contains a set of tools that is going to empower you to be able to freely share your success and talk about the EXP opportunity. We're actually going to be launching that later this week, so keep an eye out for that announcement. Just to wrap things up, it's our pleasure as an agent compliance team to work with you. We're your partners in growth, and we work with you each day to protect your business And we want to make sure that we're maintaining that even playing field so that all of our EXP agents can feel like they can share the EXP opportunity with prospective agents and do so from a place of fairness, do so from a place of following our core values. So thank you so much for allowing me this time to give you an update on what we've been working on, and I'll pass the time on to, I'm not sure who's up next here. Is it Kent or Courtney? At any rate, pass the time back to the next person, and thank you so much for this opportunity.
Hey, it's Courtney. I was going to say, if Kent's having some challenges with his mic, I'm happy to go next, if that works for you guys.
Morning, I'm back.
Okay, great. There you go.
Yeah, okay, thank you. So I want to spend a few minutes talk about the EXP finance function. Our key objective, right, is really to build a finance function that is investor and agent centric and also can scale up globally as EXP continue to grow. There are a few areas we are focused on. One is clearly as a public company, we maintain the highest integrity of financial reporting. We want to make sure the investor and our agent can sleep sound every night. We know that somebody
All right, it looks like I'm popping up. So in the spirit of spontaneity, how about that? I'm going to cruise over here so I can say hi to everybody. How's everyone doing today? Some messages up here, some love from the audience. I am so happy to be here today. I will tell you what, we've got some great marketing highlights, but I would have to pause here and say the reason we have such great marketing highlights is because of people in this room. It's because our company, our agents, our brokerage are the brand. So without further ado, I say we go ahead and cruise to my first slide and talk about this a little bit. All right, a lot of work done last year. I actually was getting a little sentimental and looking through my emails, and I accepted an offer to join here on May 20th of last year, right? So it's kind of coming on my anniversary of joining, and looking at the way that we've partnered together, there's been some fundamental, I would say, evolutions of how we collaborate. And that sounds like a bunch of fancy kind of corporate speak, but I'll tell you what that really means. We worked together to make it happen. We had huge impact when it came to the evolution of the brand, and that will continue. We amped up our communications, and we've got some great reporting to share on what that really means at the end of the day. We've been able to elevate the message in collateral, which is, you'll hear later on when Jason's talking about the 3 C's, really important messaging around how we communicate what our company does, the value that we actually bring to the marketplace. We went big in digital. Some of the biggest increases I've seen in terms of people going to the join site, social media, we're close to 70 different channels on social. And then very exciting, this hybrid event model, the one that you see today where, we're going to start for the next 3 days here, a lot of different sessions, a lot of different workouts. But then we'll be going into what is more an agent-led type activity on Thursday and Friday. So if we move on, I can do a little bit of a deeper dive on the next page. Isn't she or he or they beautiful? Look at all of this. I will tell you, when we started our journey to rebrand last year, we took our time. We built the brand together, especially when it came to the logo and actually doing a transparent vote for the branding. So we started with EXP Realty. And what you'll notice then is it really came together because we then knew what global should look like, commercial, world holdings. So think about this. By the time we started with EXP Realty, this really big gem, right, of our company, we were able to, by the time we were launching EXP World Holdings, have that launched in about 5 weeks. So we've gotten very quick, and what you're going to see now is we're going to be circling back and making sure that whether it be partner groups or the university or different affiliation services, that we make sure we get complete branding. Branding is a journey. Our brand is organic, it's living, and so we're going to continue to make it the best that we possibly can be. If we go to the next slide, what you'll see here is really about the harmonization of events. And you noticed Glenn on stage earlier. He was bringing people up. He had Jason, he had Alex from Bella, he had Paige, he had Ted. There's a lot of synergy between EXP, Verbella, and Success. And I take a look at the speaker list, very diverse speaker list. One example here is that the folks at Success, they brought a tremendous amount of value. I mean, big thanks to Paige, who leads talent and comms there. They brought a lot of our speakers in, a lot of folks that were on the cover of the magazine. So you're seeing a way that we work together to bring you something that is really bigger than just the parts separately. We are also optimizing locations. So the idea here and I'll share something that big shout out to Brent Gove and his team and James, some events that we did that were combos, if you will, right? Where we had agents there, but we had country launches, very exciting new format. Maybe pop back for a second. I'm going to hit one or two more points on this last slide. But the reality of what we're doing when it comes to events is we're just going to keep getting better and better and better. The idea is that you want to have consistency. And I think I'd be remiss if I didn't talk about the fact that commercial hit the ground running with their events, right? That was really big in the last month. But we've been able to develop these event kits. You can see some of the collateral on the sign. This goes back to creating this uniform and really what I would consider to be best in class visual brand, but also pretty, it's smart, right? And so with these event kits, you can go to the marketing center, download those, print those, and a lot of agents are using those as we go forward. So we feel proud that we've been able to elevate and level up this marketing center that you guys are focused on to be able to share with you the elements that we have. Now let's flip to the next page. I'm going to show some of my favorite screenshots here. I had the pleasure last month of going to Brent's Cabo event, and we started to think about, well, we're launching Mexico, right? And we had Grant Cardone there. Why don't we just get it all together? So over the course of about 5 days, we had a combo Mexico launch, Grant on stage. Obviously, Brent's entire agenda was fantastic. So it was very much an agent-led meeting that we were able to create some synergy on our side and make it what I would say fantastic. One of the best events I've ever been to. You're going to see more of that. If you go to the middle area here, the EXP shareholders, the next 3 days, we're going to be talking about the improvements that we're making. But, I'm going to be jumping on a plane with Jen on Thursday and going to Chuck and Angela's event, about 140, 50 people in Arizona. So that's a really good example of how we create this hybrid event. And then EXP commercial, like I said, they are 100% off to the races. You take a look, they had an event for training last week, over 8,000 people registered, right? So really, really great work on the commercial side. If we go to the next page, this is the slide I'm excited to share. So write this down or someone will type it to you, or you're gonna see a lot of marketing after this event. EXPCon, EXPRealty.com. This is how you pre-register. We are having it in person at the Mirage in Las Vegas, and we also be obviously telecasting this or virtually we'll be having elements of this in the world. Once again, this hybrid event, this is for everybody. So get excited about EXPCon. You're gonna see that coming up in the future weeks. We'll tell you more and more about those agendas. And then finally, this is where I'm gonna get kind of serious, right? Talk about marketing metrics and impact. It's really important to measure things, right? So I'm going to talk very quickly and then I'm going to turn it over to Mike. But if you talk about communications, I like to take a look at what happened the first quarter of this year and compare to it the first quarter of last year, right? So we're talking 2021 Q1 versus 2020 Q1. We had over 3,000 placements. That's a 64% increase. So you might go placements, like what does that do? What's that doing it for me? Well, here's what it's doing. These placements where the media picks it up and shares a story, whether it be on Inman or Wall Street Journal, they're reaching an audience in this case that was 200% larger than what we reached last year. Over 450 million audience this year. Now, that's important to us because it shares and elevates the brand that everyone here so much embodies, and it gets our message out so people start to really understand the value of the company. To put it in perspective, if I had to buy those placements, it'd be over $300,000. So it all works together. From a digital perspective, one of my favorite sites, right? This is the Joint EXP Realty site. There were, if you look at Q1, once again, this year versus last year, over 175K new users. It's 160% over last year. What are we doing different? Well, we're more focused on looking at analytics and working through the campaigns. These things all work together. And then finally, I'd be remiss if I didn't brag about social media. 70 plus channels when you look across our EXP brands, over 215,000 followers. That is 92% increase year over year. Those are huge numbers. So I want to thank everybody in this room. And if I could leave you with a parting word, you guys are part of this. You're part of the brand. Get on there, post, talk about the company. You are the company. So glad to be able to talk to you guys today. I'm going to pause here to see if we want to move on to Mike or Kent. If Kent's gotten back into the world, you guys let me know how you want to proceed. All right, it sounds like we're going to have Mike up next. So I'm pleased to introduce Mike Vane, our EVP of People. Take it away, Mike.
Hey, thank you, Courtney, and hello, everyone. I'm Mike Vane, the EVP of People here at EXP Realty. And you know what? I like to say I have the best role here at EXP. I get to support the most passionate, the most driven, and successful staff in the real estate industry across the globe, and that's hands down. From everyone in our brokerage staff, being our brokers, our transaction specialists, our contract compliance specialists, our onboarding, to our tech support and engineers, our accounting and legal and marketing team, and growth and attraction team, and the list goes on. There's no one better than our team. And so behind me, you're gonna see a slide on Glassdoor. And I won't ask you to do a show of hands here of how many of you know Glassdoor. I'm sure you're all familiar with Glassdoor. But for 4 years running, we've been a Glassdoor Best Places to Work company. Currently, we maintain a rating of 4.8 out of 5. 4.8 out of 5. So we're splitting hairs just to get to the next few percentage points here in there. In 2018, we are on the top list of small to medium companies. 2019, top list of small to medium companies. And then, as you all know, we've started to grow. So in 2020 and 2021, we are on the top list of large companies here. And so why is this important? This is important because Glassdoor is the #1 site people go to learn about a company when they're thinking about joining. It helps us attract the best staff and the best agents for the best shareholders here. Now, we didn't achieve this by accident. We are intentional and we're purposeful in how we go about achieving this. Every month, we conduct an ENPS survey, an Employee Net Promoter Score survey. It tells us what we need to start doing, what we need to stop doing, and what we need to continue doing with our staff. And so we are very purposeful and intentional on that. But when it comes to recognition, it doesn't stop at Glassdoor. You see all these honors in front of us. We have real trends. We're #1 top movers in transactions, #1 top in independents. We're #2 in top movers by volume. And it goes on and on. With Housing Wire, Glenn Sanford is on the top list of Vanguard 50 executives in housing. Jeff Whiteside is on the list of top finance leaders. John Tobison is on the list of tech trendsetters. So this list continues with recognition from T360 and others. So, shareholders, we are just getting started. Day in and day out, our staff are here to win. So I'll pause there. And I know one of the things that we are most excited about here is our first speaker, Jason Dorsey. So Courtney, I know you are up here on stage with me. I'm excited for our first keynote speaker, Jason Dorsey. Jason Dorsey is the president of the Center of Generational Kinetics and a pioneering Gen Z, Millennial, and Generations Global keynote speaker and researcher. He is on a mission to separate generational myth from truth through data to solve strategic challenges for leaders. Jason's latest best-selling book, Z Economy, How Gen Z Will Change the Future of Business and What to Do About It, is a breakthrough book that was #1 release on Amazon and top 10 business book for 2020 on Forbes. He is the #1 speaker on generations around the world. And Courtney, Jason has delivered virtual keynotes to leaders in over 100 countries, and he's here with us today.
I'll tell you, and I am so proud. I remember, Jason, when you came to EXPCon. I mean, we really gel, and I'm going to geek out when you start sharing your expertise on rethinking generations. It's exciting to announce that we have co-created a study with Jason that'll dive into some of these emerging real estate trends. It's a national focus studies on what consumers really want. So with that, Jason, take it away.
Thank you, Courtney. Hey, everyone, it's Jason. So excited to be with you today. This is amazing. If you've been following on social, I've been posting as Courtney has been talking. It's just wonderful to be with you. So if you would, all of you that are fortunate enough to be able to use chat, I need your help today. Thank you, Dave, for saying welcome back. Thank you, Brandy, for saying welcome back. Thanks, all of y'all. Quick help, if you would, go over to chat right now, this very second. And I would love for you to write one thing that you have learned over the last 12 months. Something you have learned over the last 12 months. I have learned how to help my daughter, who's 10 years old, with virtual school. You know what prepared me for doing that? Speaking here last year. All right, I see that Christina wrote patience. Ian wrote be kind. I see Mike wrote patience. Somebody wrote clubhouse, LOL. That's so funny. Gratitude, helping someone with friends. International expansion, yes. Time management, yes. How to write an appraisal clause, outstanding. Never say no, be a mentor to others. Collaboration, attitude. Paula wrote learning to do business with different people during the pandemic. Generosity. Suzanne wrote, I learned how to be still. Let's see. Edwin wrote, do more video, read more, Zoom group meetings. Very funny. Clubhouse. Yes. And awesome connector. And why independence need to join EXP. Completely agree with that. Social media, virtual tours, patience. Adrian wrote determination with a ginormous smiley face. Thank you for that. Really appreciate that. And so many, oh, look, somebody's writing something nice to me. Thank y'all so much. It's all about social media. Yes. And by the way, if you have not posted on social media since you've been here, make sure you do that today. People need to know how amazing EXP is, and how are we going to let them know that? Show them. Take a screen grab of what you're watching. Post it. I already posted on Twitter. Already posted on Instagram. I'll be posting on LinkedIn later today. Make sure you're posting wherever it is that you like to use and connect with people. All right, here's my next question. Everybody ready? Let's see. What are you most looking forward to between now and the end of the year? Okay, let's see what people have here. All right, I'm waiting. 6 users typing, 7 users typing, 10 users typing, 12, 13. Freedom, I like that. EXPCon, yes, I was hoping somebody would write that. Oh, look at that. Now several people wrote it. EXPCon with exclamation marks, getting additional money, travel, growth, vacation, business, success, and freedom. Outstanding. Traveling, growth with 5 exclamation marks. Patrick, thank you so much. Being an awesome woman. Thank you, Crystal. EXPCon, yes. Getting vaccinated, no more masks, better self-branding, success, yes. And the success partnership, how amazing is that? And travel, not being a homeschool truant officer. My first sale, passive income. All right, getting back to the races. EXPCon, growth. All right, perfect. And then let's do one more thing, one more question to sort of get us going today. What most excites you about the future with EXP? Would you write it down there? What most excites you about the future with EXP? I have a whole bunch of answers. Growth, opportunity, growth, meeting my sales goals, virtual meetings, endless opportunities, growth, limitless growth, to have my new business flourishing, lifestyle change, success and freedom. Yes, retirement, passive income, growth, opportunity, tools, and more. Growing. Somebody wrote growth with a smiley face. Nicely done. Building more. The sky is the limit. Thank you, David. EXP is ahead of the growth curve with growth and change. 10x international expansion, bringing in other brokerages. Yes, freedom to work in any state, recruiting agents, networking. EXP leads to a new life with a smiley face. I like that. Collaboration, helping agents gain. EXPI stock. There you go. Early retirement, expansion in the Philippines, independence, growth, networking, revenue share. Thank you so much. Growth, opportunity, lifestyle, grow my revenue. I think y'all have figured out I'm actually reading every one of these. Yes. Everything, all caps, building a long-term business. Freedom. Number 2, retire, not having to bartend anymore. Okay, appreciate that one. EXP going to Peru. Yes, enjoy working lifestyle. Free tacos. Not sure where that one comes from, Bobby, but I'm all in. Building a sustainable business, attracting great agents, 100,000 new partners, 401k. I think we are all very much aligned on how exciting the future is, that we've gotten through this very, very challenging period of time. We've learned a lot, and as a result, we've grown a lot. We've been through tough times, let's be honest, and we've had some great moments. I mean, for me, I used to spend 250 days a year on the road. And this year I've been home basically the entire time with my daughter, and it has absolutely changed our relationship. I am a better human for this period of time with my daughter. And at the same time, we know that there are certain things that are not going to stay the same. There's some that will, there's some that won't. And what I think is incredibly important, and I'm grateful that Courtney and Anita and Glenn and the team really believe in this, and that is that we need data to inform what we're going to do in the future. This is not about, trusting our gut or cute memes on social media or any of that sort of thing, but really leaning into the data so that you and I can make smart decisions, make the best of our time, of our talent, of our resources, of our relationships, everything that we bring to this incredible opportunity, which is why I am so excited. Drum roll, please. I'm going to do a drum roll on my desk. I'm so excited to share that right now, for the first time ever, you are going to get a sneak peek preview of our new national study that we led. Many of you know that I run a research firm. It's called the Center for Generational Kinetics. And at our research firm, we are incredibly passionate about separating generational myth from truth. That's what we live for. And as part of that, what we're closely monitoring are emerging trends, particularly around things such as real estate, around the future of work, around how people think about money, savings, retirement, about what motivates them. We've had over 700 clients, which has been incredibly exciting. And now we are leading studies all around the world. What I'm most excited about, though, is this study that we just finished with EXP. Y'all are the first people to get to see it. Yes, I got permission to share it with you. This is unedited, straight directly from the field of last week, brand new. Couldn't get any more excited. This is what I sort of geek out on, so get ready. Courtney and I definitely agree on the geek thing that we bring. All right, so as we move to the next slide, there we go, rethinking generations. Let's start here for a second. When we led this study, what we wanted to do was separate myth from truth. If you remember last year, I talked about the concept that generations are not a box, but instead they're incredibly powerful, predictive clues that help us to better understand, connect with, build trust, and most importantly for growing your business, drive influence. Because at the end of the day, you cannot be successful in this business unless you can connect, build trust, and drive influence. It absolutely will not happen. You have to be able to do that. And when we look at the future of this industry, it's being able to do that across generations, no matter what generation you're in, whether you're a millennial or Gen X, baby boomers, or even Gen Z, or if you're joining us outside the US, Gen Z, because every single generation is important. Every single generation brings value. And the problem is so much of what is said about generations is just not true. I mean, it's just not true. Like people say things, oh, millennials, they aren't working. No millennials are working. Yeah, we're actually the largest generation in the workforce. There are more of us working than anybody else. In fact, the boomers who make fun of us for not working, we're actually paying into their Social Security in the US. So thank you, millennials. I hear that from the boomers. Shh. At the same time, I hear people say, well, Jason, why do you talk so much about baby boomers? They're not even good at technology. I'm like, seriously? They invented the phone you're using. That smartphone wouldn't happen without them. So you need to slow your roll. And then, of course, we have Gen X, who nobody talks about, yet they're incredibly important. Actually, the glue in the workforce. And by the way, in the entire real estate industry, Gen X is the glue, and we should be talking about them a lot more. And if you were here last year, you know that we did. And when we looked at what shapes generations, what was so important is we looked at those big trends that shape them. And for those of you that are taking notes, hopefully you're taking notes, post it on social media, reach out to me, whatever works for you. There were a few key trends that most shaped generations. And remember, these trends shape generations around the world. We are so fortunate to have so many different countries right now joining us today, right now in this auditorium. Look, I wish I remembered the code to do the robot dance, so I'm doing it right here. Y'all can't see me doing it, but I'm actually doing it right here. I look ridiculous, but that is okay. When we go back one more, Sierra, I don't know if you go back one more. When we think about what shapes generations, what's most important right now is to look at these key trends. There's key drivers. They shape them all around the world. I just want to give you a quick reminder, quick recap, so you remember what they were. The number one most important trend that shapes generations, which remember we talked about this last year. Nobody talks about this, and it's so important. Parenting. How you are raised is one of the greatest influences of what you will go on to do. Remember, we learned from our parents things we want to be like. We're like, oh, I definitely want to do that. And we also learned from our parents, I will never do that. Parenting, we learn things like, should you go into the real estate industry? That's really a good one. Should you buy a home? Is that a good investment? Should you think about credit and retirement? All these sorts of things. Do you have to go to university and on and on and on? Parenting plays a huge role, and it's almost never talked about, yet it is the number one thing that affects this industry. Huge undercurrent there, but nobody talks about it. Second one, everybody talks about, especially here at EXP, because it's so incredibly important, and that is technology. And this is the key thing I want you to remember. Technology. Every one of us has a different natural relationship with technology that is largely driven by our age. But our relationship with technology is different based on our age, based on what technology we got to use when we were coming of age. So go to the chat. Everybody go to chat, go to chat, go to chat right now. I want you to write the technology that most changed your life when you were a kid, that thing that you held or you saw or you used, and you're like, just all of a sudden your world changed. Atari, yes. DOS, Internet, 8-track, Noreen. Atari 2, Commodore's fax machine. Thank you, Ian. All caps too. Apple II, yes. Telephone, landline. Mac Pong. Okay, that's a good one. DVR, Xbox, Abacus, Patrick. Really? I love it. Oregon Trail. Thank you, Chris. Gen X, Internet, Xbox Live, Laserdisc. Oh, I totally remember. BlackBerry. Thank you, Denise. Remember BlackBerry? AOL, Atari, cassette recorder. Oh, the bag cell phone, Dr. Bill. I had completely forgotten that thing existed. Color TV. Yes, Jim. That also means you remember black and white TV. Betamax. Oh, yeah. Pager. Remember the short codes on the pager? 143 was like, I love you. Social media, Palm Pilot, Internet. Okay, amazing. So the key thing, just to create context before we go into the research findings, my daughter, 10 years old, her name is Raya. If you follow me on social media, you see pictures of her. My daughter, 10 years old in 4th grade, does not remember a time before FaceTime on the iPhone or any of the technology she uses. To her, phones were not made for talking. They were made for video. If she can't see you, she won't talk to you. So, and the reason is this, the technology that you're coming of age with, that's what's normal to you. And I want you to go even further before I share this. This is so important for the study. This is so important. Please listen closely. It's probably our most famous discovery. It's the one I'm in the media for all the time, right? Over 200 TV shows so far. This is so incredibly important. Here we go. Technology is only new if you remember it the way it was before. I'm going to say it one more time. Technology is only new if you remember it the way it was before. And that's incredibly important because when we look at the future of this industry, I promise you, every day new people are coming in, first-time home buyers, first-time shoppers, people that now have a home and they want to sell it for the first time, all these things, and they get to engage with you and the experience you create. They will have no other prior experience to compare it to. So on one hand, they may not know how much better it is. On the other hand, you are setting their expectations for excellence. You are showing them what is possible. Contrast that with others who maybe have gone through this in a more traditional way and then see what you have to offer, and they're going to know how amazing it is. But the key is our relationship with technology is largely driven by our age. If we look at the future home buyers, there are these emerging generations that we're going to talk about, and technology is only new if you remember it the way it was before. What a huge, huge opportunity for you. So as we jump into the findings, drum roll, please. And by the way, some of you may take very quick notes as we go through these slides, but just be aware, EXP is going to be releasing these later. These are not officially released. This is sneak peek just for you, but they're going to put everything together. It's going to be beautiful. You'll be getting that soon. So stay on the lookout for it. All right, Sarah, can we go to the next slide? Let's see here. Perfect. So before we go into the study, I want to take a quick moment to just talk about the impact of the pandemic. This is not trying to be a sobering or a downer. It's more about helping you to look at this through a generational lens. You've heard tons and tons of people say, usually on social media or on TV or some commercial, and they're like, we're all in this together. We're all in this together. Now, I want to be crystal clear. We've led more than 65 generational research studies around the world. We have multiple ones going right now. We are passionate about separating myth from truth through research. And what we have found is that, yes, every generation is going through this period at the same time, but we're having very different experiences. And we really need to honor that. And I'll just give you just a quick recap what we're seeing. For Gen Z, the youngest generation, Gen Z outside the US, the oldest around 23, 24 years old, this is their generation defining moment. This is their where were you when moment. And it's been extended. It's not just a moment, it's an actual period of time, which has huge implications. And if you read my books or follow our work online, you know how much we're talking about how this is affecting this generation. Social, emotional, so much more. Their entry into the workforce, how they got laid off, how they're thinking about money. Did you know that Gen Z is very fiscally conservative, very conservative with their money? Even the youngest ones, they'll get $20 at a birthday party or $50, and then they'll put the money away and go to their parents and say, hey, can I have some money? I want to go buy something. And the parents will say, well, you just get all that money for your birthday, use that. And they'll be like, no, that's my money. Look at all the people writing truth. LOL. Yes, so true. It's totally true, right? So then so just know Gen Z is very different than people think. Everybody thinks they're young and they're just blowing all their money everywhere. That's totally not true. And we have so much around that. I talk about it all the time. Millennials. What we've seen is that millennials have really crashed into two different events. The oldest millennials like myself, we crashed into the Great Recession. Really hit us right when we were supposed to be emerging. And then when we saw as the millennials felt like they were getting some good traction, really moving forward. And then now COVID-19 is hit. So they feel very bookended. Now, if you follow our work and you remember last year, remember this, we talked about this, millennial generation has actually split into two generations. It's our most important millennial discovery. You have the megalennials who are out there doing everything they're supposed to be doing. They're just doing it, but nobody wants to talk about them. All of these media interviews, I'm going to be on one with NBC later today. Nobody wants to talk about millennials that have their act together. There are tons and tons of millennials at EXP, and yet there's still this perception that they're not working and not delivering. They absolutely are. So remember, millennials are two generations, not one, also older than most people assume. And then we get to Gen X. Gen X tells us that they are being pulled in three different directions. If you remember from last year, my wife is in Generation X. She is 6 years older than me. And we talk about this all the time. Gen X is often taking care of a kid or kids. They're often taking care of a parent or both parents, and they're trying to navigate work. In fact, Gen X is the generation most likely in the same job role that they were in before the pandemic. They're really being pulled in three different directions. I see this with my wife. She's trying to take care of her parents who are in their 80s, take care of her daughter who's 10, and navigating work. So Gen X really is the glue right now. They're holding a lot together. So all the Gen Xers out there, whoop, whoop, Gen X in the house, Gen X in the house. Like y'all can't see this. I'm doing my 1980s like hands up thing. Y'all just can't see that, but it looks really good and ridiculous. And then that brings us to the boomers. So there were all these people out there, saying that, oh, boomers are all going to leave the workforce. They're going to, raid their retirement funds. They're in big trouble. And what have we seen? We've seen that, yes, boomers have definitely had to tap into their emergency savings, but they have not dug into their retirement. Most interesting is that many millennials have moved back in with their boomers or asked boomer parents to help pay for whatever it is they have. Boomers tell us they expect to work longer than they did before. Supposedly, there's going to be a massive transfer of wealth from boomers to millennials, maybe even Gen Z, but we'll wait and see if that actually happens. By the way, baby boomers control the wealth in the world. As we were to look around the world, I do a lot of research around the world, and I used to speak around the world before COVID hit. We'll be doing that again this fall. But the key thing to know is the younger you go, the more consistent the generations are due to cheap mobile technology. The older you go around the world, the more differences we see. And this is so cool when we do our studies. The most important thing is this. Every generation is valuable. Every generation brings something that's important. We need to honor and celebrate everyone. And when we do that, when we create that generational context and generational diversity, we unlock tremendous potential. And that's what gets me excited about where we're going. Sarah, can we jump to the next slide, please? All right. So here's the quick birth years. I'm not going to go through all these in the interest of time, but you'll be able to get access to the slides. You can dig into all this. Just know that sometimes you'll see people say, oh, every birth year, every generation should be 20 years. That's totally not true. That's completely made up and arbitrary. What we're looking for is predictability by scenario. And remember, generations are clues and not a box, but they're incredibly powerful predictive clues that help us to connect with, build trust, drive influence. By the way, if you're born within 3 years on either side of the generations, you could have all the characteristics of the one or the other. And that just means you're a cusper, and it's a huge advantage because it makes you empathetic to both. Go cuspers. Whoop, whoop, whoop. All right, Shira, let's go to the next slide and let's get ready to jump into the research. Here we go. Let's see. All right, national study goals. Drum roll. That actually makes a nice sound on my desk right here. I like that. All right, here's what we found. National study goals. First, we want to uncover strategic behavioral drivers that connect. Now, listen closely. I know this is small depending on which screen you're looking at. There's 4 key things we wanted to understand. Home ownership and how people prefer to buy and list their homes. So we really dug into that. Life stage and financial impact on buying and listing their house. See, a lot of times what happens in this industry in particular is everybody focuses on what we call tracking data. So at CGK, the firm that I run, behavioral researchers, we don't want to know what happened because everybody's tracking that. We want to know why. Because if we can figure out the why and add that to the what, we can change the future. And that's what we're going to do with this study. So that's why we want to look at life stage, financial impact, how people think about things like money, marriage, kids, mobility, and so forth, because that ultimately will drive so much of home buying long term. Then we look at the role of the real estate agent, whoop, whoop, and then the pandemic effect. So we really dug into those 4 things. We wanted to look at the impact of a cloud-based real estate model. And by the way, we did not use EXP's name, right? I run a legit research firm. We are very sensitive about using objective only questions and answers. That's why we're in the news all the time, because the news cites our data. And that's absolutely the way we approach this, which is really interesting. So I think you're going to be very surprised by what we share there, and then provide unique insights that y'all can use, post on social media, and really make the most of everything that's going on. So now, Sarah, if you will take me to the next slide. Who was in this study? Great question. Thank you for asking. By the way, people never ask who is in your study, and it's incredibly important. Let me just be very direct. Y'all are super smart. Anytime somebody shows you data, you want to ask, well, what does that data represent? Who participated? Incredibly important. And if they will not tell you their methodology, be very, very skeptical. By the way, Gen X already naturally skeptical, so just stay in that state. All right. So the study that we led, we had 2,000 participants. This is really important because it gives us a very, very low margin of error. In fact, we basically got 3 studies in one. In fact, if you look at our methodology, what you would see is that we had 2,001 participants, ages 26 to 65. We had 4 different generations represented, 50-50 male, female, and we specifically focused, and I want to pay extra close attention to this, participants. So they were interested in buying a home in the next year or 12 months. They were interested in selling a home in the next year or 12 months. And they were had bought a home in the last year. So let me say that slowly. They want to buy a home in the next year. They want to sell a home in the next year, or they have bought a home in the last year. Why is this important? It's exactly who we need to understand. Exactly who we need. And the margin of error is plus or minus 2.19, 19 out of 20 times, which is the absolute gold standard. Thank you, Courtney, for allowing us to include so many people. By the way, this is an expensive study, and they're giving this away to y'all. That just says everything to me. So if you would, Sarah, let's go to the next slide. All right, so now when we look at what was uncovered, a few things that jump out, everybody, a few things. First, new homeowners and shoppers have a promising financial outlook. Just very promising. So if you are looking to sell, buy, or recently bought, you are pretty darn positive about the way things are headed. Notice that's not the general public. We're not saying all people. We are specifically saying those that meet one of those 3 categories. There are some really big gender and generational differences that we uncovered, specifically around buying and selling priorities and unmet needs. We're going to dig into those. And then new homeowners and shoppers feel comfortable conducting all types of interactions. I'm going to say this slowly. All types of interactions with their real estate agent completely online. Now, look, when I write these questions, we have a PhD-led research team. We're pretty hardcore, and I can tell you we have no idea what we're going to get. It's amazing. I mean, if you look at what y'all are doing and what we uncovered, incredibly, incredibly exciting. All right, let's go to the next slide, please. In fact, you can go all the way to slide 10. You can go one more slide, please. And what I want to talk about here is this. Now, you all are going to get copies of these slides eventually, so there's a ton of text on here. I got it. I'm just going to read to you the key things that you need to know. But in the future, when you go back and look at these slides, there's a few ways to quickly read these like a researcher. At the bottom of the slide is what we call the verbatim question. That's the actual question that is answered. You always want to know, what was the real question that was asked? Why? Because you don't want just their interpretation of it. What was the question that was actually asked? And then in this particular case, you'll see the breakdown by generation and so forth. And then what does it really mean? So the question that we asked, I want to read it to you. At what age do you think most people should be homeowners or should be trying to buy a home? Check this out. 87% of people said you should be looking to be a homeowner or trying to buy a home in your 20s or 30s. So basically, before you turn 40, 87% of the entire group that we studied said you should be trying to buy a home. Isn't that wild? I love it, love it, love it, love it, love it. This is not a group that's saying, wait until you're much older in life and you've settled down and, whatever. No, they're saying get on it sooner. That's so smart. And notice that you're seeing a lot of people write in their 30s, which I just absolutely love. So if we can, let's go to the next slide, please, because we're going to get through all of these generally on time. All right. So what do we find here? Here we ask. Now listen closely, everybody. This is one of my favorite slides. How has the pandemic changed your view on the importance of owning a home? 73% of all new homeowners and shoppers say owning a home is more important to them now because of the pandemic. Did everybody get that? What we're seeing is people actually saying that owning a home is more important now than it was since before the pandemic. And you're seeing all these record sales and all sorts of things going on. I know y'all are way more in tune with that than I am. But just keep in mind, remember I talked about those underlying behavioral drivers? People are saying, look, in this particular group, 73%, those are huge, huge, huge numbers, 73% are saying owning a home is more important or much more important to them now than it was before the pandemic. Wow, that's huge. All right, let's go to the next slide, please. Slide 12. All right, and here we asked, and again, you're going to get all these, but I want to just make sure we're all on the same page. And then here we asked on slide 12, how concerned are you with each of these when it comes to buying and owning your own house? Now, there's a few things that jumped out at me here. I want y'all to take some time and actually read through these slides yourself when you get them. Number one thing that concerned this group of 2,000 people, number one, property taxes. I did not see that one coming. Number two, though, is where you come in. Number two, overpaying. Overpaying was a huge deal. And then we saw home maintenance, repair costs, changes in interest rate, mortgage down payment, and finding a great real estate agent. So lots going on here. By the way, the lowest scoring thing on here was the relative COVID outlook, meaning they were worried about it. So really interesting. And then even job security was below finding a great real estate agent. So if you know what people are concerned with, you then know what you need to talk to them about to get them confident and comfortable so they know they're making a great decision. Okay, let's go to the next slide. And then we ask this, because of course now millennials are getting old. How concerned are you with each of these when it comes to buying and owning your own house? And what do we find? That the older millennials were the ones most concerned about job security. My people, the older millennials, those of us that crashed into the Great Recession, felt we finally were making great progress. And then here we are again, trying to figure things out. They were the number one group worried about job security. Super interesting. Who's least worried about job security? Boomers. What else did we find out? Who is most concerned about the COVID outlook? Older millennials. Who's least concerned? Baby boomers. So incredibly fascinating. All right, let's jump to the next one. And then Mark wrote in comments, the term I just heard is geriatric millennials. Thank you. Yes, that's one term. I just did an interview last week. I think it was with the Detroit Free Press. And they wanted to interview me about middle-aged millennials because I am one. It is interesting. I wrote my first book about millennials, I guess, more than 15 years ago. So now I'm a middle-aged millennial. Outstanding. All right. So what do we find? Okay, these are good. Check this out. Check this out, everybody. These are the kind of things that when you get the data, I want you to share it out on social media. They just pull people in. I love it. I love it. I love it. Check this out. In the national study, we found 77% of younger millennials, that's 26 to 34, have a weekly, monthly, or yearly savings goal. That is more than any other generation. Did everybody get that? If we had to guess, people would be like, oh, all the savings goals, those are by people who are older. Not true. Who actually most sets those weekly, monthly, or yearly savings goals? Youngest millennials, the youngest group included. Love it. What else do we find? 72% of new homeowners and shoppers believe student debt is one of the biggest reasons young adults cannot afford to buy a home. That is very, very true. Now, I want to add a caveat to that. In the U.S., this is a big deal. In many other countries around the world, it is not. So when we think about things in a global context, you always want to look at the role of geography. Within the U.S., we'll see differences between urban and rural, like I talked about extensively last year. And then as I travel and work around the world, you always want to put these in a generational and global context, really drill down into geography so you know you're speaking to the right group. What else do we find? 65% of older millennials, that term we just heard, geriatric millennials, or my particular one, middle-aged millennials, say buying a house or paying off a house is more important to them than paying off other debt they have, more than any other generation. I want y'all to really connect with the idea that younger people are very focused on home ownership. And this is a huge deal. Completely burst the myth that's out there that young people are not into their finances and don't care about their future and are not making good decisions. The youngest millennials are the ones actually setting goals more than any other generation. And the oldest millennials are the ones most concerned with paying it off. Love this. In fact, older millennials say buying a house or paying off a house is more important to them than saving for retirement. Super interesting, because I know in our other studies, what have we found? We have found that that older millennials and younger millennials do not think in the U.S. Social Security will exist for them. So as a result, they're thinking differently about retirement. In fact, many of them tell us they will never be able to retire, at least unless they get some money from their boomer parents, which may not happen because maybe those boomers just want to live a really long time and spend it all. Yes, we know who you are. We're keeping track. All right. If we can, please go to the next question. Next slide, please. Here we go. So what do we ask here? How secure do you feel in your current financial situation? Check this out, everybody. Of everyone included in this study, remember, these are people that are looking to buy, looking to sell, or recently bought, 62% of them feel secure in their current financial situation. Like, we are just completely dispelling the myth out there of what is going on. If you fit one of these three categories, looking to buy, looking to sell, or recently bought, you have a very different view of the world, and we should be talking about this. Absolutely, absolutely love it. Okay, let's go to the next slide. Next slide, next slide, next slide. And here, what do we found? We asked, how has your ability to save changed in the past year? Everybody ready for this? How is your ability to save? What do we find? That younger millennials and older millennials, almost half of them exactly, have saved more in the last year than before the pandemic. Gen X, 39%. Who has saved the least amount more? Boomers. They were already savers. But we're seeing younger millennials, older millennials, and Gen X actually save money. But really, the millennials are the ones driving saving. Why is this a big deal? Because ultimately, it could affect their credit scores, their ability to access money, having money for a down payment, which is a huge issue they're now being able to save money for. Incredibly exciting. Okay, next slide, please. Next slide, please. So as we think about the future and start to pull all these pieces together, what do we see? What do we see here? We see the credit score impact. Remember, I sort of previewed that a second ago. What do we see? 43% of new homeowners and shoppers and half of millennials have checked their credit score more in the past year. I'm telling y'all, we've seen this through study after study we've done in the last 12 months. People are now very aware of money, and the youngest generation is going, whoa, we got to get a lot more serious about this. We need to save money. We need to have these goals, and we need to focus on our credit scores. Absolutely. What does this all bode well for? Real estate. Let's go to the next one, please. Slide 18. All right. Now, some of the stuff that we cut it by gender as well. We cut every question by gender. And sometimes we see differences. Who has most checked their credit score? If you had to guess, who has most checked their credit score? Male or female? Dun, 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 dun. Men. All of a sudden, the guys were checking their credit scores a whole lot more. I'm just going to leave that one there and not actually go any deeper. All right, let's go to the next slide. Thank you, Dylan, for writing men. I appreciate that. All right, let's go to the next slide, please. All right, and then we asked here, how important is each of these when it comes to being able to buy a house? What do we find? We found that good credit score was number one across every generation. What was the lowest? Help from others for a down payment. But we're going to come back to that in a second. By the way, finding a great real estate agent did make the list, top 10 of the list, which is pretty exciting. But what I want you to pay attention to is help from others for a down payment was very low overall, 45% relative to everybody else. But let's go to the next slide, Sierra, and let's create some contrast. This is so much fun. Here we go. There we go. Here we go. All right. And what do we see here? When it comes from help from others for a down payment, who actually needs the help? Millennials. Mom, dad, grandparents, we need some help. So on that down payment, which is great because what do we see? They're saving money and they're improving their credit score. All right, sweet. Let's go to the next slide. All right, so now what we wanted to do is dig into a cloud-based model. And this, I think, is relevant for every single one of you, no matter where in the world you live, where you operate, where you run your business from, how you engage with your teams. This is really important. All right, let's go to the next slide. And what do we find out here? Here we ask, how important is a real estate agent in the home buying process? Can we just pause? Let's just take a breath. And let's soak in what this slide said. How important is a real estate agent in the home buying process? 86% of everyone included in the study said a real estate agent was either very important, by the way, most important to millennials, dramatically more than other generations, or important. Why is this a big deal? Because if you went and you look at all the headlines, oh, nobody wants to work with an agent again. They want to all do it with, robots or whatever, which could be the case. However, what did we find? We found that it was very important or really important to work with a human real estate agent. We didn't know what the answers were going to be. They could have picked not all important or not important, right? This is a typical 5-point Likert scale, but they picked that it was very important. So I'm just letting y'all know right now what we're seeing from people that have bought a house or selling a house or intend to buy in the near term say that it is very important for them to be able to work with a real estate agent. So that is super, super, super important. All right. And Mark wrote, Boomers wrote, yeah, I got this. Yeah, sometimes they do. But those are still really high numbers because normally when we do studies, we don't see numbers as high. But what we're just seeing is a very strong emotional connection to what's going on in this particular market, which I really love. And here we asked on this next slide, how important is having a tech savvy agent in each area of the home buying process? I'm not going to read these to you because basically what everybody said is it's important in every single step. every single thing that they're trying to do. And in fact, what we found, 61% of homeowners and shoppers are more likely to ask about a real estate agent's tech resources and tools compared to before the pandemic. I mean, the role of technology has changed forever. And it's not just the acceleration that you hear, oh, every generation wants to do mobile banking now. Yes, my dad, who still carries an emergency check with him and cash, now has figured out how to do some banking over the phone. At the same time, when I talked to my daughter, she earned $5 for her allowance. I said, here's your $5. She's like, I don't want $5. Put it on my Greenlight card. How am I going to spend $5 on Amazon with cash? So technology is definitely the way it's going. It is a very minimum to make this work. I thought that was pretty good. She's like, what am I going to do? Feed it to the computer? I thought that was great. All right, let's go to the next slide, please. All right, and here we see the question we asked: when buying a house, how comfortable would you be conducting each type of interaction or communication with your real estate agent online? And basically what you saw was the vast majority of all new homeowners and shoppers feel comfortable doing pretty much everything online with their real estate agent. I mean, the story here is just over and over and over. All right, let's keep going here. And so the next slide, please, if you would. What we found here was this is really cool. Almost half of millennials who are new homeowners and shoppers are likely to buy a home without any in-person visits. Now, I live in Austin, Texas, which is an extremely hot real estate market. It's crazy hot. And I can tell you, if you want to book a time to go visit the house, you already lost it. But what we're seeing is across the country, people are saying they're willing to buy a house without actually physically going to see there, except for one group. Can anybody guess what group that is? They absolutely want to go visit, walk around, and check it out. Baby boomers. They do not, they want to show up, check it out. The whole deal. They are not going with this online only thing. Now, remember though, if you look at the youngest generation, I mean, we're doing everything online. School, dating. I've seen a lot of weddings recently online. I mean, it's all going online. So of course you're going to go look for and buy a house. All right. And Ian wrote, same in the UK. Yeah, absolutely. And Fee wrote, berserk. Yes, it is absolutely wild out there right now. All right, let's go to the next slide, please. And then we'll do a few more wrap up fun things. All right. So here we asked, in this fun one here, we asked, when buying a home, how comfortable would you feel meeting with your real estate agent in each non-traditional setting? So we gave a bunch of non-traditional office settings, outdoors, where you currently live. Basically, people said, we'll meet with you pretty much everywhere you are, except for a drink at the bar. The only group willing to go meet for a drink at the bar, millennials. The boomers said, we are definitely not meeting you for a drink at the bar. Millennials were like, absolutely. Do I get a free drink? How does this work? I love this. I mean, that's what good research is. We have no idea what's actually going to come out of it. And then you get things like that. All right, let's just go to the next one. It's too funny. We'll get back to the more serious stuff. So when we start to pull all this together, what do we find? We find that older millennials, majority of older millennials, report seeing a time in the future where they will consider purchasing a new home entirely online and never have to meet with the real estate agent more than any other generation. They still want to work with them. They just don't have to meet in person. We also see older millennials say visiting a home is now less attractive with all the social distancing and masking. And in fact, more than any other generation, they don't like to do that. And then we see a majority of new homeowners and shoppers say the concept of a virtual home tour is more attractive to them now than before the pandemic. Yeah, definitely. And a majority of older millennials say real estate agents should be required to make all their services virtual. They don't have to meet in person more than any other generation. I just want to pause right there. Why is this important? Because what we see is that millennials are the future of home buying, at least for the next 10, 15 years. So if you want to make sure and really ride the wave of growth, the demographic trends, the generational growth, this is really the key here, right? You got to make sure that we get millennials right. What do we find? If you get millennials, you still keep everybody else. But if you miss millennials, it's going to get harder and harder and harder. We definitely want to make sure and stay there. All right. And now let's go all the way down to the fun facts on slide 29, slide 29, slide 29, slide 29. Thank you. So here's some fun stuff because you know me, I like to ask fun questions. All right. Ready? Here we go. Drum roll. What would new homeowners and shoppers give up to be able to buy a new or better house? Ready? 81% would give up going out to get gourmet coffee for a year. Now, I say that as I have gourmet coffee next to me immediately to my left. 80% would cut back on eating out or getting takeout for a year. 80% would cut back on gym memberships for a year. Wow. 78% would give up alcohol for a year. 77% would give up shopping for comfort buys for a year. And 71% would give up streaming services. So basically they're saying, look, I'll give up coffee, takeout, and a gym membership. I love this. I absolutely love it. All right. And by the way, that 71% was streaming services. I can tell you if I gave up those streaming services, my daughter would be very unhappy with me. And I'm not going there right now. All right. So now if we can, Sarah, let's go to that last key research summary slide. And I want to chat with a few of these. All right. So here's some key takeaways. This is you and me talking strategy for a second, what to think about, what to know, what to take with you. What do we find? 73% of new homeowners and shoppers say owning a home is more important to them now because of the pandemic. Huge, huge insight. We found a good credit score and finding the style or house you want are the most important factors when it comes to buying a home. And then when it comes to buying and owning a home, what are people worried about? Property taxes, overpaying, that's where you come in, make sure that doesn't happen, and home maintenance costs. The majority of new homeowners and shoppers feel comfortable conducting all types of interactions with their real estate agent online. So anybody who says differently, it's just not grounded in data. This is, I mean, our margin of error is plus or minus 2.1. It's just incredible, 19 out of 20 times. Vast majority of homeowners basically want their agents to be tech savvy. And if you're here right now in this virtual world with me, check. And then new homeowners and shoppers are willing to give up many types of comfort spending to buy a new or better house. Absolutely. All right, and here's the last slide. And what I want to do is share with you one quick story. So please be on the lookout for more resources coming from EXP. You're going to get a whole bunch of those. Feel free to shoot me an email, jrd@jasondorsey.com, and I'll send you our 3 free State of Gen Z reports. Make sure you reach on social media. I already posted on there earlier today, well, right before I started. So please make sure that you go out there, you tag me, connect with me. Let's stay in touch. This is incredibly important. 2 things that I just want to share. First, you know, being a part of EXP has been really exciting for our family. You may know this, but I actually designed my avatar, put it together with my daughter, who kept rolling her eyes at my style choices. And it was incredibly fun to get to do something with her that she got so excited about. And then what many of you may not know is that the real estate business and industry is incredibly important to us. You know, the agents that we've been very fortunate to work with have had a huge impact on our lives. They've been in our wedding. They were there when our daughter was born. What y'all do is so incredibly important. And I just want to say thank you on behalf of me and my daughter, Raya, and my wife, Denise, that's our photo in our house. Thank y'all so very, very much for what you do every single day. You don't get told thank you enough. And I want to say thank you from us. So thank you so very much. I appreciate it. And I'm going to drink some coffee, and I think we're going to take some questions. Yay!
You betcha.
Well, thanks to all of you writing in chat. Whoop, 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 whoop. And big shout out to Courtney and Anita and Glenn and the team. Whoop, whoop. And Jason.
Jason, thank you. That was absolute gold. You know, I'm sitting there the entire time, and I'm thinking about the last 12 years at this company. And we read this book called The Ultimate Question 2.0 that has to do a lot with NPS. But really, I'm sitting here and I'm listening to you, and there has been this undercurrent of a question that has sort of hovered around this industry and this company and me, I guess, for the last 12 years, which is how important is the agent going to be going forward? And you've answered it. I mean, it's just incredible. Now, I know you mentioned we're going to have a lot more information. We're going to have the study itself. There'll be some continuing work on this as time goes by. So really, really exciting to get a glimpse into this. And I know there's a ton of questions I could ask, but I'm told we got to catch up a little bit on time. So I do want to ask you, what was the most surprising thing that you uncovered during your research in this study? Is there anything that jumped out at you and you said, oh my goodness, I never would have expected that?
Yeah, I think the most surprising thing was how owning a house is dramatically more important now than it was pre-pandemic. You know, that we just finished a study. I mean, as you may know, Jason, we just came out of the field a week ago. So this is very of the moment. And for people to sort of be on, hopefully, the tail end of this pandemic, saying that home ownership is now dramatically more important to them, I believe that is not just a trend, but I think that's really a change in belief and values. And I think that's going to have a profound impact long term in terms of home ownership, and particularly to see that with the younger generation. So that to me was something I wasn't expecting, and it just jumped out. And we don't see stats that large normally, and so it was incredibly exciting to see that, because I think frankly that's sort of good for the world, not just EXP, and that got me very fired up. So thanks for asking that question. You got me on the spot there.
Yeah, fantastic. You know, so backed by popular demand, I have a feeling we're going to be seeing you again and again in here, which is just absolutely terrific. And tell your daughter, by the way, she did a great job on the avatar. But thank you so much for being part of this. We look forward to having you back here again. Thank you.
All right, thanks everybody. Appreciate y'all. Let's stay in touch, and thanks for the wonderful comments on there. I love y'all too, and this has been just amazing. And y'all know I'm a huge fan of who you are and what you're about. So thank y'all so much. Catch everybody later.
Thank you. All right, great. We are going to try and catch up on some time here. I have the good fortune of sort of teeing some things up for some really special people that you're about to meet. But if we think about the last year, we go back to maybe last March or last April, everybody in this room and everybody in the company really, there was just uncertainty everywhere, right? Will transactions continue to close? Are showings going to be able to continue to occur? And as a company, we had to make some difficult decisions ourselves, not knowing what was going to happen. But thanks to our agents, thanks to our staff, and thanks to some of the folks you're going to hear from this morning, we paused just long enough to recognize that if there was a company out there that was well positioned to not only survive but thrive in a pandemic, it was EXP. And on campus, you began to hear several times daily. You'd see it on social media, you'd see it in videos. People started to use the phrase, "We were built for this." And we started to see it. When you heard the phrase and then you started to see some of the things that we were doing, it all made sense. So what kind of things, right? For starters, we had this ability with our campus to design and hold classes both for EXP agents and for folks who were not with the company yet, maybe never even heard of the company. And those classes were specifically geared towards building and operating a business in a COVID world. In addition, we really, became a destination for agents who just wanted a place to escape. They needed to get out of isolation. They needed to rediscover what the value of a collaborative and engaging work environment looks like, right? There's always been value in that office experience. Get a referral from somebody, support someone. They don't get the listing, pick them up if they're having a bad day. And we really were able to restore that value of the office experience, but without any sort of boundaries. And I think we really were a great destination for people who just needed to escape isolation. And we've had people all over the world now in the last 12 months who are sharing with, learning from, building deep, meaningful relationships with each other without ever having to leave their homes. And I see my friend Margot Wickersham in the front row here too. One of the other ways in which we were built for this and ways in which we could see it manifest itself was through healthcare. Real estate agents predominantly are independent contractors, and as such, it can be a challenge to find health insurance, true, traditional, affordable health insurance for agents. And during the last 12 months, there's been all of this unemployment, and people who were spouses or partners of agents who were providing healthcare, had health insurance through their W-2, suddenly found themselves without, and we were able to meet that need, and we continue to make that need. So to any agent in here today who's wondering how they're going to afford medical bills, who's wondering how they're going to get health insurance, do go to expagenthealthcare.com and schedule yourself a consultation. It'll be well worth your while. We've also seen it, we were built for this with respect to global expansion. We were built with this with respect to commercial. So here we are 12 months later, and we're the fastest growing real estate brokerage in North America. Our growth rate, in the U.S., it's reached unprecedented levels in 2020, and it continues into this year. We're retaining more people. We've got a phenomenal growth team. And across the globe now, we've got folks, our Canadian group is now in excess of 2,500 agents. And I believe we are among the fastest, if not the fastest growing brokerage in both India and Mexico. And our thoughts and prayers go out to everybody in India as they continue to deal with COVID in a very frightening and devastating way. Let's advance the slide, please. Courtney mentioned this when she was up here earlier, alluded to it, but over the last 12 years, we've really built our company around, and now have begun to socialize a bit this concept of the 3 C's, the first of which is cloud-based, right? And no surprise to anybody who's in the auditorium, but our unique value proposition enables agents to work from anywhere, anytime, freeing them from geographical constraints and really empowering them to collaborate with and learn from other top producers globally. At the same time, we're able to support our agents in a way that is meaningful, it's interpersonal, it's engaging. Our staff know our agents, they know their business, and they're able to support them in all areas of their business, but without us having to go and recreate each role, each functional role in each one of our markets. That'd be a lot of headcount, a lot of staff. We don't have to do that. We also don't have to secure physical locations in each of our markets. In turn, we've been able to upend the compensation landscape within the industry. So the second C, compensation. Our compensation model and our commission structure not only differentiates us from other brokerages, but it empowers our agents with multiple ways to earn income and plan for the future, even when the future is uncertain, as it has been, right? Agent ownership certainly plays a big part of that. The idea that our agents are going to earn shares for doing things that they're already doing, for doing things that they're proud to do anyway. That plays a big part of it, culturally, financially, for sure. incentivizing our agents to go out and help grow the company by attracting other good professionals and earning through our revenue share model as a result of that. That's certainly a part of it as well. But in addition to those things, community is a huge part of our success, and our community is unparalleled. Throughout the past year, 18 months, EXP World, our agents have been collaborating with each other to become the best they can be. A brokerage, at the end of the day, it's more than just a place to affiliate. It's more than just a place to hang your license. It can be a family. It can be a place to call home. And we've succeeded because we've been able to build a really, really strong community without the cost that are typically associated with building community. Just in the last year, we've had organized and enjoyed global soccer tournaments. I think congratulations to the team from Alberta. We've had talent shows, Ben Moore out of the UK. We've had solidarity walks with One EXP, and we've supported our fellow agents in need through our Extend a Hand program. Today, our world, EXP World, is filled with many languages and agents and staff from different time zones and religious backgrounds and ethnicities. And these differences among us are embraced, and we recognize the strength and the energy that comes from harnessing rich diversity like that, both personal, professional, and you bring it all together in one campus, and everybody's driven to build the very best company they can because they're all owners of it, and it's a really powerful force. If we could switch the slide, please. Mike Vane alluded to this when he was speaking, but for those who've been around for any period of time, you know that we make a lot of decisions based on Net Promoter Survey data, right? To our agents, we ask them regularly, quarterly, and we also ask at each stage of their life cycle, on a scale of 0 to 10, how likely are you to recommend EXP to someone else in the industry? And we listen and we read very, very carefully what our agents are saying, because we know that if we make the experience as good as it can possibly be, everything else will fall into place. We have agent NPS, but you can't have good agent NPS unless you have good employee NPS. And as a company, we're thrilled with our scores. They're both on the rise. Our agents, we're investing in our staff. We welcome and encourage their ideas. And I think really importantly, over the last couple of years, we built a culture where employees feel valued and they feel safe to come forward with new approaches or to point out something that we might be able to do a little bit different. And that's been tremendous. In global, you'll hear from Michael shortly, but just over a year ago when COVID first arrived, and I don't know if Guillermo Grossman is in the audience or not, but if he is, he certainly recalls, we nearly put the brakes on Portugal. We were looking to launch Portugal, and the pandemic arrived, and sort of instinctively we said, look, we're just going to put everything on pause. And then along comes Michael Valdez, and thankfully he was persistent. He pointed out, again, I guess, if ever there was a company that could expand globally in the midst of a pandemic, and during a time when you couldn't get on a plane, it was EXP. And indeed, 1 year later, here we are, we've launched 12 additional countries, I guess 13 now after this morning's announcement. In addition to the US, Canada, the UK, and Australia, there's many more on the way. Commercial, if we look at commercial, I can tell you personally, and I think I can speak for others in the company, we've always believed that our approach to the residential business would translate well into commercial real estate, because in part, commission splits are even more lopsided in favor of the brokerage rather than the agent. Training isn't as accessible or as abundant, and innovation really has just lagged, right? It's completely lagged the residential space. In fact, back in 2010, I remember joining Glenn here at EXP, and he would talk often about the residential industry, and he'd talk about this perfect storm of fixed and rising overhead costs. You had a down market, you had a consumer with social media, other tools. They had more information at their disposal than they ever had before. And it's funny, sometimes we'll hear people say still, I wish I could have been there back at the beginning when Glenn first had the vision, right? When the perfect storm existed and I could have got in and seen that we had the answer to the storm. Well, here we are. It's almost like a deja vu moment when we talk about commercial, right? Back then we had foreclosures. We had brokerage owners who were leaving the business entirely after years, if not decades, because the business they loved wasn't loving them back. And if you look now, there are some parallels, right, in commercial. With COVID, people are moving away from large cities. They're moving out of the office towers within them. Retail is suffering. Commercial brokers need to figure out how do I add value to my consumer without being face-to-face. Hotels have suffered. And such a large portion of the workforce has had this realization that remote work can work, and it can work on a go-forward basis long after the pandemic has subsided. And so commercial has to become more digital. Certain classes of property may need to be repurposed completely as a result of the new normal, right? You're going to have to completely reimagine, in some cases, some categories, the highest and best use for certain properties. And for those firms that are specializing in some of the struggling sectors, it's the same dynamic of fixed and rising overhead costs, right, with diminished revenue, and it's at play again. And just like in residential, EXP is a logical, if not inescapable, solution for brokerage owners looking to remain in the business and for commercial agents looking to remain ahead of the industry's evolution. We've got commercial agents joining quickly. They're signing up by the thousands for the trainings that we're doing in here. And Jim and Stephanie will talk about that later. We've got people that are coming from the most reputable firms in the commercial space in the country, including some who were architects of the same firms. And it's just been incredible to see. And we've got people that really want to be part of the future of commercial real estate and part of its reinvention. Last week, and I know I'm not supposed to do this, but we just brought on a guy out of New York, Jason Ciano, who's got a company called Sabre Advisors. They're representing Starbucks. They're representing Chipotle. They're representing the Kardashians. And Jason has got this, he's launched this commercial real estate digital army, specifically geared to help agents develop their brands and utilize digital marketing to grow their business, right? These are the types of people who are coming over. And so, in addition, in the last year, I should say it's been one of the best years ever for the AAC. We had a really actively engaged and passionate agent advisory council. We thank them for their service, and we have a new board that's just arrived, and we're thrilled with how that's going. We've launched an REO or foreclosure division. We will be prepared when the market turns. And we've also launched a relocation division. Oh, and by the way, as you heard Jeff Whiteside say in a bit, we also enjoyed our most profitable year in company history. Marketing has been tremendous. You saw Courtney, you saw the increase in engagement. It's just been a tremendous year for our marketing team. They've done an incredible job. But more than any other time, I guess, in our company's history, over the past year, we've really had to move forward, and our staff has had to lead, and our agents have had to persevere, and they've had to drive their business forward during a time of challenge, whether because of the pandemic or political debate or current events or what have you. The past 12 months really have given all of us, our agents and brokers, our staff, I hope our investors, and I hope the consumers we serve, the opportunity to really see this company's values in action. And the opportunity really to look inside of the company's soul. And so today, 12 years later, nearly, it's the remarkable story continues, and the number of lives being changed grows daily. We've got agents who are debt-free. We've got agents who can now send their kids to college. Agents who can buy homes for their parents with cash. Thank you, AJ Maida, for 3 weeks ago, just like unbelievable. Agents who are helping their parents finally retire. We've got agents who've always wanted to grow a team, or they've always wanted to hit certain production goals. We couldn't prior to getting here. Courtney mentioned that 3 weeks ago, a number of us were in Mexico for Brent's event, and it was just incredible. And we celebrated the Mexico launch. And I will share a story that I shared then, which was that in the ride from the airport, Michael and I took a ride, and we shared a ride with one of our agents, one of my favorite people in the world. And she shared a story about her children, I believe, and I hope I don't get this wrong. I think she's got 5 children, all of whom, because of EXP, she was able to put in private schools over the last year, including her 11-year-old son, who was diagnosed previously with dyslexia. And if you know anything about dyslexia or disability, it's really something that can impact your self-esteem and your sense of self-worth, especially when you're that young. And because of EXP, our agent was able to send her son to a school that specializes in educating children with dyslexia. And, not an inexpensive proposition for sure, tens of thousands of dollars, I would imagine, and something that's completely out of reach for so many families who are in a similar situation. And just a couple of weeks prior to the cab ride, she shared that one day her son came home from school, dropped his backpack on the ground loudly, and declared, "Mom, I think I'm the smartest person in the family." And these are the stories that we hear regularly now, and they're the stories that most excite us. They most excite our agents, most excite our staff. They excite me. I can tell you today that our community has never been stronger. And I'm excited now to introduce you to 2 of the people who make it so strong, absolute bedrocks of this company, and great, great friends. You all know them and love them. President of Brokerage Operations, Stacy Anand, and President of U.S. Growth, Dave Canor. Dave, Stacy.
Hey there, Mr. Jason. Thank you. That was very nice.
Hello.
Good morning and good afternoon.
Good morning, Dave. How are you?
Stacy? I'm doing fantastic. How are you?
I'm well, except for I realized a few minutes ago we can't do our selfie from stage. Like, come on. I'm waiting for the EXP con for that one.
I'm looking forward to that. We are going to have so much fun, but it's so awesome that we can all still get together. Having use of this technology to bring everyone together is absolutely amazing.
And the amount of people that get to see it that may not have been able to travel, there's a lot of really great benefits.
Exactly.
Excited to be here. We've got good stuff coming up.
We do. I think you have some pretty exciting news to share with everybody.
I do.
Peeping your slides.
Yeah, absolutely. I know, right? Let's go to that next slide if we can. And, this is just astounding to me. So we brought on an amazing lady named Dawn Conciatori, and she's built a very small team and accomplished just some incredible things in a really short amount of time. And so in January of this year, we really kicked off launching. We knew we wanted to launch both REO and Relo. And, again, kind of pick your priorities. So we dove off the Relo bench first. And, since she launched that in January of this year, in April of this year, our total pending and active listings is over $45 million. She's absolutely just helping the agents. And what I love so much are the messages we're getting from the agents that have gone through the program, that are working on it with her. So it has been just incredible. And so now that she's got that base foundation done, if we can go to that next slide, we're going to get to see some of the other stuff that she's working on. And one of the things that I have been just amazed at is the number of you guys in this audience that are showing up for her certifications and showing up for those trainings. And being an agent that was around in 2008 when the market changed and we quickly had to shift to REO, having that ability to be very well versed on it, know what you're doing, going through it is just huge. And she has so fast, with the help of the whole education team, Curtis's group, brokerage ops group, all the state brokers, everybody's just been turning in info to her so that she can build out this amazing program. And, I think the first class she had well over 700 people in it. And that was just the first class. So, that has been incredibly amazing. And she's going to continue to work through the education, get more classes out there, get more instructors out there. So we're incredibly excited about what she's going to be able to do there. So I think if I remember right, so far we have over 1,800 agents that are already done the certification. That's just awesome. Right, Dave? That's a lot of our real estate agents. It's amazing. So I look forward to, by October, figuring out how many more will have taken it, and do plug into it. It is just a great supplement to your business. So very much excited about that. And then next, if we can flip that next slide, this is something that's always been near and dear to my heart. I am that firm believer that when I was out selling, I was the classic agent, Dave. I'd get 8 or 9 in escrow. And then the next thing you know, I'd be so busy working my deals, I wasn't working on my leads, right? And I'd get those
classic realtor cycle.
Absolutely. And it wasn't until I really started to get a transaction coordinator to work through that paperwork for me that I was able to take my mind off of that side of it. And I was able to keep going and keep selling. And so Amelie and Seth Sigler and Gracie, there's just been a ton of people that have been working on this transaction coordination program. And we are in Arizona. We're testing it there. We're launching out over another set of states. We're just going to keep working our way through the country. You've got different levels of the packages. We've got full service, dual-sided, upload. They really wanted to make sure that whatever stage in business you're at, that you have absolutely got that ability to have that service for you. And I cannot tell you enough what a difference it can make in your career to just take that off of you. Most real estate agents are amazing salespeople. They're incredible people motivators. They're connectors, but we're not always the best at our paperwork side. So definitely, I'm really excited for it. Seth has put together, the tech team for him has been phenomenal. The program is great. We're really excited to get this going. So that is one of our next big things that's kind of in progress, but still getting built out. So we're on the huge things. And then that next slide this is something that I got to watch the video for it last week, and the entire group in transitions, the tech team, and again, going back to those state teams, they've supplied so much information. We're really working to make that onboarding experience and that agent support just more interactive, more at your fingertips. So for everybody in the room, if you haven't done it, I do want you guys to go to the onboarding and agent support and then go to the hub. And it's going to be right there in your go-to menu when you're in EXP World. It is a great place. There's 3 different aisles. They have them color-coded for you. Everything is geared. There's a section for their education. If we can go to that next slide, it'll talk a little bit about what we've got in there. And it's got, the onboarding has a ton of self-help resources. And one of the ones that I love the most is it's got state joining guides. So, you know, Dave, like we talk about a lot, I know you and I have said it many times, that if, you know, you're attracting in Philly and you want to hire somebody in Arizona and bring them onto your team, bring them into the company, you know, you want to know, well, what are the differences in Arizona and what do I need to know to get that agent to join? They've really worked hard to make sure basically everything you need to know to bring an agent on in every state. And that way too, we're setting the right expectations, because that's half of that first experience is, was the expectation right? Or did I happen to tell them something that's Arizona only? So we're really excited to launch that. They've got the education section in there. It's got the featured university offerings. So it is an incredible place. They have done a ton of work. Barbara Jean, if you guys don't know this, she takes the stuff that we just, you know, we come up to her and say, hey, this is what we're thinking. And these are the kind of things that she knocks out for us. So head into that room, check it out. I promise you there's going to be something that each one of you can use in there. It is incredible. So Dave, that's kind of, you know, just, and literally, Dave, as you know, that is the tip of the iceberg for what these amazing operations teams have been knocking out this year. Right?
So huge. All of these things that you know that are presented right here, the amount of collaboration and work that goes along in the background for these teams, really amazing. It looks, I mean, this is so needed, and it's such an awesome piece. But you guys have been hard at work, so appreciate it. I know I can see the enthusiasm in the chat box here, so really good stuff.
Yes, thank you. And you've got some exciting stuff going on in the growth end that keeps us so busy.
It's our job to give you job security,
right?
The whole entire team. Yes, man. It has. So there are 2 sayings that, you know, you and I, we hear and we use all the time around here. We say, number 1, that talent attracts talent, and we also say that agents vote with their feet. And the numbers, I mean, the already attention-grabbing massive growth from 2020 has absolutely rocketed into 2021. If you look here on the slide, you can see that we have nearly doubled, right? It's just about double. 55, 56 agents joined EXP in the first quarter of 2021. This year, in the first quarter, we saw over 11,000 agents join EXP. It's absolutely unbelievable. And what this does, as exciting and amazing as it is, and we don't want to slow it down, right? The goal is not to say, all right, hey, you know, that puts a little pressure on the system. So, you know, let's throttle back a little bit. Now we want to make hay while the sun shines. We want to stomp on the gas pedal right now and keep going. And so that means, and exactly what, you know, Stacy, what you're presenting here is building scalability to our model so that we can continue to take advantage of the desire for agents to be here with us at EXP. So on the growth side, we've also realigned and expanded our growth team to help EXP and our agents take advantage of the increase in opportunity. If you can hit the next slide. Really cool. Yeah, this has been fun. And I got to tell you, our team is really excited about this. So we have an entirely new department, the growth development team, which is designed to accelerate growth through better communication, tools, recognition, as well as serve large organizations moving to EXP with existing networks in real estate. You may have heard of some people like Greg Cardone and Elena Cardone and Tarek El Moussa and Fortune Builders and so many other groups that are bringing their networks over here to EXP. And so now we're able to serve them at a high level. So Jordan Hill and Megan Becerra have been building that and launching those initiatives in 2021, which has been exciting. And Scott Sagarian and Randy Wooters are driving our new growth strategy team. They're focused on removing obstacles to growth and innovating for constant new growth. And so they are looking into all of the areas of our business and keeping us the best possible place for agents to be and a place that agents never want to leave. Next slide, please. Okay, and these two teams, so much fun. We have our growth performance team and our growth closing team, and they work really, really closely together. The growth performance team, they're a critical part of the growth process for large teams and brokerage. They're helping us get to yes with these top agents and driving us through that process, making it a setup for a smooth transition as they move over to our transitions team. So Corey Dahl, Katie Erbeck, Lisa Olson, DM Tryon, Cynthia LaChance, they bring in just incredible experience and skill for this team. And then on the closing team, we've got Amy Weaver, Kunal Seth, Sean Murphy, Ashley Galladay, and Annie Pellegrini, all of them new in their roles. And Kunal is the only one who is not new to EXP. He's been here with the Mega Icon team, and they are driving those connections. They are the place for our agents to go when they have a top brokerage or top team who needs some help, whether it's in the negotiations phase or in the closing phase. And they are doing just an absolute outstanding job of that. I'm so excited with what they're doing already. So that's the team, and take a look at what has been happening. Okay, we talk about being agent success obsessed, and we love the growth, but one thing that I can promise you is that we will never be focused on a body count. As exciting as those numbers are, you know, our agent count is up 77% Q1 over this year over last year. 77%, that's incredible growth. But what is way more important is the fact that our units are up 95%. Our volume is up 123%. And what those numbers mean, they mean that we are bringing in producing agents that are out there doing business in their marketplace and bringing that success over and sharing their best practices when we get here. New agents that are joining us are getting into production. And so that is absolutely thrilling for us because we are focused on helping agents succeed. And I want to share a couple of real quick examples. We talk about changing lives here at EXP, and I love what Jason had said earlier about people coming here and us creating that community and improving their lives. I've got three individuals, and I've just said, hey, I love hearing about agents who, when they come to EXP, it creates a dramatic impact on their life. And Jeremy Larson shared a story with me that I was so compelled to share with you all. He came here in 2018, and he was doing, he came here in the beginning of 2019. At the end of 18, he had closed $9 million, which is great. $9 million production. If you're a $9 million producing agent, that's a strong business. He moved his business over here and hopes to be able to do more. And he is on track. Get this, Stacey. He's on track to close over $200 million. $200 million this year.
That is so awesome.
$200 million. So he has basically doubled or tripled his business every year since he got here. It's just been this exponential growth. And I asked him, why he thought that was. When he spent a couple of years growing his business to $9 million, how do you make that kind of jump to $200 million? It's just a crazy number. And he talked about his access to other top producers at EXP, the fact that we're so well connected on a national and international scale, and agents are so willing to share their best practices. He's been able to really find out. He's been, making other people sealing his floor and applying their best practices to his business. Incredible. Amy Gregory is another one. I love her story. She is an awesome mom of 4, and she's committed to her family. She's committed to that balance, but still wants to be able to provide. And she's aggressive and wants to go great business. And she has used the EXP platform to work only 20 hours a week, making a significant 6-figure income in her sales. She has built an incredible business. She utilizes our technology. She utilizes our platform, and she has shared with me that being able to build a community here at EXP and being able to use our platform to extend that community out into her marketplace is what's enabled her to be able to do that. So she's been able to keep that balance and build a highly successful sales business. And she's also taking advantage of the revenue share as well as an additional income stream. And finally, I also wanted to share Sean Corbett out of Texas. He had a brokerage. He had a successful independent brokerage, and he moved his brokerage over to EXP. And since doing that, he doubled his production in the first year that he was here. And then in the second year, he quadrupled it. Unbelievable. So, and he said, even with all that extra business, he still has more time because EXP is now handling all the brokerage responsibility. We're doing all of those things that took up a lot of his time, and he's able to convert that time into growing and driving his business, pouring into the people on his team and pouring into others around him, build a huge success and not have it rob him of his time, which is really, what it's all about. And, typically, Stacy, we know that what typically happens with this incredible rapid growth just out there in business in general, usually you see an increase in attrition, right? You have a decrease in service, you have a lack of scalability, a deteriorating sense of community. And what's really been amazing with all of this growth, with a purposeful focus on the agent experience, that our retention has increased. The services that we provide to our agents have increased and improved. And as Jason mentioned earlier, the sense of community in our EXP family is stronger than it's ever been before. Numbers don't lie.
That is incredible. And you're right, it is true. And I mean, when you think of it, it's everything from, the staff at the Welcome Center, clear down to the agent that just joined, and even they're willing to help the next person just joining. So I think it's really neat how everyone has figured out that at EXP, if they succeed, everyone does. And it is so important to help everyone. And it really has just been contagious.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And, agents are moving to EXP in staggering amounts, but our NPS, that agent net promoter score, continues to climb. We've seen that go just a quarter over quarter from 70 to 74. And that is a testament to both our awesome staff that is out there just doing their agent success obsessed, and to the community that's here with our agents helping each other out and looking for opportunities to serve each other. I've never seen anything like it, and it's such a pleasure to be able to be a part of this.
Absolutely. And Dave, it was wonderful as always to share the stage with you. And thank you to everyone for allowing Dave and I to come up and have a few minutes with us. Dave, what's up next?
Oh, let's see. Next we have, oh man.
I know, right?
I hope they're ready. I hope they're ready. Get ready. Michael Valdez, president of EXP Global, my big brother.
I love it. I love
Tons of energy.
Hey, Stacy, how are you? Thank you,
Welcome.
Dave. Oh my God, it was so great. Everything you had to share. How am I going to sort of follow you guys? I'll try.
I don't know. I hope people don't fall asleep during your presentation. You're usually so reserved and quiet.
I know. What can I do? Good morning.
Well, take it away, buddy.
Good afternoon and good evening to everyone around the globe. This is such a pleasure for me to be here with all of you. Last year was my first shareholder summit, and it was my day 8 at EXP. And so Jason sort of said, you don't have to sort of do a full presentation. You can just go and introduce yourself. I'm like, no, I'll do it. So we had a 20-minute presentation last year. If you guys were in the audience and remember that, just put it in the chat. And I really just talked to you about what that vision was for EXP Global. And Jason was right. It was the idea that I kept pushing, because once I understood what EXP was, what this model was, I knew that it was unstoppable around the globe. And we've proven that. We've proven that today with country number 15 being added, with Spain. It's been an extraordinary journey that's happened because of all of you. It happened because all of you were the best ambassadors for this brand across the globe. And it's been extraordinary. We put together a little video that I want to share with all of you now that will start off my presentation. I knew that it was unstoppable around the globe. And we've proven that. We've proven that today with country number 15 being added, with Spain. It's been an extraordinary journey that's happened because of all of you. It happened because all of you were the best ambassadors for this brand across the globe. And it's been extraordinary. We put together a little video that I want to share with all of you now that will start off my presentation. We started with a dream, a vision to change the lives and businesses of real estate agents. We have become a movement,
something bigger than ourselves. We are growing exponentially around the globe. So who are we?
We are the evolution of real estate.
We are working together to change real estate and agents' lives across the globe forever.
We are changing the game of real estate.
We are a thriving family of agents.
We are revolutionizing real estate across the world.
We are the future of global real estate.
We are a truly global network.
We are checking up the code of real estate.
We are the transformation of global real estate.
We are scalable everywhere.
We are the answer to all realtors' needs.
We are changing lives.
We are questioning the status quo.
We are making big changes.
We are growing exponentially. We are connecting the world like never before. We are a movement, and we are taking the world by storm. We are EXP Global.
Frame VR, everyone there, and Chelsea, Copenhagen, and everyone from the marketing team that really put that together. Extraordinary. And, you know, we start talking about this, and I said this a little bit in Cabo a couple of weeks ago, and it was the idea that when you start looking at what we've done that has never been done as a real estate company, the idea that we're in 15 countries now across the globe, we'll be in 16 next month. It's the idea that this has never been done. We are a movement. We are changing people's lives across the globe. Our conversation is being so elevated. Things that are being said. There was a statement that was said by Ismael Gonzalez, our broker in Mexico, that said, my country needed this. Think about how impactful those words are. His country needed EXP because it changed the lives of individuals. When people understood that it wasn't just about changing their lives or their families' lives, but it's about community. And then when you get to the level of country, it's extraordinary. As my little brother was saying earlier, and also in Mexico, this is larger than us. This is larger than any one of us. This has become larger than us. We have the keys to a gift that change people's lives. It is our responsibility. It would be inhumane of us not to share this. It's what we need to do. And then one of the greatest comments that I heard was when we were working with a team in India. And this was a gentleman that had a 200-member team. And he was bringing this team on board. And he said to me, Michael, do you know why I want to join EXP? And I said, why, Dinesh? And he says, because your model was made for humanity. Pausing for effect there. Imagine what that means. We're talking about a real estate company. This was the idea that we're changing lives. And I know that we say it ad nauseum, but it's because it's true. It is extraordinary that what we are doing affects so many people. And really trying to create on that sense of community, we have, from a global perspective, tried to also really have that in our heart as we start looking at this expansion and continuing this expansion. In South Africa, we actually have a social responsibility fund where we have a portion of our fees that we collect go to a charity that the agents in EXP South Africa will select on their own. A couple of weeks ago, as we said, we were in Mexico and we did our official launch of EXP Mexico. And while we were there, Glenn has announced with our association with News Story, which is a wonderful charitable organization, we have committed to building 100 homes in Mexico by the end of the year as EXP. Extraordinary what we're doing there. With One EXP, we have worked with One EXP and the leadership at One EXP with Fee and Juan Alvarez, and really have been focused on their growth. We're now taking One EXP global. We're working with all of our leaders around the world to work on the diversity efforts there. And then finally, Jason did mention the COVID cases that are happening in India. We have committed to paying for all vaccinations for any and all EXP India agents. So we're trying to do a small part as we continue to grow in all of our countries around the globe. And so just some quick stats of what we've done in the last 12 months. Our global agent count has grown 255%, and our country growth has grown 367% with our 15th country that we had today. And now I know that so many of you have been asking, what are the Q3 countries? What are the Q3 countries? For those of you that did not see the press release that went out earlier today, our Q3 countries will be EXP Germany, EXP Panama, and EXP Japan. It will be an amazing looking map. Look at our new map now. Look at how beautiful this map looks. We're going to have to figure out a different way to sort of do this now, because we've got a lot of flags on here. This is an extraordinary effort that is happening because of all of you. This is so incredible just to be a small part of this, but it really does take three key factors when we look at this. It takes an incredible team. It takes our structure that we're building around, and it takes our tools. And really following on that theme, I want to invite Megan Kelly, our Senior Director of Global Operations, someone that I've known for 15 years, someone who is like my little sister, and someone who's, without her vision, this growth could not happen. Megan?
Thank you, Michael, so much. It's always amazing to me that daily we can look back and see the growth that we've already had. So how do we support this growth? As Michael mentioned, we need the staff both in countries and at EXP Global, the right structure in place to support the emerging markets, and then also the localized tools that the agents can use. So the global staff has grown 220% since last May. So you can see we're staying consistent with the agent growth numbers that Michael showed, where we had 255% agent growth. So this will help us maintain an agent-centric brokerage by keeping up with those numbers. We are continuously reviewing the staffing needs to ensure that we can support our agents in the countries we have opened and the ones coming into our borderless brokerage. Our competitive model, revenue share and offerings mean nothing if we aren't able to service the agents and then help them feel supported. So the structure of the core global team also needs to reflect where we are growing. So in the Europe, Middle East, Africa, and India region, we've seen tremendous growth, and we want to ensure the brokers and agents have the right teams in place to continue that momentum. So we were very happy and excited to announce today Ilaria Profumi as the Regional Director of EMEA. She's joined us to lead the region, and we're so excited to welcome her and look forward to her contributions to EXP Global. As we grow, we'll also need to look at the structure for Asia Pacific and the Caribbean and Latin America as well. You can see here we're growing into these regions too, and this morning we announced a few more that Michael just mentioned, and I didn't have a chance to get them on here just yet. So we'll be growing in these regions as well, and we'll keep an eye on those and see what kind of support we need. And here is the EXP Global team supporting countries and their staff. In operations, we've recently added Catherine, our Global Training Strategy Manager, and Jasper Tallett as our Global Growth Manager. This is in addition to the continued work of the team with Juliet for agent staff onboarding. Olivia works with me on operations. Gretchen, who's jumped in as the Global Support Coordinator, and Danielle Silver, who keeps us all on point. For marketing, Chelsea, as our Director of Global Marketing, works with all these countries on their marketing needs and building brand awareness. She recently added to her team too. She is a coordinator coming on board and a web marketing manager, so we're really excited about that. Our Global Finance Director, Allison Clark, oversees the forecasting, modeling, and day-to-day financials overall, working closely with Andrew Jones on her team as well. So we can't imagine mentioning global without bringing up Celia Cravens. She's our senior product manager and our liaison with EXP Tech. Somehow she keeps us growing with all the tools and systems speaking to each other. This is just the core team. There are teams and people in product, marketing, support, tech, accounting, legal, compliance, and more that we work with that are so supportive of our group that we couldn't do it without them. So this whole structure makes it possible to provide the tools and systems in a specific localized instance for each country you're in. This means that every country we go into has a version of each of our tools to match their language, market, and norms within the area. I have 7 languages on the slide here, but in reality, we are currently offering 7 languages with 12 dialects. We've created a home for each country in EXP World under Global Operations that is localized with information for their agents. We launched a version of a CRM in each country. Excuse me, I lost my breath there for a second. Working closely with the brokers on formatting translations, vernacular, and local laws. EXP recently launched the Global Revenue Share Program, and our team worked closely with them to make sure that our in-country agents could see that information in their native language and currency. We have a local agent center website that gives agents a place to go and find information they need on EXP. I'm sorry, I lost my breath for a minute. Our training is translated as well and being recorded and hosted live by our teams within the countries, in addition to the other local trainers that our countries bring in to ensure that the market's expertise is being shown. So every country is like opening a brand new brokerage, as we are very particular that our business operates on a local level. Now I'd like to introduce Chelsea, our Global Marketing Director. Chelsea, you there?
Chelsea might have some audio issues, so why don't we take this, Megan?
All right, let me bring up the...
So Chelsea was going to start by sharing some of the numbers that we've done. I mean, look at this. It's been amazing with our social media. Our audience has grown over 300%. Impressions over 1,700%. Look at that engagement. 650% engagement with what we've been doing. It's just extraordinary. What about the pre-launches, Megan?
The pre-launch webinars have been crazy. We've grown each time. You can see in Colombia, we had 2,500 people register. And that was an unheard of amount of people. We have started tracking all of the conversions as well, so we can start seeing how many of those people that register for the pre-launch webinars register and come on board with EXP.
Now look at this global PR stuff that we've done all over the globe. In 5 languages across 10 countries, almost 600 articles published. It's insane what we've done here. Remember how it all started though? Remember the little logo? Remember that little logo, which I loved so much? It had a little globe. It was cool. But look what we've come to. Look at the transformation of it. Tell me a little bit about what we've been doing. Isn't it clean? Tell me about some of the marketing materials we've been doing per country. Let's run through that real quick.
Yes. So like I mentioned, we had to localize everything for each country because we want to make sure we're competitive with the competition in the countries. So you can see here with Mexico, we have our global brand business cards. Portugal, we went in with advertising and social media advertising with the new logos and even introducing our new agents and things like that we do standard in the US. The next slide.
So all of it in language per country. Yep. It's just sort of amazing. And then of course we have the repository of everything that we sort of do, that expglobal.partners, where everyone just think this is your one-stop shop. expglobal.partners. That's all you need to think about when you think about global. So it's everything that is there. expglobal.partners talks about everything that we've done. It's been a great revamp of everything that we do there. It's your one-stop shop. And, it is, I know that Chelsea spent so much time on this. It's a shame about her audio.
I think my mic might be working, Michael.
There
Can you guys hear me?
There you go.
I'm so sorry. Thank you guys for that.
But I think we're on our last slide anyway.
I know.
But listen, I'm glad you joined us because it is about that. It's about what we're doing on a global scale. And it truly is the idea that it is a movement. And we are so privileged to be a part of what we are doing across the globe. And so thankful to all of you to be able to have this be a collaborative effort and for you all to take us there as one family united. So Chelsea, thank you. Megan, thank you for all of your leadership and for helping us grow EXP Global across the globe. And
thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
And with that, I want to bring up our next guest, Jim Wong, somebody that I've known over 10 years, somebody who is a dear, dear friend, our president of EXP Commercial, and Stephanie Gilizon, who is our director of commercial brokerage. And this is a dynamic duo. So thank you all very much. Really excited to be a part of this journey. Hey, Jim.
Hello, Megan. Hello, EXP Global team. Fabulous, fantastic. Love these guys, and it's great because I was looking back a year from now. Facebook gives you updates on your calendar for what you were doing a year ago, and this is a time that Michael, when he was hired, introduced me to speak on a superstar panel with diversity with our multicultural groups. But at that time, I haven't joined EXP yet, but it's so funny that Michael and I go back. We were talking about where are you going, where am I going, and we found out we were going at one company, the EXP family. We were ecstatic. We were so excited to get started working with each other as we've talked so many times. So this is just super fantastic. So it is a privilege and honor to be here to spearhead and grow the EXP commercial platform. And as you heard before, I could not do it without my partner in crime. I think we can virtually feel and talk to each other all the time, right, Stephanie?
Absolutely.
As you kick me under the table in some meetings.
Well, Jim, it's only been 8 months for us working together alongside building this, where we are taking commercial real estate and literally turning it on its head. And I can't think of a better person to do that with you, because we are setting the new standards when it comes to commercial real estate, commercial training, commercial technology, and making sure that we are bringing everything that we're going to be unveiling this week at our commercial breakout tracks are going to just be a wow, wow, wow factor. Jim?
Yes, and a lot of times it was just, we always say we launched at EXP Con just 6 short months ago. And it was incredible when we first launched it and talked about EXP Commercial November 1st. I know they said, okay, we got to get everything propped up and ready to go with EXP Commercial. So when we launched it, we were like, okay, let's get it all started. Let's prop it up. We shared at EXP Con where we talked about, a little bit about what we were planning to do. Now we are at over 200 agents in 44 states, a lot of services, a lot of product type specialists. We're looking for second half of the year, working with Michael and team to grow some international countries. We have all the best tech tools, and like the EXP platform, with being an owner of this company, creating opportunities for influencers as you attract and share our platform with everyone. Just truly, truly, truly amazing. And just to give a little history and timeline of our company, when we started November 1st, we said, we'd like to share this experience with everyone, as Jason and Glenn and everyone else has mentioned, the great programs that we've been putting together. So December, we started our first commercial training program where we had over 1,700 people registered, many of you may have registered. And then January, we did another program with 2,500 people registered. We did another one. Stephanie, this was a big one for us.
It was a huge one. We had over 8,816 people register. And I want to tell you all something right now. 44% of those were EXP Realty or EXP commercial agents. The rest of those were guests that are licensed throughout the country, and actually 13 additional countries that were represented that came in and exposed themselves to our company and saw how we are able to truly provide that training on commercial real estate to the masses, which is something that doesn't exist when you look at other commercial brokerages. It is so important. When I got into this business, when Jim got into this business, we stumbled. We had to figure it out because nothing existed. And so we want to have the company and the brokerage when it comes to commercial real estate that everyone has the opportunity to be successful. Everyone has the opportunity to be productive. And better yet, everyone has the opportunity to understand the business and to earn income like never before. And that is why we are so focused on bringing training into this world.
And it's always about the education, right? So we're constantly giving education and knowledge, right? Every quarter when we're putting an event, and we keep evolving. So this time it's going to be like a symposium where we're going to do 2 days of advanced training, 3 days of intro basic training, getting certified through NCREA to learn this business, putting events to network, to meet each other. So that's the big thing as we're trying to grow and get people involved in commercial real estate. We're turning this more into a quarterly symposium where people can learn. We also have launched our product type specialists this last quarter, where we started giving people that are interested in multifamily, retail, office, industrial, land development, triple net leasing, business opportunity. Yes, business opportunity. So if you're doing business sales, EXP commercial, we are doing business sales, and how they all cross promote, sell, work with each other within our EXP family. It is amazing. And Stephanie, would you like to just even share the amount of referrals that was given to commercial agents and the opportunities?
That is absolutely so true. And this tickles me every single day when we have EXP Realty agents walking into commercial operations at EXP World saying, I have a referral for a commercial agent. Can you point me in the right direction? So far to date, we have had over 400 million referrals between residential agents at EXP Realty handed right over to EXP commercial agents. What I love so much is the agents and brokers that have joined EXP Commercial can tell and share the stories every Thursday at EXP Commercial Explained, which Jim and I do live via Zoom. And they come over and they say, I was at my brokerage for 10 years and never got a referral from another agent, even though we had a residential arm to that business. And they've been here 6 weeks and they've already received 3 referral opportunities. They've already received 6 closings. It is so exciting because that is the benefit. Even though EXP Commercial is a separate brokerage, we are married to one another so that we can do business back and forth. And some of the most important things that Jim and I do every single day is we're demonstrating on products, technologies, data. What we're going to unveil tomorrow is game changing in this real estate industry, especially when it comes to commercial. But another big thing, there was a problem in this business. The problem in commercial real estate was that it was so hard for commercial brokerages and agents to have access to contracts and forms. And we have solved that problem. We are the first national commercial brokerage that has statewide, state-specific commercial transactions and forms, and no one else has. And at EXP Commercial, we've been able to accomplish that in just these few short months. Right, Jim?
Stephanie, it's truly amazing, the constant innovation and improvement, right? We're getting all the standardized forms, educating people how to use those forms instead of each state. And we've gotten tons of requests like, what forms do we use? What forms do we use? Well, we have the forms that we partnered with AIR to have the forms on a national level. So all the forms that you need for commercial real estate, it's there. All of the tools, Stephanie, that you need for commercial real estate's there, with build out, with the sky slope that all the tools are in, with Reonomy that's going to be coming out. The speakers and CEOs will be there speaking tomorrow, and also Data Tree to build your database. And there are so many other tools, as Stephanie said. We're talking to Crexi, we're talking to TenantBase, we're talking to almost any tech tool you need. If you do transaction, if you do leasing, if you do business op, we are negotiating because everyone is reaching out to us, wanting to work with us, and we're putting, I always say, Stephanie, you're always doing such a great job, the best deal. And I said, no, we already got a great deal. You're like, I think we can get a little better. So it is amazing, with the power of all the brokers, everyone we have, our economies of scale, to get the best tools, the best resources to the agents, right? Because our company is so agent-centric. Stephanie, you want to talk a little bit more about some of these other tools and groups that we're working with?
Absolutely. One of the big things about commercial real estate is that they've been a decade behind when it comes to technology. Basic CRM use in commercial real estate is really unheard of, not here at EXP Commercial. Also lead generation. We know on the residential side, and many of you in this audience know about how many platforms exist to lead generate in that space. We are building it on this side for commercial real estate. We want to make sure that the systems and the softwares that we can put in place actually generate business for you. We want you to get listings. We want you to get tenant rep deals. We want to build this brand and build the tools necessary for you to stay relevant and grow your business. And that is a huge thing that we've been able to do. We've also got partners all over the country that want to be in business with you, to help you. And so that is one of the big reasons why you're going to hear from a lot of our speakers tomorrow, but that is exactly what they're doing. They want to hand over business to us. They want to grow with us. They want to see our success, and they know that that's where we're headed, and they want to get in early to do so.
Stephanie, it's really exciting because not only do people want to partner us with all the tech tools and everything else, but a lot of them we're putting strategic partnerships and relationships together. So it will send you leads. It can give you referrals. We're working with so many other ways to really build a massive system of brokers and the support systems to help all commercial brokers in the industry growing the better teams and not being stuck in a silo. As Stephanie said, we are one company, one separate company from Realty, but we are not franchised. So we are not in a silo. So when we share resources, informations, coordinate and collaborate with each other, it really truly is not only just in the US, but worldwide. I know we said once somebody reached out to us from Turkey trying to work a deal with us. And it is amazing, the response and using this platform where you're not limited to just one geographic location, but it's really up to your mind and your relationships, how far you want to grow your business. How big do you really want to be? You can work anywhere around the world now from using this platform. And we are really excited with all these training and events that we are coming up because as everyone knows, we start down with EXP Commercial Explained. And Steph, you want to talk a little bit about one and couple of our EXP Commercial Explained every Thursday and really the interviews of all the agents, right? All the teams, all the big companies that have come over.
Every Thursday, we're not only explaining EXP Commercial's value prop, but we are interviewing these big teams and these powerhouses that have already joined EXP Commercial, sharing their success stories in just the few short weeks that they've been over here. So make sure you tune in live every Thursday, expcommercialexplained.com. Visit us on the YouTube channel because you can go back and send those out to anyone. Jim started his first EXP Commercial Live this past weekend, which I hear was an awesome success, and you're coming to more cities near them, right?
Exactly, Stephanie. And I have to get a shout out to Brian Colhane. Brian, if you're out there, I love you, buddy. This is great, and just reaching out to anyone that wants to help us, as a co-host, to do events, to really share and show people what the commercial event. We are going to be up in the Bay Area very soon. We're looking at next week to do another live event because of just so much popularity. Everyone wants to get back out to meet each other, learn about the EXP Commercial platform, network with different commercial brokers as we meet, and as we said before, we're taking leadership in the commercial real estate world by doing events, right? Live events where we're going to start doing EXP commercial meetings, but live broker forum meetings and helping everyone in the commercial real estate field kind of network, talk about off-market deals that they have working on, best practices. It's really now trying to get everyone together that we were sheltered in place so long that it's time really to get us all out there again. And also, we still have our virtual meetings, right? Our national commercial meetings twice a month that we're in the world. And we always say, once you come and take a look at our EXP Explained every Thursday, whoever invited you or reach out to us, we'd love to invite you in the world to have get you involved in our meetings. Also, our product type specialists that we have, because it's so important that we know there's very specific niches and nuances to commercial real estate. Now we break it down into, bite-sized chunks so you can network, learn, pass referrals, and be mentored. Stephanie, you want to talk about a little bit about our mentor program as we start closing out?
Absolutely. We have, for any junior agent fresh into the business or fresh to commercial real estate, that is one thing that we want to make sure is that you are assigned a certified advisor. And these are ladies and gentlemen that have been in the business. They've done, $50+ million worth of transactions in a given year, and they are here to coach and support you on that path of success. We're also starting a ramp up program for the brand new to commercial real estate so that you do have one-on-one trainings, so that we set you up for success and that you can stay relevant and obviously go forward in this business and be successful for a long time to come. And also our commercial real estate conference, July 26th through the 30th, go to expcommercial.com/event to register and share that link out. Last time we had over 8,800 people register for the event, come into the world, get certifications. This time we're going to have a lot more advanced commercial real estate, so we want you to invite. Let's bring them into the world. Let's show them how we share business with one another. Let's share how we collaborate. Let's share how we grow. And let's show them how EXP Commercial is turning commercial real estate on its head and is the way commercial real estate is going to be done in the future. Jim?
Yes, Steph, and I love it, but I'll just have to say, you always hear Stephanie and I speaking, but we couldn't do this without Billy, Bernard, and Lindy, our small team, our dynamic team, our state brokers of records, and our team is dynamically growing. I always tell everyone, I can't even wait to see what EXP Commercial is going to be like 1 year from now. As we know, many, many people are hearing about what EXP Commercial is doing, built on the same platform and model of EXP. So many people are interested. You're seeing individuals, you're seeing small teams, you're seeing large groups and whole firms flipping over because we are the right model, being agent-centric, always tweaking, always learning, growing, and just fine-tuning what we're trying to do. But we're always adaptable, right? Anything we see, just like during the pandemic with COVID, we've been adapted. We are right place, right time, and people are seeing exactly what we're doing to grow and scale, and also really just sharing everything we're doing in EXP Commercial around the world. So Stephanie, I want to pass it to you so you can introduce our next guest, our next speaker.
Absolutely, everyone. Up next, we have an amazing, another just awesome. Everybody here is a super, super hard worker. You have to be to just dedicate every day to making this company so agent-centric. And up next is our Gracie Martinez and Lucy Beltran.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that introduction. Everyone, we are so excited to be here today. Gracie Martinez, Director of EXP Partners, and we have Lucy Beltran here, our brand new EXP concierge. And we are here to talk to you a little bit about our EXP Partners program. So you may have heard of preferred partners, maybe you've heard of affiliated services. So we've had a couple names over the past couple of years, but we wanted to introduce you guys to our brand new EXP Partners program. So today we're going to walk you through really quickly just an overview of our new program. We'll go over our 3 solution sets for agents, our brand new website, our brand new partner hub, and we'll also explain how you can invite potential partners to join our EXP Partners program. And then we'll wrap up with our breakout sessions that we have this week. So the overview of the new partners program, what we've done here is in the past, we just had a few of our partners here on the national level here in the States. What we are doing now is we've built out this new partner program that now is going to give you all of the professional listing and client solutions that we have across all of EXP. So we are working hand in hand. I know we just heard Commercial talking about the partners that they're working with. We've heard from Global. We'll hear from REO Relo, and we're working with all of the different units here at EXP to put together this fantastic partner program so that you as agents and staff, you can go to one source to find all of the information that you're looking for. So, and Lucy's going to cover over why you should consider our partner program.
So why consider our partner program for your business? Well, there's more choices along with consistent service. There's innovative solutions. It's vetted by EXP and EXP Partner Badge. They have exclusive promos, earning and revenue share potential. And it's also a great way for new agents to earn an added income. And under the 3 solution sets for agents, there are professional solutions, which enhances the professional and personal lives of agents, which includes the CE Shop and Clearwater benefits. For the listing solutions, those are where agents can use to enable and accelerate the sale of a listing, such as Build a Sign, Express Offers, Making It Rain, EXP 360 Tours, and Curbio. Client solutions, that's where solutions can better enable clients in the home buying selling process with Intraland, which is the mortgage side. Silverline is the title and escrow. America's preferred home warranty, Utility Connect, Young Alfred, and Currency Direct. Gracie, you want to tell us about about the
our new website.
Yes,
yeah,
thank you. Sorry.
I'm so excited. You know, our marketing team did such a fantastic job putting together our new website. So it is now partners.exprealty.com. You can go to this website. It is your all-in-one resource for all agents and staff to be able to locate all of those partners. Each of our partners also have a page on that website, so you can find more information. You can find all the value prop on, you know, if they have revenue share opportunities, if there's any kind of commission, anything like that. You'll also find all of the benefits to you as an agent to utilize that partner, as well as your clients for the partners that are for your clients. So definitely check that out. We've got a lot of information on there. We also list their Partner Hub hours. So Lucy, why don't you tell us a little bit more about that brand new Partner Hub?
The World Partner Hub is an awesome place to be. That's where I will be. So I'd hope to see each and every single one of you guys. But the Partner Hub offers partner offices for assistance during business hours. There's live partner classes available Monday through Friday and 24/7 self-help, including class recordings. So Grace, you want to tell us how to become an XP partner?
Yeah, absolutely. So we just dropped that link in the chat box. I know several of you were asking for that. So we've had a lot of agents and staff who have actually reached out to myself, to several members of the EXP team, trying to find out how they can get their favorite partners into our program. So what we've done is on that website, you can click on the Become a Partner page, and it will take you through. It'll identify the different levels of partnerships that we have. It goes over all the benefits of becoming a partner. And then it also takes you to what you can see up on the screen here. There is a 3-step process to apply to become a partner. So wanted to just let everyone know, if you are not sure how to get started, you can always reach out to Lucy and I. If you have a potential partner that you would like to get out there, you can send them to partners.exprealty.com. They can click on that Become a Partner, learn all about it, and apply right there. Awesome. So this week we do have some partner breakout sessions. So we want to wrap with this. Thank you all so much for allowing us to speak today. We hope that you attend our breakout sessions. Under our partner program, we also have agent healthcare, which Margot is about to come up here next, but we do have that agent healthcare breakout session tomorrow, followed by our Express Offers, the Ultimate Listing Tool breakout session. You guys have got to check that out. If you haven't checked out our iBuy program, you definitely need to come to that breakout session and learn more. And then we wrap with the EXP Partners Fast Track to Success, where you can come and join Lucy and I as we walk you through all of our partners. We go into more detail about the partner program. And then can't forget the Expo Hall hours today through Wednesday, 1 to 3 p.m. Pacific. You can visit the Expo Hall, meet with our current partners, and we also have some of our pending partners that are coming up next that you'll hear from. So we have lots of sponsors and partners there in the Expo Hall. So come check us out.
Definitely. I can't wait to see you guys all.
All right. And next up, we have Margot Wickersham to talk about EXP Agent Healthcare. And with Margot, we also have Jason Sherman. Come on up, guys.
Hello. We are so glad to be here. We're so excited.
I'm listening to the Shareholders Summit.
Somebody's not on mute.
That's what you hear in the background.
Thanks. Hi, everyone. Jason and I are so excited to be here and
don't worry, I'll come down there.
Share with you all of all the great things that have come about in the last year and a half. So when I look at this audience, look at this full auditorium, how awesome is this? Whose mic needs to be? Somebody. There we go. Oh, that's awesome. Okay, great. We have been working with agents and leaders at EXP since October of 2019. And wow, what a ride. We have seen so many agents have such a big change in life as a result of not only joining EXP, but taking advantage of the agent healthcare. So what we see, and I don't know if those slides are up, it's black for me, but that doesn't mean, there they are. Awesome, thank you, Sierra. What we're seeing is that EXP is leading the industry, and not just the real estate industry, but also the healthcare industry, and providing ways that agents can use to get better healthcare and reduce their expenses. This is really unusual. There was an article you may have seen in Inman where they interviewed Jason Gessing and several other leaders at big brokerages. And this is a competitive advantage that EXP has nationwide that is very strong. So what do we mean by better care? Well, we're seeing an average annual savings of $8,000 a year in monthly savings from the premiums. We're seeing broad access, increased access to providers and doctors, and that is really key when you're looking for something to take care of your health. It's really important to be able to go where you want. And then we're saving agents 80% and more. I'm actually on this health plan myself and share my story when I'm presenting out and about. I saved, it was 95% on out-of-pocket expenses for my own. So we see these numbers are real and they are exciting. Okay, next slide. Okay, my poor neck. Oh, probably my avatar's neck. Don't worry, my avatar's neck is, it's rubbery, so it's no big deal. So what we're seeing is this is so powerful. Agents are, their leaders, team leaders are saying, you know what, agents, you just have to take a minute and book a call because you never know how much you could save, or if you can be on a better plan that can take better care of you. It's worth it, just a few minutes, just to find out what's the worst that happens. You find out you're on the best possible plan, and now you have peace of mind that you're not one of the it's 80% of people who are on the wrong plan. So we're seeing this as, I know I'm seeing black as well, so we'll have to just depend on my amazing words and a dazzling personality. That's what you'll have to work with. But we're seeing it being so impactful, changing so many lives, that people are actually telling us sometimes, oh, this is the reason I came over EXP, or it is one of the main reasons I came over. So we realized that there is a big opportunity for us to work with the growth teams and use the healthcare as a retention strategy, as an attraction strategy, as a way to keep agents happy and healthy. It's a big problem. What we see is that agents tell us that they have, really, it's like a second mortgage for the cost of their health care. So we're seeing a lot of different happy stories. In fact, that's what we're going to focus on in our session tomorrow at 10:15 Pacific. In the EXP Realty track, we've got 4 different agents and attractors who are going to share the impact that the agent healthcare has had on their lives. Next slide. So 10:15 tomorrow, hope you will join us. It'll be very exciting to see and hear what they are experiencing, both in improvement in their own lives and savings, but also in growing. This is becoming so much more part of an attraction strategy. We actually dedicated an entire team. We've built a team of EXP agent healthcare experts to be available. So we are here to help you train your teams, your attractors on how to leverage healthcare. We've created content and marketing tools that we call an agent attraction toolkit that you can access and use. There's flyers, videos, social posts, all kinds of collateral for you guys. And we're available, like the awesome commercial team, to appear at live events and help get the word out and explain how much value this is. And so think of us as an extension of your team. We're an attraction strategy extension of your team. And because that is so valuable, we are constantly looking for new things to help you with. I'm going to let Jason talk about what's next because we never stop innovating.
Hey, EXP, we are so honored to be here today. Jason Sherman, I'm the president and co-founder of Clearwater, and we just cannot express how honored and excited we are to be a part of managing the EXP Agent Healthcare. Massive kudos to your leadership for caring enough to put something together that is a true game changer in the industry. Just love the fact that Mike Vane and Glenn and Jason Gessing came to us and said, we want the best healthcare possible for agents with the best plan, and we want a lower price than what's on the marketplace. And we have been honored to put that together. But one of the things that we're passionate about, just like EXP, is constant innovation. So if you've been paying attention the last 2 years, EXP Agent Healthcare is broadening and improving regularly. The health plans we have today are different than the ones we had in 2019. We've added things, we've subtracted things people didn't want, and it's been really, really awesome to work with your leadership, with you agents, and see, I think we have over 7,000 people now saving over 8,000 a year. Some of my personal favorite stories are hearing the impact that even has on your business, hearing stories of people investing that savings into growth and seeing growth happen. That is when we feel like this is a full circle partnership. So one of the things we've heard that a lot of people have had a lot of issues with has been a lack of good priced life insurance, disability insurance, which we know for 1099s is a really critical thing. So we are launching in late summer an EXP exclusive group life insurance and supplemental insurance plan. This will be unlike anything that currently exists in the industry for real estate agents. This means dramatically lower prices, closer to if you were like an employee, the kind of prices you see in a group plan. This means better benefits. More people can qualify. So these plans are going to have guaranteed issue opportunities, meaning it doesn't matter what your past health pre-existing are, we're going to get a plan for you at a rate that's very competitive. So for many people who currently have spouses or partners on company health plans, they may not have looked into EXP Agent Healthcare. Well, as of today, we are dramatically redefining what EXP Agent Healthcare means for EXP agents. It means you will have the best in class and current only group level life insurance, disability, accident, and critical insurance options that exist in the industry. This will be huge for you as an agent. This will be an additional agent attraction tool. Not that you need more attraction tools to join EXP, but we feel like this is a game changer for many, many people who already love what EXP has to offer. And we've heard so many great stories about the health plan being 60% cheaper, lower out of pocket, has helped boost attraction. This is going to be another iteration of that. That's going to be absolutely amazing. So we are so honored to work with like-minded agents who think about innovation and are constantly pushing us. Your leaders push us all the time to improve prices, find the best products, and stand out in the industry. And that's what these new iterations that are coming late summer are going to be about. So we are so honored to do that. If you call us today, we do have lots of life insurance and supplemental insurance options. They are what's called individual plans, and they're very competitive. but what's coming this summer is going to be a true game changer. And we have a lot more coming. This is one of about 4 or 5 big iterations we have. What's so powerful is with the rapid growth of EXP, we are able to offer new and broader products the more you grow. So we are growing with you, and we are honored to be a part of this. And Margo, I'll turn it back to you.
Thanks, everybody. We're going to turn it over to the next guest speaker, and we can't wait to see how we can help grow our teams together from here. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Margo and Jason. And just want to plug really quick again, check us all out in that expo hall. And coming up next is our SVP of Agent Development, Mr. Curtis Dixon.
Thank you, Gracie. Thank you, Margo. Thank you, Jason. Thank you, Lucy. Fantastic stuff, everybody. Super excited to really just take a minute and ask you to pause and think about what we're doing right now together in this EXPI campus. You may not understand, but we have 800 people sitting live in this auditorium. We have hundreds, thousands of other folks in this same campus watching Overflow live stream, navigating throughout this world. This platform is unlike anything we've ever seen for so many components of how we're going to work moving forward. But I lead our agent development component for EXP Realty. And what I want you to picture when you leave here at the end of this week, thinking, wow, what an epic event, how amazing this was, how dynamic it was, how many agents, leaders, staff members, and what a community it took to pull this off. We do that every single week in EXP Realty's EXP World for training for our real estate business owners at EXP Realty. So the platform is unbelievably unique, better than any classroom, better than any Zoom call, more interactive, more dynamic than you can imagine. We have thousands of agents and guests coming through our training experiences and world every single week. Something else I want everybody to know that's really amazing. Jason Gessing, our CEO, hit on it a little bit when he was talking about 2020 and how everybody's world kind of flipped upside down. One of the things I'm most proud of about our agent development activities is that our course catalog, meaning the classes that we offer, I believe are the most dynamic, real-time, and relevant in the entire industry. Our course catalog can change so fast and adapt to the changing markets that it is the only thing that provides real-time training for agents in the industry. For example, when the pandemic hit last March, April of 2020, as Dave said, as Jason said, we pivoted. We immediately partnered with our top agents that were still running their business despite the pandemic. And we brought those agents live in EXP World, and we trained our agents on how to continue doing business in that climate. We didn't rely on old training that worked the year before or the month before. In fact, in the second and third quarter of last year, we stood up 100 new hours of training content, specifically serving our agents during that challenging time. And that trend has continued. In 2021, we've added more than 75 certified agent instructors, and we add about 150 new training classes per quarter that didn't exist the quarter before. Amazing dynamic course catalog, amazing agents as instructors. And I really believe we are setting the standard for training in the industry, but the future of training is not just limited to one niche industry. You can take this Verbella platform, you can pair it with the same concept and strategies that are working, and you could serve any industry. Very excited about the future of training and the innovation that we're bringing to the real estate training space specifically. You've also heard about the power of the community at EXP. That is so critical, so essential. One of my favorite quotes, I hope this resonates with all of you. I have a young son, 2 young daughters, and I think all of the time about education. There's a saying by Benjamin Franklin, tell me and I forget, teach me and I may remember, involve me and I learn. The power of having involved leaders, top producing agents, subject matter experts from across the company and across the globe is really what makes the development unique in this EXP ecosystem. We're honored to be partnered with more than 100 top agents, subject matter experts, and instructors from across the globe, all in this EXP ecosystem. And last but not least, the power of this community, this innovative approach I talked about at the beginning, is it creates moments of lift. There's so many agents who have tried and tried again at other brokerages, on other platforms, to really get their business to launch, to really take off, to really build something great. And for one reason or another, they don't see it succeed. and then they show up in this EXP ecosystem. They get here and they get it right. They get that community, they leverage the innovation, and they get that moment of lift to really make an impact, really make a change. We're honored to be a part of that. Speaking of impact and change, we have an amazing session just about to kick off. What you're going to see is our fearless leader, Glenn Sanford, live here in EXPI, having a conversations with the Chief Executive Officer of Grant Cardone Enterprises and Cardone Capital, international speaker, entrepreneur, and author of the 10X Rule, Sell or Be Sold. People love him and know him as Uncle G. How he likes to be recognized in this new ecosystem as a friend of EXP Realty and a friend of Glenn Sanford. So I want to invite Glenn and the one and only Grant Cardone to join us now.
Hey, Curtis. Hey, Grant. Thanks, everyone. So we're gonna try something a little bit different for this particular session. Grant and I are going to share our screen, share our webcams, and if everything goes well, we will not crash the system. But it would, and then I think I hear somebody. And by the way, I don't know if your mic's on yet, Grant. Not hearing you yet.
Hey, Glenn, I can hear you, Glenn. I was just doing my little thing. You know,
there you go.
Showed me my function bar, and I'm getting all excited about it.
So real quick, Sierra, if you can release the control of the window, Grant's going to actually share his webcam. Awesome. Hey, Grant, do you see that screen there? And then can you click the
my wife's helping me. You know, real estate's a family sport, so I got to get my wife on the same page with me here. Yes, now I'm there. Thank you.
There we go. Hey, Grant.
Glenn, how you doing, man? Good. I was so busy doing my little function keys. I'm so excited about playing with my function keys. Good to see you, my friend. It's weird to see you on the stage and on the screen. And what can anybody ask for? What's better than one Glenn Sanford? Two Glenn Sanfords.
There you go. That was fun on that clubhouse. We were doing that, and then I saw Glenn Sanford popped up like multiple places around that clubhouse that one day. That was pretty fun. So Curtis did, he did the intro on you. Obviously, you've been doing some amazing things over the last, well, since you were born, but more recently, a lot of really cool things that you've been up to. And you and I've got a chance here recently to, get to know each other, spend some time together. We got to spend some time together in Miami, and then also in Cabo. I'm just going to check some messages, make sure everything's working in the background. Yep, looks like everything is. But where are you from? It's like, I'd love to just kind of share with everybody your background. And
yeah, thank you, Glenn. And first, before we get into me, I just want to say how much I appreciate and really respect you as a businessman and a humanitarian, somebody that cares about people. I truly believe that this EXP thing has been born out of your generous, generosity, that human quality that people want to help others. And I think that thing that goodness that resides in all of us, you exemplify. And I truly believe that EXP is an expression of that, an entrepreneurial expression of your desire to help people and change the world, make it a better place, and make it a better place for real estate agents. Because let's face it, there's probably no group that works harder than maybe first responders, but it's got to be first responders and then real estate people that work tirelessly weekends and Sundays and at night, at midnight, getting calls from people that are making the most important decision, or probably financial decision of their lifetime. It's kind of a long-term commitment too. And the fact that you're changing that and giving people that are already willing to work hard and figure out how to balance their life and family, give them an opportunity to earn equity and build a massive team and have financial freedom. My hat's off to you, man. And that's why I wanted to be part of this. Not just, it's really because I like you. You're a cool dude. I am a friend of yours and of EXP. So.
Well, no, it's been really an honor to get to know you and your family. And and spend time with you. And I'm sure we could probably talk about that for this whole hour. But I think today we're gonna talk about just some really cool stuff that I think I'm still learning. A lot of this stuff I don't know the answers to yet. And so
yeah, sure. So I grew up in Lake Charles, Louisiana, a small town, about 70,000 people. You have almost as many agents as I had, the population of the town I grew up in, and which is mind-boggling, right?
It is. It's crazy. Yeah.
So my dad was a stockbroker. My dad did a lot of things. Like him and my mother owned a grocery store. My mom tells me stories about how he was weighing chicken out for the people on the weekends. He was an entrepreneur, right? So he did a grocery store. He was in automotive sales for a short while because he was a life insurance salesman that started a life insurance business, lost it, took a car sales job just to keep the family afloat. And then he was a stockbroker. The last 10 years of his career, he was a stockbroker. And this back in the 50s. And he died when he was only 52 years old. But one thing that I remember is on the weekends, he would sell stocks during the week. And on the weekends, he'd put the family in a car. There was 5 kids and mom and dad. And he would drive around looking at real estate in Lake Charles. And now it's kind of a bit of a like, okay, you sell stocks during the week. Why weren't you selling real estate all week? So because he was enamored by real estate. I think like a lot of people are. Everybody wants to own a piece of the dream, right? So I grew up. He died. My mom raised me then from 10 till I left the house at about 17 or 18, and I became a handful. Had a lot of problems in my life between 16 and 25. And didn't really start growing up until I was about 25 years old. Started my entrepreneur quest when I was 25. I started because of sales. I hated sales. A lot of people find this, they're surprised when I say this, but I had 7 sales jobs that I sucked at. I was absolutely horrible. And the only thing consistent with all those jobs was me and the fact that I knew nothing about sales. I knew nothing. And, it's hard to like anything you know nothing about. I was thrown into a job. I couldn't get any other job in the city that I lived in. It was a refinery town, a union town. And if you wanted a job, you were either going to flip French fries, hamburgers, work in a restaurant, be a dish boy or a waiter. I did all that stuff, by the way.
Right. Yeah.
Or be in the refinery business, or you were going to be in sales. And I kept trying the sales thing. I was terrible. I sold shoes, furniture, clothes. What else did I sell? I worked for a life insurance salesman for a while, but I couldn't sell anything because I didn't have a license. And the last job I had was as a car salesman, and I hated all of them. And I'm like, hey, you can't get any other work. My dad used to tell my mom, tell those boys, if they can learn how to sell, they can do anything they want. And my mom reminded me of that when I was 25 years old. And I put my head down. I said, okay, I'm going to learn this game because my dad said it was important. And I learned it. Not only did I learn it, I would end up becoming like it became the gateway. The crazy thing is the very gateway. That the thing that I hated became the thing that actually I'd become known for.
Right. Well, I was just doing, I was getting ready for our conversation today, and I'd done the search last year, and sure enough, came up today. You right now are referred to as the #1 sales trainer in the world right now, and which is really amazing, given you came from a background where sales originally was tough. It was a tough gig. I always say that in order to get good at sales, you have to basically go to 5 different sales jobs, because every time you start, everybody's going to judge you with that lens and sort of hold you in a little bit of a box. So you got to change careers multiple times before you sort of figure it out. And but now who would you say you studied the most in sales?
Like like I didn't even know there was something to study, right? So like I think the first thing, what was the guy's name that, man, I forget his name now. He was the guy that started all the self-improvement stuff before Brian Tracy and
like Dale Carnegie kind of thing, or
yeah, it was before him too though. It was God dang, I forget his name now, but he was the one that like, oh wow, there's a way to look, a lot of people are helping out. I did Tom Hopkins, Zig, Napoleon Hill, somebody before Napoleon Hill. He was the guy, not Bob Proctor. Look at all the people. No, definitely not Tony Robbins. Og Mandino. I read all Og stuff, by the way. Loved all that.
Oh yeah,
right?
Greatest salesman in the world.
Abraham Lincoln. Somebody said Abraham Lincoln. Now I think Abe was too honest, maybe, but Jesus. Now they're putting Jesus in. I'll figure out the name before we end here. But when I realized, that you could learn it, I said, okay, wait a minute. If they teach it, I can learn it. I can learn anything.
Right.
Once I committed, and I knew I was committed because there was nothing else I could do. The people are still searching this. So, see, that's the crazy thing when you bring people together with this kind of technology. By the way, great job on Verbella. This is phenomenal. I'm just getting used to how to use it, but it's phenomenal to think what you could do with this. I got a set of tapes when I was 25 years old. It was $2,500. It was a guy that was teaching sales for the auto industry. It was $2,500. That's like $8,000 today.
Right. Kind of like Joe Girard kind of thing.
Well, yeah, it was. It was a guy named Jackie Cooper, and he
okay.
was just.
Oh yeah, he was a big Oklahoma City guy.
Yeah. Well, no, Oklahoma City guy is the car dealer in Oklahoma City. This guy was from South Carolina, same name.
Okay.
And I borrowed $2,500 from my mother at a time where my mother I was not very trustworthy in her mind. So I had to really William Clement Stone. That's the name. By the way, it just came to there. And there's somebody just putting it in. Juan Alvarez. Congratulations. William Clement Stone, one of the first founders of self-improvement, which really is that's just a word for education outside schools. Right? It could be about anything, karate, any boxing, anything that you're doing outside schools is really self-improvement, right? Church is self-improvement, hopefully. So I bought those tapes, Glenn. First, I made a commitment. I am going to learn this game. I'm going to become an expert at sales. And two, I made an investment, a big investment for me at that time because I was broke. I was $40,000 in debt. I didn't have somebody buy the tapes for me. I bought them myself, borrowed the money from my mother, and I would use those Betamax tapes. It must have been 8 tapes. They were about this thick, this long. I had to go buy a machine because I didn't have the machine, just goes to show you how committed I was. And I must have listened to them 100 times. I knew every pause, delay, pregnant pause, joke. Literally, I listened to him so much and studied it so much that I started picking up the guy's accent. And then one day, my personality kind of just morphed into what I was learning from him, and I was using it every day. I was role playing every day with a buddy of mine at the office. And I reached the top 1% of all the salespeople in the automotive industry within 9 months. Was like in the town that I was in, it's almost nobody would believe you could do that. And then later would become a consultant to Nissan, Ford Motor Company, not a car salesman, but as a consultant to those industries, AutoNation, some of the largest automotive retailers in the world.
Yeah, and how old were you at this point in time?
I left retail when I was 28 years old.
Okay.
29 years old, yeah.
Okay, awesome. And then you were helping these other organizations understand the sales cycle and how to train their people. Was that the idea?
What happened was I was selling 3 and 4 times the average salesperson, and my customer satisfaction scores were the highest in the industry. And they're like, "How are you doing this?" And I said,
"What was your answer then?" Yeah.
Yeah, I said, "Look, I'm transparent. I do everything you guys say not to do." You know, it's kind of the EXP model, right?
Right.
Like, so I just basically, before you could even, if you came to the lot or you called me, basically I offered you a price before you could even ask for one.
Okay.
And that was back 30 years ago. Like to get a price from a car salesman, you had to have a crowbar and a gun.
Yeah, well, it still seems that way. You've got the sticker that's on the window, and then there's
it's still hide and seek, right? But I was the first person to say, hey, don't resist what they want. Be armed with information. Information is your friend. First impression is not as important as last impression. Nobody has a good first impression of a car salesman. Nobody meets a car salesman, and for that fact, probably a real estate agent says, oh, I love that person right away. They're not buying, by the way, they're not buying the person, they're buying the house or the car anyway. Right. They just need to trust me along the way.
And one thing I have noticed, like I didn't really know this part of you, because I just saw the social media and some of the other stuff prior to, but you care a lot, like you immensely about the people that you influence.
Don't tell anybody, Glenn, you're going to mess up my persona.
No, but I'm sure that's part of what was coming through. I mean, I mean, obviously you were selling a product and a service, but you cared about the people coming in. I'm sure that had to come through.
Yeah, look, I just want to be clear with everybody. Like when I was starting as a salesperson, I cared about the deal. Mm-hmm. I wanted to do a deal. Ryan Serhant talks about this as well. I'm a deal maker. I want the deal. Okay, so I care about the deal actually the most.
Right.
And so, because I know this, if I don't make a deal, I don't help me and I don't help them. Mm-hmm. I don't help anybody because I'm just there to serve them. Okay, I'm not a server. I'm not a waiter. I want to make sure they eat the meal. Yeah. And I want to make sure they order some things they don't know that's on the menu. Because I should know, right? Like when I go to a restaurant, I'm like, hey, they're like, what are you in the mood for? Whatever's the best on the menu. You work here, you should know. What should I eat today? Like, tell me what to eat. And I think that's true in real estate too. Like many of your buyers are on the wrong product. They maybe did some of their own research and they think they can't afford $8 million when the truth is they can afford $8 million and they would be better off spending 8 than spending 2. So I just learned how to make the deal. The deal is what I cared about first. Second, I cared about me. I mean, just to be honest, like if I don't take care of me, I can't take care of them. And the third thing I did was take care of the customer. And I think it's vital that real estate agents care about yourself enough. Because once I have enough self-love and self-care, and I think this is what you now know about me that is not maybe that I don't do a great job on social media with, is like, once I take care of me, I can now take care of other people. Right. If the deal's no good for me, then how am I gonna fake it that I'm happy for them? It's kind of difficult.
Right. Yeah. There's got to be enough in it to make it worth your while, but at the same time, it's got to be a product or service that you're excited about getting people into. So you got to have the alignment of both opportunities. It's got to be great for the person you're working with, and it's got to be great for you because it's got to capture your attention.
Right. And again, that goes back to like, if it's not good for them, then it's not good for me. And who do I care about first? I care about me. Like if it's not good for them, me and you do a deal and it's not good for you, then it's not going to work anyway, long term. So, right. I look, in the beginning, I was just trying to take care of myself. Mm-hmm. I mean, I needed to learn how to quit. If you guys don't like selling for 3% or 5% or 4%, well, then care about yourself enough to get educated so that people quit asking you for a reduction in your fee. Because the only time somebody's going to ask me for a reduction in my fee is when I didn't over deliver. If you deliver a 10% fee and ask for 6, you're going to get your 6.
Yeah, and you talked a little bit about this. I got to hear you on stage at Brent Gove's event in Cabo. And you talked about 5% of agents and then the rest. And you were really clear that there's that probably that 1 or 2%, but I think you were being a little generous Like there's the 5% of agents that do a really great job, and then there's the agents that, you know, maybe they're getting educated so they can become that 5%, but there's a group of agents out there that, you know, really need to think about leveling up their game so they don't have the commission conversations, or the commission conversations are, well, what are your fees? Okay, I'm fine with that. You're doing a great job. It's not really a debate or a discussion. It's okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, I was on a deal recently. I was buying a piece of real estate, and the agent offered to throw his fee in because the deal got really complicated at the end. The seller had a problem. Seller was unwilling to give anything, and the broker's like, "Hey, I'll throw in." I said, "No, I don't want to do that." And he was willing to throw in a chunk, and I said, "I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that to an agent. Like it's not your fault. Let's figure this out. We got to get it from them, or I got to surrender it. You shouldn't surrender it," because he had done his part.
Right.
And so, you know, I just think that, look, I wouldn't be where I'm at if I studied 95% of the salespeople. I am where I'm at because I studied the top half, probably the top 1%. Like I decided to study two people, and that was it.
Right.
And
did you keep those 8 tracks, by the way?
I wish I had them. I wish I knew where I could find them. They're probably in storage somewhere.
I remember, what's it, the movie The Founder, and he's running around with his records, and he's setting it up every night and listening to them in his room. I can just see you with your 8 tracks or your Walkman.
I was living with my mother. Okay, I would just come out of a treatment center for drug addiction. I was a wreck, and I would take the Betamax machine. I literally can see the room right now where I had it set up on the TV, the carpet. We had shag carpet, a green couch, and I would sit there and I would just, like, I'm 25 years old, but I'm really like 15 because I had done it 10 years of my life. And so I'm just sitting there watching it, like I was just streaming content into my brain, right? And I'm like, this is the way. There is no other way. This is the only way. And I was not open-minded. I was completely, this is the only thing. Like, you could have talked to me about something else. I didn't want to hear anything about anything until I learned this one track. And I think that's really important for people. People today are listening to so many different people. You know, that one piece of advice I would give for everybody here is, like, find someone and emulate that person. Don't get advice from, 10 agents. In your lifetime, if you meet 1 or 2 agents that are great, that'll be, and you learn from them, that's all really you're going to need.
Well, speaking of learning from agents, last week you did I think the first ever 10x real estate agent challenge. In fact, well, I know that was the case. First time that ever been done. What were some of your big takeaways? I mean, there were so many great guests last week. Obviously mentioned Ryan. But we had Heather and Tarek and Claudine and
yes. So, like, it's 26,000 people registered for that event. About 3,000 showed up every day. So the first thing I learned is, okay, we got a show issue. We got a commitment issue in the industry, and that's good. By the way, that's not bad news. That's just news, and that says that your competition, supposedly your 1.4 million people that you think are competition, they're not really competition, because if you're not showing up to improve yourself, you better be doing a deal.
Right. Yeah, and that's why, to a large extent, that 5% of agents, or top 10% of agents, make the lion's share of the income. I mean, the bar is actually set fairly low. I mean, once you get success in the real estate industry, you realize that, answer the phone, do what you say you're going to do, keep the small promises, and you'll get the big deal. That's been sort of my mantra the whole time. Is just, just do what you say you're going to do as a real estate professional. And it's actually not a tough gig, but a lot of folks just don't do the follow-up that they originally planned on. Life gets in the way, and so they mess up with their commitments, and then they sort of embarrass themselves and don't follow up.
Yeah, absolutely. The other thing I learned, I loved everybody that came up, and I just heard the commitment from the people that did show about improvement, self-improvement, being committed. Everybody talked about brand and marketing being the almost to a person. Brand and marketing was their most important skill set. But look, once you market, if you don't know how to close the deal, then you're going to be wasting money in marketing. So you got to put those two things together. I think it is marketing first, then sales. I wish I had known that. I think that really gives EXP an opportunity and an advantage right now in this marketplace, because you guys are getting a lot of press right now. Saying that you're EXP today is different than it was 4 or 5 years ago. I'm on your team now too, so like that can't hurt, because I'm a marketing genius. I know how to market stuff.
You definitely do. Speaking of brand, where did you obviously 10X? That's your brand that you, and so where did that come from, and how did you develop that brand?
So look, I did not do that to build a brand. Okay, that was a sub product of a book that I wrote. Okay, I wrote a book called The 10X Rule. The book was written for me. I was really trying to identify why I had been, and this is for everybody to hear this. I was 45, 46. I was maybe 49 years old, and realized I had been working for 24 years. Great work ethic, extremely disciplined, saved my money, take care of the customer, and I still wasn't getting ahead. And I'm like, I'm doing something wrong. Something's going on that I'm not doing right here, because I'd see a guy like you do something, man, and freaking just go into the stratosphere. I'm like, what does he know that I don't know, And I think a lot of people can relate to that story of working hard, work ethic, doing the right thing. I'm not ripping people off. Yet I was not having any kind of big pop out the top growth. So I wrote a book called The 10X Rule. It was basically discovered after 2008 from the collapse, because I had gone backwards from this reset, this global worldwide reset. And I asked myself a question. Hey, what would I have to do? What would I have had to have done so that 2008, 9, and 10 wouldn't have crushed me? And the answer was, if I was 10X bigger, it wouldn't have crushed me. And that's the name of the book, The 10X Rule. And then I wrote a book about how you have to 10X everything: your customer base, your friends, your connections, your network, your information, your attitude, the follow-up, your money, your investments, how you have to be in 10X vehicles. Like, I think EXP is a 10X vehicle. When you and I first got together, I'm like, hey, one of my first questions, how many agents do you think could really be in this network? And the number's 10X times what you guys have right now. Would you tell me, 500,000?
Yeah, I thought 500,000 was an ambitious but realistic number that we were going after in the next 5 years or so.
Yeah, worldwide.
Yeah.
So I mean, I'm like, okay, that's 10X, and if you get that big, you become what I wrote about in a book called "If You're Not First, You're Last." Okay, that would make EXP first, and as long as you're first, you're golden.
Right. Yeah, and yeah, no, it's been pretty surreal to say the least. Even where we've come to so far, and in the next couple of years, in theory, under 2 years from now, we could be the largest single real estate brand in the world just in 2 years, not even considering what it could be, 5 years from now.
I'm gonna help you get there, my friend.
So how many books have you written now? You've written quite a few, I think.
Sell or Be Sold, Closed Survival Guide, If You're Not First, You're Last, The 10X Rule, The Millionaire Booklet, Playbook to Millions, and there's probably another 8 or 9 Closed Survival Guide. I forgot about that one. And there's probably another 8 or 9 programs, business programs, that outsold actually the books.
And in how many languages are these books in?
Well, the Millionaire Booklet's in 38 languages. That book was written. 2 hours, published in 30 days, and in 38 languages in 31 days.
Wow. Okay. And was that based on demand, or you wanted to get it out there in that many different languages?
Yeah, I went on social media and said, man, who can speak Arabic? And
Okay.
the next thing, all these people are like, I speak Taiwanese. I'll do it in Spanish. One guy offered to do it in Canadian. Hey.
Yeah. How they come up with the name Canada? C-A-N-A-D-A?
Yeah. Yeah.
Of course, I'm from Canada, so I can say that. So the bacon. Yeah, I was doing a search earlier just with books, and I noticed that like the 10X rule's been translated to a bunch of different languages, and I think Sell or Be Sold. I saw that bunch of different languages on the cover. So it's how does it feel to think about, you know, how many people on the planet you've impacted so far? And I know you've got an ambition to go much larger.
Yeah, that's one of the things I'm most proud of. You know, my dad always told me, even though I didn't know him very long, he was like, hey, your name's the most important thing. And so, and you know, there's nobody that doesn't respect my dad, even 50 years later, that knew him. You know, the fewer and fewer people around to be able to have that story. But, you know, my goal was like, okay, I'm gonna make people know my name. I'm not gonna do anything to ruin it, and I'm gonna get my dad's name. I'm gonna get it known to the world. I was two Saturdays ago. I was on a call with 10,000 Nigerians. Like, it's crazy, man. Like I remember one day where I decided. I said I am going, and it was after 2008. I said I am going to get my name known in places I can never even get to. And somebody's like, why would you want to do that? I'm like, because if they know me in Nigeria, they'll buy from me in Miami.
Right. And then the other question is why not? Like, why, you know, it's like, we only got so many years on planet Earth. Why wouldn't we go big, right?
Yeah. And you know, the technology exists today. Like, it didn't exist for my dad.
Right.
It didn't exist the first half of my lifetime, but it exists today. And then when you collaborate with other people, like, look at all the flags here, Canada, the UK, I don't even know what some of these flags are. It looks like Africa's in here. France. How many countries are you in now?
I believe it's 14 as of today. We just opened up Spain, and we just announced 3 more countries that we're opening up before the end of the quarter. So,
well, there
15.
you go. And one of the reasons I collaborated with you guys is because you're in Brazil. I have friends in Brazil. I want to know more people in Brazil. I can collaborate with your machine and your purpose and the people, and the more people I can influence, the longer I can live.
Right. Well, no, and personal branding. I mean, and you talked about, you know, branding your name. You know, for real estate professionals, that's absolutely key for them. You know, making sure that you're the first person somebody thinks about when they're thinking about buying and selling real estate. You know, that's what every agent in the world they should be striving to do in their local communities.
It's the way of the world. I mean, if you want your business to grow, you know, the number one thing is people. So if you can get people to talk about you in California, and you sell real estate in Houston, and they're talking about you enough in California, they're going to probably be talking about you in Houston.
Yeah.
In the old days, it used to be target marketing, right? Just market to your target. But today that is not reality today. Today the reality is target. Let the world talk about you.
Mm-hmm.
There's 9-year-olds making millions of dollars on YouTube video by delivering something that people just want to look at, and then people buy ads on top of it. So it's a different game today.
So we have we're going to transition about 20 minutes or so to our actual official portion, which is our shareholder portion, which we have a statutory requirement to do a shareholder meeting once a year as a public company, and which is, you know, it's pretty cool, but there's also some extra work that goes along with that. But I was, you know, there's a number of, you know, investors are probably already starting to watch the live stream, and I'm sure they'd love to find out what is it that, you know, ultimately put EXP Realty on your radar. What was it that got you interested in partnering with EXP? I know it's not something you've done before in the residential real estate space, and so there were certain things you saw there. So I'd love to hear some of that.
Yeah, so I'll just tell you from personal experience, like because of who I am and what I do with companies, you learn a lot about industries and the companies that giants in those industries. There's always giants in whatever industry, the medical industry, real estate, finance. There's the giants, and how they treat their people and how they are interested in education and improvement. Because I've been around these companies in the automotive industry, I know the guys, the manufacturers that are most interested in the people, not just selling cars. And I've done some work with other giants in the real estate space. And it was always, hey, come speak and get our people excited, but there was never any follow-up. It was just the shot in the arm thing, make our conference good. And so when I heard about EXP and then, I started researching you and what you were doing, I mean, the first thing that got me, Glenn, to be honest, was the pay plan. It was like, I can get a commission, I can build a team, and I can get equity. I'd never seen that before anywhere. I saw little pieces, like semi-commitments to it. And they all said they train. I've heard that from every one of them. I know them all, by the way. So I bought enough real estate and been around long enough. I know every name in the game. But you were offering something different. Then when I met you, I'm like, okay, this guy lines up with what he's saying. I'm an extremely good read on people. So for me, that's what's the difference. I just tell you, like, I own no stocks. I own 2 stocks in my portfolio, and you're one of them. And the other one I bought, and I regret it. Like, I've never really wanted it. I just don't want to get rid of it because I don't want to lose money right now. So I bought $1 million worth of EXP last week.
Awesome. Well, it's great.
I think I can tell people that publicly because I'm not.
Yeah. No, it's something you did personally, and thanks for becoming a shareholder, and we'll work to build an amazing company that you can be proud of owning. So that's.
I bought it at $28 too, folks. So like I look at it every day, and that's the only thing I hate about stocks. You look at it every day. I should be looking at my customer, not the stock, because I know the stock's going to be fine. It's just. Look, when we go from 50,000 to 100,000, there's no way you don't get to 100,000. I have 13 million people that follow me. I know how many customers I have. There is zero way in my mind, mathematically, that you don't get to that many when you're just starting to add these other countries.
Right. Yeah. No, for sure. And we're just we started the year at 41,000, 100, I think it was. And we're now over 54,000. I think I got ahead of myself on Friday. I think I said 55,000, but we're right there. We're right at the cusp. We're about to go over that 55,000 mark. And you think it hasn't even been a full 5 months yet. So you just do the math.
Exactly. It's just math. Like, there's 8 billion people on this planet. It's the same way I do any of my goals, right? So I know how many customers I've sold at my company over my lifetime, and 100,000 is not a big number on a planet with 8 billion people. And if you guys think there's a lot of real estate agents today, just wait 5 years from now. There's going to be more.
Oh yeah. Well, and it's any sales career, there's so much turnover, but then you've always got the cream that stays in the business because it can be, any good sales career with a decent comp plan, it's good money to be made for those who are professional. So, one of the things you mentioned at the very beginning, you mentioned first responders and real estate professionals being sort of 2 categories of people that work hard. I think that the general theme that I picked up from that is that these are both spaces that is to some extent inconvenient for those that you love and care about, because you get a call, somebody wants to see a home. And they're, and especially in this market, you've got to juggle a lot of family type activities in order to be successful. One thing that I picked up from just watching you and getting to know you and Elena and Scarlett and the whole family, Sabrina, is that you're very much of a family person. This is a really significant support network for you that you lean into and support, and they're supporting you. How do you look at that in a career like sales, and how do you help salespeople sort of understand or help their families get behind them in a business that, you know, in the early stages might be a little
for
more
those
difficult.
of you that are old enough, there was a group called Sly and the Family Stone, and they had one song that answers this question. I don't know if anybody can remembers that one line in that song. I think it was. Let's see if anybody knows it. Sly and the Family Stone. Let's see, because I know real estate agents are most of them are my age or thereabout. No, nobody's coming up with it. Yeah, it's a family affair. You remember that song? It's a family affair. And so, you know, for me, business is a family affair. You know, it's not business and then family. So I basically created a life where, you know, the business is first, and the family gets to service the business. So I do things a little backwards in my life, and I've always been a little contrarian as the way I see things. It's like what I said to you earlier about I really care about the customer. Yeah, I do care about the customer, but I care about me. Care about me. I need to care about me so that I can care enough about the customer, right? Everything really starts with us. So for me, I told Elena before we had kids, I said, look, the business, if we take care of the business, it'll take care of us. Like, let's build a life that basically we don't really know the difference between our business, our kids, our family. Like, it's all integrated. Every time we touch anything, every time we do something as a family, we actually enhance our business. And every time we do something in our business, we actually enhance our family. And so we just kind of constructed it as one thing, as opposed to having two things to manage, even though they both have to be managed and they both need attention. And then we sat down and looked at, okay, what resources would we need in order to run a business big enough so that it would take care of our family, and our family could assist the business, and it would be fun, and serving to both.
Oh, that's awesome. Would you? That sounds like a phrase I use often, which is a business constraint. And if something doesn't match the business constraint, it can't. You don't do that. Would you say that was like your most significant business constraint when you were like architecting your business?
Well, it was my family came late. I didn't start a family till I was 51. Elena and I got married when I was 46. And so, you know, I had been hustling business for 20 years, 21 years. And then when I added the business, I told Elena, I said, look, I'll do anything for you, but I can't give up my dreams. My dreams are to do something big. And she was totally cool with that. Let's do something big. So anytime the big stuff gets in the way, we both remind each other, hey, we both wanted the big stuff, you know, and we know the big stuff. The constraints are the things that we don't want, right? Like, for me to roll with my kids, them going to a public school is not good. Them going to a private school is not good for me. Because if I want them to roll with me and I want to spend time with them, really quality time, I need more resources, and I need them to roll with me during the day. So we wanted to build a business where they could roll with me.
Right.
And it wouldn't offend, for all the real estate agents out there, as long as your kid acts right, it wouldn't offend me if your kid came on the showing. You know, particularly if the kid knew how to pitch. What do you like, Mr. Cardone? What do you like most about the house?
Right.
You know?
Well, Sabrina would be the ultimate pitch person. Is she going to go with the Elena to go show homes?
Both my kids are killers, man. They're just like, you know, they went and started their own Clubhouse accounts and got suspended yesterday.
Oh, did they? Because they were too young?
Yeah, they like, can we just start our own accounts? I said, sure. I knew they were going to get punched, but I thought it'd be a good thing for them to learn from, you know. So Yeah, so like the constraints are, if there were no constraints for everybody out there, and that's what I like about EXP is you're kind of a constraint free. You've created something where you kind of threw the constraints off. Well, what if we did give equity?
Right.
What if we did let them build their own teams? What if we did do it without an office? Not saying we would or we should, or we could, but what if we did? And you know, that thing about what if we did, you know, is always it's a mind blower. You know, you can even use it with your buyers and your sellers. What if you did sell it? What if you did buy it? What if you did pay too much? You know? So I think that's and that's one of the things that I find attractive about you and what you're doing is you're a what if we did kind of guy.
Yeah, no, sure. And when I think about business constraints, I think about the imagining what the future state of business is going to be, and instead of sticking with the old model, the business constraint is let's build the new model. Like the new model in 2009. I think a lot of people could have seen this, that they could have seen that in 10 years, you wouldn't have to go to a physical office to be a real estate professional. But somebody had to actually put a business constraint in place that was, let's build a real estate brokerage that doesn't have bricks and mortar. And so that business constraint ended up creating all these other benefits that allowed me to, like, there were a bunch of business constraints. I want to be able to work from anywhere with anyone at any time on anything. And in order to do that, I need to be able to be mobile, and I need to be able to be connected at the same time. And so these business constraints ended up being this big driver of innovation. And so what are the things when you think about constraints? It's like when you say, hey, I want to be able to spend tons of time with my kids. What does that do to the business that you have to create to support that?
Yeah. Yeah. And this comes out of some of my losses because my dad, I don't remember my dad during the day in the first 10 years of my life. He died when I was 10. So I'm like, I don't want to do that. I learned from that mistake, that experience, right? That, wait a minute, I want to build a business where I can be with my kids and my kids can roll with me and learn from me. I think I'm the best person to teach my kids. And I even hear the teachers say this, hey, if you don't spend time, I had a teacher say, are you going to read lessons with him? I'm like, hey, let him read lessons. You let him read lessons in English and history while he's here. I'm going to teach him what I can teach him because you can't teach him that stuff. So that's when Elaine and I started thinking about homeschooling. How could we roll different? What resources would we need if we weren't constrained? I got some people in here saying they love that question. What if you did do it? And those little things can really make a difference in how exciting the career becomes.
Oh yeah, no, for sure. Well, I'm going to touch one last subject before we roll here today. But you this year in March, you did the first large conference of anybody in anywhere. I mean, I think you had 2,000 people plus in Miami. There was probably 2,500 people there, even though fire marshals probably said you had to be limited to a certain number. But there was a lot of people there.
That's probably
what's that?
That's probably right.
Well, I know there were a few people that I saw there that didn't actually have a ticket to go in, but they were there lobby conning it and the whole 9 yards. So it was a lot of fun. But this last year we did our shareholder summit in Virbela, which is awesome. We're doing our shareholder summit obviously this year, but going forward, EXPCon in November, we're going to do it in Las Vegas. But I know some people have already heard in the EXP space, but how is it getting back together with people again? How was that, and how's planning that? How'd that go?
Fantastic. People want to be with one another. Not everybody's scared. And I always say scared people don't do much and scared money does nothing. So, got to get out. You got to mix it up. It's a great time. I mean, all these are opportunities. These are all opportunities that when you don't want to, when you feel introverted by society, conditions, or your own head, it's probably best to extrovert. It's probably best to push through the fear. Fear is kind of a normal condition in life. It's probably always going to be there. Overcoming it, by the way, is also a normal condition of life. And so there's time to go in, there's time to go out. I can't wait. How many people are you going to have in November?
Well, company wide, it's going to be, who knows, something like 80,000. But in Las Vegas, we could have 4,000, 5,000, 6,000, 8,000. We could have 10% of our agent base show up. Which is pretty typical.
Let's go big or go bigger.
Yeah. So it's going to be pretty darn substantial, and I know I'm looking forward to it. And in fact, we've already got our location picked out for next year for the Shareholder Summit. We were just having a planning discussion. Was it yesterday? Actually, we did have a little bit of one yesterday, and I think we're actually too big potentially for the place that we're going to have it next year. But we reserved it for this last year, and then this year, and then we had to kick it out because of COVID. And by the time we actually get to use the space, we may actually be too large to actually do the event there. So anyway, it's a good problem to have for sure.
I always say, if you're going to have problems, have big ones.
Have big ones.
The little ones aren't worth it.
Hey, so I know last week you were talking about, I think it'd be a great event for any of our EXP agents to take advantage of if you've still got room. But I know last week you were talking about a 3-day event, and I know we didn't talk about this. This is not part of the gig, but you had talked about an event. Is it in June or July? If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, July. We're doing a 3-day boot camp here already. There'll probably be 1,000 people at this. Not as big as our last one. It's just not meant to be that big. 1,000 people is actually very intimate for us. I've done 30,000 person events. It's a 3-day boot camp, and then we follow that up with 3-day real estate investors summit.
Right.
So, that's I think the website's grantcardone.com/bootcamp.
Okay, yeah, there's one called /invest, but maybe it's boot camp. But I just think I want to encourage our agents and brokers that can take advantage of grants events. I've been around them now for just a few months. I think March was my first event, and I've got to see a bunch of this stuff in action, and I think it's a phenomenal investment. I know that some of our agents have went to a couple other things that you've done since March, and the feedback that I'm getting is just off the charts. So, Grant's part of the EXP family. If he's doing stuff, I highly encourage you to get involved in that. Anytime you invest in yourself, it's what's the one thing that I think you've said is once you've experienced it, once you have that understanding, nobody can take it away from you. And I think you provide some really great experiential and informational engagement opportunities that are phenomenal for agents to take advantage of.
Yeah, thank you, Glenn. And anybody that comes to our boot camps, it's focused on money mindset. What is your financial targets? That's where we start. And then then the second day is about marketing. How do you market yourself to become a celebrity? And then how do you become the best sales and negotiating real estate engine in your space? Because today, and Glenn and I have talked about this, with prices going this way, buyers coming in, things are shifting really dramatically right now. You got inventory issues. Probably got some challenges today that are literally historic, with inflation issues going on, people throwing paper at real property like it's nothing, like people are buying second and third homes like Skittles. And you got a seller that's got unreasonable expectations, a buyer that's down here. The real estate agent that learns how to bring those two things together is going to be at the top of their game this year. And you have to learn that part of the game. And we'll spend 3 days focused on those 3 things.
Well, that's awesome, and I can't wait to get back together with you in person. Hopefully sooner than later. I know we'll be making some trips out to your neck of the woods, especially when it gets cold in the winter. But even between now and then, I'm sure we'll be down there, and look forward to all the things that we're going to do together. So thanks for taking time to be with our agents, brokers, staff, shareholders, prospective investors, and different folks today. It's always a lot of fun getting to have a conversation with you, Grant.
Hey, Glenn, pleasure. And to everybody at EXP, I'm wishing you and your family a phenomenal year. We're all on board. My wife has now become a certified agent here in Florida. Is it certified licensed agent here in Florida?
Licensed agent, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And she's already got deals working. She's very excited about the game, and anything that my wife and I can do to help anybody on the EXP team, we're here for you. Thank you, Glenn.
Okay, thanks, Grant. Awesome. So I think we are right at the top of the hour, and we're going to actually start the official portion of the event. And Jim Bramble, our chief counsel, is going to take us through the more formal portion of the event here. So Jim, I'll turn it over to you.
Thanks, Glenn. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. As Glenn said, this is the sort of legal official portion of the meeting. And while it's super important and an opportunity for you as owners of this company to make some decisions about our future, sometimes it's also the most boring part. So I hope you bear with me because it is very important. But with that said, welcome to the official portion of the annual meeting of shareholders of EXP World Holdings, Inc. And if I haven't met you yet, as Glenn said, I am the general counsel of EXP World Holdings. My name is James Bramble. And to start off, I'd like to acknowledge that in attendance here with all of us today are representatives from our independent audit firm, Deloitte & Touche, as well as the members of the board of directors, the entire board. That's Glenn Sanford, Aaron Jacqueline, Dan Kahir, Dee Gentry, Jean Frederick, Jason Gessing, and Randy Miles. And on behalf of the board of directors, call this annual meeting of shareholders officially to order. So during this meeting, I'm going to be acting as chairman, secretary, and the inspector of elections. I took an oath as inspector of elections that will be filed with the minutes of this meeting. And throughout this meeting, you're going to hear a number of forward-looking statements made today. And with that in mind, please just take a second to look at the disclaimer on the screen regarding forward-looking statements. So the board of directors has set March 26, 2021 as the record date for determining who the shareholders are who are entitled to the notice of this meeting and to vote at this meeting. And a list of those shareholders is available for inspection by any shareholder during this meeting by going to virtualshareholdermeeting.com/EXPI 2020. You can access that from any web-enabled device. When you enter the 16-digit control number that was listed on the proxy card we sent you with the proxy statement. Okay, I will now report on the delivery of the notice of this annual meeting. I've inspected an affidavit of mailing from Broadridge Financial Solutions that certifies that notice of this meeting was given to all shareholders of record as of April 7th, 2021. I also have with me a copy of the company's 2020 annual report, which is in Form 10-K. That 10-K includes financial statements that were audited by Deloitte & Touche. A copy of the 10-K was made available to every shareholder entitled to vote, and an electronic copy is also available on the website to access this meeting. So the notice of meeting, the affidavit of the mailing, the proxy statement, the proxy card, and the 10-K are all available to shareholders in electronic format, and they will be filed with the minutes of this meeting. Okay, so next I'm going to report on whether a quorum of shareholders is present, and then we will proceed to the formal business of the meeting and present each of the proposals to you for your vote. Okay, as of the close of business on March 26, 2021, the company had 144,621,454 shares of common stock that was entitled to vote at this meeting. And I have confirmed that a majority of those shares are represented here at today's meeting. Thus, a quorum is present, the meeting is duly constituted, and the business of the meeting will proceed. So I'm now going to introduce each matter that needs to be acted on. Each of the matters is described more fully in the notice and the proxy statement that was sent to you. So there are 4 items of for business today. Proposal number 1, okay? The first proposal concerns the election of the 7 members of our board of directors. They're up for the proposal is that they be elected for a 1-year term that will expire at the 2022 annual meeting. The nominees are Glenn Sanford, Darren Jacklin, Dan Kahir, Dee Gentry, Gene Frederick, and Jason Gessing, and Randy Miles. Now, for information concerning their principal occupations, their service as EXP directors, their skills and qualifications, and other things that you might find of interest, go to your proxy statement and you'll find that there. Company recommends that you vote for the election of each one of these nominees. All right, second proposal. The second proposal concerns the ratification of Deloitte & Touche as the company's independent registered public accounting firm for 2021. The company recommends that you vote to ratify the appointment of Deloitte & Touche to serve as our independent registered accounting firm, as well as to audit our financial statements for the fiscal year that will end December 31st, 2021. All right, let's go to the third proposal. Proposal 3 asks shareholders to approve an advisory resolution on the fiscal year 2020 compensation for our named executive officers. And that's more fully described in the proxy statement. Now, this proposal is advisory, but although it's non-binding, the vote will provide our compensation committee and the full board of directors shareholder sentiment. How do you feel about the compensation for our named executive officers, our philosophy, our policies and practices? And the compensation committee and the board of directors can then consider that when making future decisions regarding executive officer compensation. The company recommends that you approve the 2020 named executive officer compensation. Okay, now we're on to the last proposal. The fourth proposal concerns amending the amended and restated certificate of incorporation of EXP World Holdings to increase the number of authorized shares of our common stock from 220 million to 900 million. Although the company has no current plans to use the additional shares that are proposed to be authorized, we believe that an amendment like this will benefit the company and its shareholders by enhancing our ability to consider and respond quickly to opportunities that require the issuance of stock. And as such, the company recommends that you approve the amendment to the amended and restated certificate of incorporation. All right, so there are no shareholder nominations and no other proposals for business for this meeting that were timely and properly filed with the company. Thus, the business of this meeting is limited to just those 4 matters that I've described. And because no further business is scheduled, I hereby declare the polls for each proposal to be voted on at this meeting open. And I direct that a vote of the shareholders be taken on the 4 matters submitted to shareholders for a vote. Now, if you're a shareholder of record, which most of you are, you've likely already voted by following the instructions in the proxy statement and on your proxy card. But if you're a shareholder of record and you want to change your vote, or if you have not already voted, you can do so now by going to virtualshareholdermeeting.com/EXPI 2021. From any web-enabled device, you just enter your 16-digit control number that was on the proxy statement your proxy card that came with your proxy statement. Please remember, if you've already voted, there's no need to vote again. Each holder of common stock is entitled to 1 vote for each share held of record as of March 26th. Okay, and while I just give people a couple minutes to vote, let me talk about questions you may have of whether you're a shareholder. So there are 3 ways that you can be a voting shareholder. 1, if you're an EXP agent who has participated, meaning you've actually been issued shares in the Agent Equity Program. 2, EXP agents who were issued shares from the Agent Growth Incentive Program or, for example, the Icon Agent Award Program. And then 3, anyone here who has previously purchased EXPI shares just on the open market. If you own shares, then you can vote. In all of the above cases, though, you must have been a shareholder as of March 26, 2021 to vote in this meeting. All right, with that said, I now declare the polls closed for the matters voted upon in this meeting. And it looks like based on the preliminary review of the votes cast and received, both before the meeting and here, I can report the following. 1, the nominees for election to our board of directors have each been elected. 2, Deloitte & Touche has been ratified as the company's independent auditor for 2021. 3, the 2020 named executive officer compensation has been approved. And 4, the amendment to our amended and restated articles of incorporation to increase the authorized shares of common stock has been approved. As the Inspector of Elections, I will furnish a written report of the final vote count with respect to the matters voted on today, which will also be included in the minutes of the meeting. We expect to report the results of the voting also on a Form 8K, which you will see filed with the SEC publicly within 4 business days of this meeting. And that's it. Thank you for attending the annual shareholders meeting, the official portion. I declare it now officially adjourned. And please join me in welcoming to the stage EXP's Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Jeff Whiteside. Jeff.
All right. Thank you very much, Jim. Appreciate it. Can you hear me okay? Everything good? So I will thank you very much, Jim, for doing that. And good afternoon and good evening to everybody. Welcome to our 2021 Shareholders Summit. We are extremely proud to share our results and highlights from 2020 and the first quarter of 2021. I also use some recent historical data that show our trends and performance. And as we look at our company and what we've done so far, the long-term valuation is based on solid fundamentals, the strength of the business model, and the opportunity to grow into the future in a major industry like real estate. Over the next few pages, I will demonstrate our consistent performance, the strength of our business, and the material opportunities for future growth. So just staying on this page for a second, before we get into the numbers, I wanted to share our current portfolio of real estate and tech solutions. As we've heard a lot about today, EXP Realty is now it's US Realty, it's global, it's commercial, it's affiliated services, it's Showcase IDX, and the majority of our EXPI revenue and earnings comes from EXP Realty. As Glenn's talked about, you'll hear quite a bit about it, Dave and the team. Very unique agent value proposition and absolutely agent success obsessed community. Our second piece of our portfolio is Virbela, our collaboration and virtual workplace tech. And that powers EXP operating model, enables companies to operate entirely remotely. And we have hundreds of other customers on the platform, but I cannot tell you what a competitive advantage, as you can see today, that Virbela is, and very, very proud of that team and what we've done. And then Frame is a new technology that we've been developing, and it's directly from the web versus download. So it's a lighter client, and you wait to see the future. There's going to be a lot of opportunity for the future of Frame. And finally, our recent acquisition of Success, ecosystem of personal development resources and media, 124-year-old heritage. There's a lot of opportunity. You're seeing it here at this Shareholders Summit, and the connections and how we can grow and how we can support our agents. It's going to be a big competitive advantage also. So over the last 3 years, we've grown from primarily a U.S. residential business to a global real estate and technology company. If we go to the next page, please. we'll get into some of the key financial metrics and trends. The first page I have is a look at our 2020 full year executive summary. So we're going to go through some of the numbers and the highlights of the full year of 2020. And 2020 was a year of growth, record growth, and international expansion amid a global pandemic. 2020 year-end NPS was 74 compared to 64 in 2019. We're going to talk about this quite a bit, and you're also going to see, Glenn's going to talk about this after I get done. But Net Promoter Score is our key metric for our company that guides our strategic and operational decisions. It's basically, what do we need to do to have the best possible brokerage in the world? What do we have to do to support our customers, our agents? And that's how we run our business. And when that works out, the results that you're going to see going forward here happen. And a lot of it has to do with our focus on Net Promoter Score. So in 2020, our revenue increased 83% versus the prior year due to continued agent growth of 63% versus the prior year and increased agent productivity. We're up 13% versus prior year. Our SG&A, which is our cost to run the business, it was 7.1% of revenue versus 9.5% in the prior year. And basically what that tells us is that we're getting productivity from our business as we grow. Our net income in 2020 was $31 million. That's versus a $10 million loss in 2019. So as we're growing, you're going to see where we are getting more profitability and more of the cash is dropping to the bottom line. Our cash flow, which if you've heard me talk before, it's a huge deal for our company. We had positive $99 million in cash flow, resulting in a $100 million balance at the end of the year. And that also includes, that's after we paid almost $30 million in stock buyback to offset dilution. Our agents increased 15,890 over the prior year, ending at 41,313 agents. That's phenomenal performance. And that's in a year also that, we pretty much stopped for about half a quarter in Q2 when the pandemic hit. We grew only at 33%. So as you see the results over 2020, that's in a pandemic year. So fantastic results. Congratulations. Virbela external revenue. So as I mentioned before, it's a massive tool for us, very competitive, huge competitive advantage. Their external revenue increased 286% versus the prior year. We purchased Showcase and Success Enterprises, and we opened EXP Realty in 5 additional international countries, including South Africa, India, Mexico, Portugal, and France. Now our key metrics with a perspective of growth versus our prior years. So if you go to the next page, what I'm showing you here is I'm showing you the 3 years, 2018, 2019, and 2020. And this chart is broken down into 2 categories, operating metrics and financial metrics. To start with our operating metrics, I mentioned the NPS, the 2 apples to apples scores is we went from 64 to 74. And, Glenn would say on a regular basis, whenever we hit above that 70 mark, we're doing well and good things are going to happen below. The next piece of our metrics is our employee NPS. So we measure our agents NPS and we measure our employees NPS. And our employees went from 72 to 75 to 82. So you saw Mike earlier today talk about the awards that we've been winning as a company. And retaining and getting the best employees and getting the best agents is really what you're going to see results in below this line. Our agent count, so adding productive agents to the platform drives unit sales, volume, and gross commissions. All right. So our agent count, to put it in perspective, in 2018, we finished at 15,570, 2019, 25,423, and 2020, 41,313. As you've heard a few times today, we are now at plus 54,000 agents in our company. So on a 3-year growth percentage, our agent count has grown 63% each year. Our units went from 74,678 in 2018 to 135,000 to 238,981. So that's 79% growth rate on an average basis. Our price per unit went up. Now there's not a lot that we do about that, but it's 265 to 282 to 303. And then our volume in terms of our the gross real estate that we've sold as a company went from 19.8 billion in 2018 to 38.2 to 72.2 billion dollars. So that's a massive number. So the company did 72.2 billion dollars in volume, which is an average growth rate of 91% per year. Historically, the vast majority of our agents were in the US. Global expansion will drive significant incremental agent growth outside the US. So that's going to come, but we're just starting that up. So I think the great news, and it continues into this year, as I'll show you, is that the strength of our business really is our core US business, and it's performing fantastic while we're growing other areas, i.e. international and commercial. So that's great news for our investors. As we look at our financial metrics, our revenue in 2018 was $500 million, 2019, 980, and 2020 was $1,798 million. It's a $1.8 billion. So on average, including a really, we grew at 33% in Q2 of 2020. On average, our revenue has grown at 90%. So when we look at our model and we look at our company, our revenue growth has been strong pre-COVID, during, and post, right? So the model was built before, during, and after. If you look at our gross margins, you can see that the dollar numbers went from 40 million to 84 million to 160. So that's an average growth of 99%. Our gross margin percentages went from 8.1% to 8.6 to 8.9. And then, as I mentioned before, what we look at when we think about SG&A, which is our costs, we're going from a 12.6% of total revenue all the way down to 7.1%, which gives us productivity gains. And that's why you see some of the operating margin getting better over the years. So going to operating margin, our operating margin was a loss of 22 million in 2018, a loss of 9 million in 2019, and a gain of 32 million in 2020. So positive gross margin as we get into this, and that translates into net income. So our net income was pretty much the same as operating margin in 2018 at 22 million, 10 million, and then it was $31 million in net income. So we've hit positive net income as a company each quarter since Q4 2019. All right. Our adjusted EBITDA is it's an operating metric that we use that adds back non-cash expenses. And we went from 2 million to 13 million to 58 million. So it's 309% average growth. And then a big one, as I talk about it quite often, our operating cash flow went from 23 million to 51 to 99 million. So that's positive cash flow after all expenses, investments, and stock buyback program, and with zero debt on the balance sheet. So very, very solid results and very, very solid trends. So as you can see from the results above, our trends in growth, profitability, and capital allocation have been extremely strong. We'll now look at some select balance sheet financials. So if you go to the next page, please. Some select balance sheet financials. We look at cash and cash equivalents. We mentioned $100 million at the end of the year was in the bank versus 40 million at the end of 2019. Our debt was 0 and 0. So very, very strong and what that means is, it's another big competitive advantage for us, because what we can do with zero debt, it allows us to make quick decisions and determine our future on our own. And you can see, when we make decisions in the best interest of our agents and our employees, we can do them fast and effective, and we don't have that burden of that external debt. And I'd love to then go to some of the 2020 business highlights, which we include on the next page. You've seen, next page, please. You've seen from the presentations today so far. Can you hear me all right? Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, so you've heard from a lot of people today. So, as you've seen from today, we've significantly strengthened our global leadership team across the entire company in the brokerage, international, commercial, growth, marketing, finance, technology, showcase, IDX, legal, human resources, and Verbella. We have remediated all material weaknesses from our financial statements. So this was, this company's been going so fast, doing so many things and building the systems around at the same time. The team did a fantastic job of the growth, but at the same time this year we had to clean up some of the controls around the growth, and we did. So there are zero material weaknesses on our financial statements. We amped up marketing, doubled down in digital, and rebranded EXP World Holdings, EXP Realty, and Verbella. We launched EXP Commercial in the fourth quarter of last year. We increased our stock buyback to offset dilution with operating cash flow, and we continue to invest and scale our innovative Verbella and Frame platforms. So we will now take a look at our results from Q1 2021 and see how we have continued to generate extremely strong results. In summary, Q1 2021, our revenue was $583.8 million. That's up 115% year over year. To put it in perspective, we did $500 million in all of 2018. Our gross profit, which was a record, was $53.5 million, up 91% in Q1. Net income was $4.8 million, which is a positive. Adjusted EBITDA, $14.8 million, which is up 159%. And our operating cash flows, again, positive at $40.6 million, up 184%. And now into some details on our operating and financial metrics in Q1 2021. Same chart, talk about the operating metrics, talk about the financial metrics. So our agent NPS went from 70 up to 75%. Our employee NPS went up from 72 to 80 year over year. Our agent count, as we discussed before, went from 28,449 to 50,333. And as we mentioned again, we're at 54,000 plus right now. Our units were up 95% from 37.8 to 73.8 thousand. Productivity was up 14%. The price per unit was up 14%. And our volume was up 123. So we went 123%. We went from 11 billion to $25 billion in quarter. That goes down to our financial metrics. Our growth in revenue was 115%, went from 271 million to 584 million. Our gross margin went from 28 million to 53 million, which is a record, up 93%. Our SG&A, as you can see, we're still getting some productivity. It was 10.2% of sales. It's now 8.3% in the first quarter. Operating income went from 0.1 to $5 million, and our net income went from 0.2 to $5 million. Adjusted EBITDA from 6 to 15 million, and our operating cash flow from 14 to 41 million. So that's just another strong result in cash generation, revenue growth, and agent growth. Now, if we look at the chart showing agent growth and revenue over time, please. As you can see from below, with our revenue going from $500 million in 2018 to 1.8 billion in 2020, we've had phenomenal agent growth and revenue growth. Elevated growth in both agent count and revenues as a result of our commitments to our agents. And our agent count went from 15,570 in 2018 to 54,000 today. So finally, a look at where we are headed into the future. We feel great about where we are right now, and we feel great about where we're going. All right. As we look at the strength of the company, the strength is the EXP model driven by NPS and eNPS. The strength of our technologies with Verbella, EXP Enterprise Brokerage Platform, and our Showcase IDX. We have a long runway for growth and margin opportunities. This is in U.S. international realty. This is in affiliated services and express offers, mortgage, title, escrow, home warranty. We haven't scratched the surface there yet, and we're working hard, and we're going to get there. EXP Commercial launched in the fourth quarter. You heard from Jim today. We plan to have. It's not as many agents, but we see a lot of success coming there. Verbella and Frame, and then the Success acquisition is going to really, have a lot to do with our retention, our growth, and just helping our agents get better as time goes on. So as we think about, we will have continued execution as we've consistently shown. And I tell everybody, we from the numbers that you've seen right now, from the opportunities and our growth, from the employees and the leadership we have, both on the agent side and on our staff side, we are absolutely stoked, and we are going great guns and going into the second quarter. And I want to thank you very much for your partnership, and I will now turn the stage over to Glenn.
Thanks, Jeff. Thanks, everyone. One of the things that we wanted to do on the agenda was just to talk a little bit about actually tomorrow, and that is that we're going to have at 9:30 a.m. Pacific, we're going to have a track. It's in the EXP World Holdings track, where we're going to actually have a in-depth investor Q&A. There's going to be about 45 minutes. You'll navigate to the expo hall and then find the EXP World Holdings and click enter, and that will be where our larger investor Q&A is tomorrow. So excited to have everybody attend that. However, given that this shareholder portion, many people may not be able to attend tomorrow, since today is the main day and we've just finished up with the statutory portion of the shareholder meeting. There was a request that we touch on at least a couple high-level questions that have been coming our direction, especially more recently. Obviously, we had a great Q1. We had a phenomenal 2020. And we're obviously shaping up very well going into the balance of the year, as Jeff noted. And so one of the things that one of the questions that has come up a fair bit, and so if you can imagine, we get a lot of direct questions from prospective shareholders, and there's a lot of things that we just can't answer unless we're answering in a public way or in a public setting. And that's because we don't want to give more information or visibility to either our opinions or thoughts around what's going on to one group versus another group. So to a large extent, we don't comment on what's been going on. But to say the least, we've had a lot of people reach out to us about the recent stock price decline from its previous high. So I think the stock post-split ended up getting somewhere close to $90. Today it's around 26. Obviously, it's fallen off quite a bit. The flip side of it is, of course, if you look at this time last year, we're something like 4x or so, and we're trading at an all-time high compared to where we were last year. We had a big run up earlier this year, and with that run up actually came the opportunity to look at how do we keep the stock price effectively in the same valuation range as has been in the past for all the equity awards. And so that's where the stock split came about. I think we were trading in the 60s, high 60s, $70 a share range pre-split. When we put out that press release, we've been talking about it for a while internally as we had been seeing the stock do what it was doing. And to a large extent, the stock does what it does in the short run with very little influence by us as a company. So as a company, we are building a great company for our agents, brokers, and staff. And some people will go in and buy large blocks of stock, which we saw a lot of institutions do last year. And you can actually go to NASDAQ and you can actually read about, what institutions are doing and are they buying more shares? Are they investing more? Or are they divesting of their investments? And so one good thing is just to see what institutions are doing. And we're fortunate to have a lot of institutions that have in the past here actually built positions in the company. At the same time, when you have a stock that runs up as fast as we had it run up, we'll also have others that will make bets effectively that the stock is maybe overvalued. And so they will do things like sell short into the marketplace. And so if you look at just the last 6 weeks or so, our short position on the stock is, I think, over doubled, or it's grown substantially in terms of the number of people who have been betting against the company. And so with that becomes a marketplace of a valuation that's created by people who are bullish, people who are bearish, people who are trading short term, people who are trading long term, and that becomes the backdrop of the marketplace. And so to some extent, we just continue to keep our heads down, building the company, and the stock will do what it's going to do. However, we believe that if we do the right thing by our agents, brokers, and staff, that over time, the results that will be built into the long-term valuation of the company will reflect what we're building internally. So that's kind of really the commentary about stock price, but that was something that had come up a fair bit, actually, very rapidly over the last couple of weeks. And you can look at the general market. You look at a lot of companies that are in the tech real estate space. Those stocks have got reduced in value substantially as well, not to the percentage that ours has. However, they also didn't go up the percentage that ours had. So to some extent, EXPI has just been a more volatile, meaning that it goes up higher and drops faster, just because of the nature of our company versus other companies, and just how our stock sort of independently trades versus others. So that's some commentary. At the end of the day, we're in here, Jeff, and all 1,100 staff, and everybody else just working on building a great company. The other question that came up quite a bit was, why did the company increase the authorization of shares, or why did we ask for that in that past year earlier, to increase the authorized number of shares to 900 million versus what it had been around the 300 million range. And so or actually it's 200, I think, was the number. And the reason why we went with that number is it gives us flexibility in the future. It doesn't create any dilution for existing shareholders. It simply gives the company more latitude in the future should there be strategic opportunities to do things with those shares. So they could be anything from, like what we did earlier in the year, where we did a stock split. So every agent and every shareholder ended up with 2 shares of stock for every 1 share that they owned, and that came from the authorized at the time. Didn't change any percentage ownership, so everybody continued to own the exact same percentage as they owned before, but with it came that reduction in stock price while increasing the number of shares that everybody had. So what the 900 million authorization does is it gives us latitude to do things in the future, like a stock split if needed, or it could be other things they may be there, but it's not. It's all done, with everybody, all of our agents, brokers, staff, and quite frankly, shareholders in mind when we do make strategic decisions relative to the shares. So I'm going to be back on stage a little bit later today. 1:35 Pacific, I think, is what time I'm scheduled. And I'll be talking a little bit more about what we refer to as the future vision of EXP, just things that we're thinking about. I'm thinking about, what is the future of EXP World Holdings, EXP Realty, Virbela, Success, and the other enterprises look like, just in terms of just visioning the future. And now I think that we're going to actually turn over the next section. I believe it's going to be Showcase IDX and Scott Lockhart, if I'm not mistaken. So with that, there's Scott.
Thanks, Glenn.
Thanks, everyone.
Yeah, thank you. Hi, everyone. I am Scott Lockhart. I'm the CEO of Showcase IDX. And we are... Here we go. Just get this presentation.
Okay, Ciara, if you want to move it to the next one. Yes, so I'm going to start at August 1st, 2020. That is the date that we were acquired by EXP World Holdings, and it was a real bright spot in a very, very kind of rough year, not just for us, but for everyone. And one of the things, I think it's actually kind of pertinent to this audience, and I think it really speaks to EXP and the culture, the executive team. Acquisitions can go a lot of different ways. Often they don't go as well as anyone had hoped. And I just want to take this opportunity just to say that it's gone way better than I would have ever expected. I'm very delighted and surprised, quite frankly, how the expectations that were set have been exceeded. I think it's a real testament to the culture that exists within EXP, and the fact that they can do all these great things and make good, really sound decisions along the way. It's important. So back to this. So really, if you want to go to the next slide, we're here really to do some really big things. And when we came on board, this is what Glenn said in some of the press releases back in August. But what we're trying to do is build a platform using the experience and the technology foundation that we already have, and then combine into that some really good SEO and some consumer search experiences, and then blend that with an agent experience to build something that's really, truly valuable. And before we get into that, you're probably wondering, who is Showcase IDX? So next slide. The Showcase IDX product itself is a IDX search plugin for WordPress, and it powers the home search on thousands of agent and team sites around the country. We started the IDX part of the business in 2012 and built it up into a top 3 provider with coverage over 70 MLSs, and we, more than anything, built a small yet really powerful core team with decades of experience and success in startups on the enterprise level and also in real estate. So one of my previous positions, I was actually CTO at one of the largest brokerages in the country at the time. So we have real estate experience. What we also did in 2020 is we shipped the initial version of exprealty.com and exprealty.ca, and those are the starting points for what over the next many years will be a large platform that we're building. So in 2021, we're continuing to build a really truly exceptional and diverse team. This says 22, we're actually at 23 now. And we are really focused on culture and a culture of productivity and respect, and it's going very, very well on that side of things, because it's allowing us to develop the portal strategy and the search strategy that we're looking to apply for eXp Realty. And we're also, during this, working towards nationwide coverages. We're looking to have that in our arsenal this year. We've also, while we've been working on the EXP side of things and building the team and the culture, we've continued the IDX business growth, which is at about a solid, 40% year-over-year monthly recurring revenue growth for a 16-year-old company and about a 8-year-old product, which is solid. So what are we doing for EXP? In the last 10 years, technology has changed, and the role of technology in particular has changed in people's lives. It just has, especially it just seems to get faster. But really, real estate technology really hasn't changed that much. There's definitely been some good stuff, but nothing that anyone can probably point to that says this is industry changing, disruptive. Some massive brands have been built. There's been a lot of success, but nothing that's really changed too much when you look at the core technology. So what we're here to do is build a consumer-focused search platform through some portals and some agent websites that really nail everything that people expect from a top search experience and a little bit more. Then we're looking to layer onto that and into that an agent experience that really sets EXP agents up for success. So we're really looking to the future, but when it comes down to it, guys, the future is today. You know, as Jason Dorsey this morning from CGK talked about this, the millennial generation are the new drivers of the real estate market. And we have Generation Z, or Z if you're over American, coming up real fast as well. And they expect a more virtual experience. I mean, it's just expected. It's just is. But they also see, from Jason's research, they see the value in using an agent. So we see it as our mission to build a consumer search experience that engages today's and tomorrow's consumer and gives them the opportunity to work with EXP agents in a better way. Our mission really is to give EXP agents an unfair advantage by being able to connect meaningfully with consumers and having those tools to build relationships and efficiently take their clients through that home buying process. You know, that helps consumers too. You know, we're also looking to provide opportunities for EXP's affiliated services like express offers, reload, mortgage, and title to fit into that online experience as well. You know, but I think one thing that's very important in this is that this can't just be about the agent anymore, which is a somewhat controversial thing to say, working for a brokerage. But what we've seen with the technology that's out there is that we have to be consumer focused. The agent is consumer focused. We have to be consumer focused as well. It's not zero sum. It's not that we're not going to be agent focused, but we have to be consumer focused. You know, this is how we'll give EXP agents the opportunities and advantages in meeting these needs and wants for the millennials and Gen Z as they come forward. So, but there is a bit of an elephant in the room, right? So if you move the slide forward. So in Q3 of 2020, there was 218 million people used Zillow websites. Now, that's an awful lot of people using those websites, a few websites really, in 3 months, 90 days. But let's think about this a little bit differently. So you can advance the slide. I'm not going to go where you probably think we're going to go. So in all of 2020, NAR reported that there was about 6.5 million transactions. So that means you can take the people who are in those transactions out of it. So let's just say 200 million. Sounds good enough. Just looking for homes. You know, they did not buy. You know, it's important to understand that people today aren't just using home search websites to buy a home, but they are using them to have an experience. And what some of the larger brands have done very, very well is bring those people back by giving them an experience that best solves their problems. So there's kind of a disconnect when you look at the standard brokerage and agent lead model and the business model around online leads. There's what it is and what people actually want. And that's a bit of a problem because we're creating leads, in some cases, a lot of leads, but not getting a lot of success out of those. And some agents are doing very, very well, but most struggle on the agent side. And consumers don't particularly like it either, from all the research that we've done. So what we're looking to do to address this is, if you switch the slide, to not really try and reinvent the wheel. What we're looking to do is make what people do today, every day, whether they're lying in bed as a consumer or maybe even they're on the toilet, let's be honest, and they struggle with, and you know, finding homes. They've got their sites, their apps that they like, but we want to make it easier and more fun and more productive through technology. And we're certainly not looking to replace agents, actually completely the opposite. We're looking to enable agents to be the hero. And we're going to be doing this by being very intentional about building the right agent tools that help agents scale their business and their most important resource, which is time. So one of the things that we're going to do with this too is take our experience in product, talking with agents, our industry experience, and just keep it simple. And we're looking to think about things not necessarily to change them in every case, but to rethink the status quo. So you're probably wondering about the timeline about this. So if you go to the next slide, yeah, thanks. through the rest of 2021, we're going to be continuing to build the team and the product and getting those foundational pieces in place. It's going to be very consumer focused at first. Everyone's going to see probably some of the consumer side stuff because it's going to be the most apparent. But on the back end, we will be continuing and building out the agent product towards launch as well. And really, one other part of this will be our product team will be working really closely with EXP agents for the future going forward, and making sure that we are building products that solve real problems and doing it in a way that actually is useful and fun to use. Can be fun. So in 2022, really, you should expect big things. That's when you'll start to see some of the agent tools coming out, and the maturity of the product as we kind of continue to iterate and innovate through the rest of 2021. So thank you so much for your time. I'm very, very happy to welcome to the stage Alex Howland. He is the co-founder and president of Virbela. So thank you.
All right, great to be here. Thanks, Scott. Really appreciate it. As Scott mentioned, I'm Alex Howland, co-founder and president of Virbela. Started working with EXP back in 2016 is when EXP moved over to the Virbela platform. I think we were about 900 agents at that time. So to look out in this audience is just incredible, and seeing how many people are watching the live stream and those sorts of things. It's been an incredible journey. I actually just recently found a picture of myself from 2015 holding up a 10x sign from 2015. At that time, I was the only full-time employee for Virbela. And to think the influence of folks like Grant Cardone and Glenn Sanford influence on me personally and where we've come to today being part of the EXPI family is just incredible, and someone needs to pinch me. That first event was actually a shareholders event that I attended back in 2016. I think there were 100 people there live in Bellingham, Washington. Just to see the number of people here in the audience and the number of people on the Virbela platform going global is just incredible. Today, I'm going to talk a little bit about Virbela and our growth with EXP Realty, as well as outside of EXP Realty over the last year and this year. If we want to go to the next slide. So as you all can imagine, right, the pandemic has certainly had a big impact in our business, and we had just had a complete influx of interest when the pandemic hit, really overnight, and we were quite reactive to the interest. We were a team of about 20 people at the time. And over the course of last year, we scaled to about 170 employees, really putting together the components of the business that were really lacking before. Before, we were predominantly an engineering team, and myself as an organizational psychologist and a few other operating folks. So this ignition of interest allowed us to really build an enterprise team that I'm really proud of today, and we continue to build out that team. We saw, just explosive growth, over the last year, 45x growth in new users, 50x growth in international users. So it's interesting, over 50% of our users, actually, the last time I checked, are outside of the United States. So we have this platform that's truly global, really inclusive to people around the world with a computer and an internet connection that makes our business really exciting on where it can go. We also had the opportunity to really kind of crystallize our vision around building communities for the modern workforce. EXP Realty has really, truly paved the way, not just in real estate, but for any company trying to grow a massive company fully remote. It's quite incredible what we've been able to learn from EXP Realty that we're now applying to many other organizations. If we go to the next slide, I'll share some of those organizations. So last year, 2020, early on, we just had really a handful handful of clients. We're predominantly, focusing on supporting EXP Realty. And over the last year, we added over 300 new customers, including some really impressive brands like HTC, PwC, MIT, MBA, the World Bank, American Cancer Society. I can go on and on. The brands that are coming and joining us on the platform has just been pretty incredible. We've also built some great strategic partnerships with folks in predominantly the event space, the technology space, and education. So we have Event Farm, Laval Virtual, HTC, Douglas Stewart, and some more coming soon. So really excited by the partnerships that we've been able to form and continue to grow our adoption of the platform in really diverse industries. Move on to the next slide. We've done a lot of technology improvements over the last year as well. One is the challenge that we're always working on with EXP Realty, and that's just keeping up with the size, right? So we've now had events with over 2,500 people in a virtual world, and over 1,500 people in a single room like this auditorium here today. Give you a sense, our competitors maybe can support a couple hundred. Bar is going to continue to get pushed, mostly by EXP Realty and now others. And we're excited to keep up with that continued growth and put effort towards scale in performance. But we also launched new product lines and new revenue streams, particularly Virbela events, to help organizations create immersive virtual experiences. People have Zoom fatigue. They're tired of being in Zoom all the time. So we've helped create really engaging experiences for conferences, events. Recently, we held a bat mitzvah in the platform. All sorts of reasons to be in this platform through events. And we supported, I think, over 450 events between our team and our partners last year. We've also included new spaces to support those events, like the Virbela Speakeasy, where the one and only DJ Jazzy Jeff will be performing this week. Quite exciting. The Expo Hall, make sure to check out the Expo Hall if you haven't already. That was new last year, as well as the support center to support the great agents as well as other folks in different industries with our different customers. So really proud of our art team and our development team, product team for all the great work that they're doing, and will continue to add more things over the course of the year. We've also added things like video streaming, webcam support, and screen sharing. Right? How cool is it to see Glenn and Grant up on the big screen? Those are features long time requested that we're finally getting in there and pushing the technology forward. That's quite exciting. We also really believe in inclusive global communities, as well as supporting EXP Realty's international. So we've added many different languages to the platform with many more to come that I'm quite excited about. If we go on to the next slide, I want to talk a little bit about our vision. And our vision is large, and our vision isn't just about this year or even next year. Our vision is really forward-looking in thinking about what is possible as the world moves to a hybrid or fully remote economy, international economy. What are technologies that are really going to allow us to push forward and build community and culture in a way that we did when we were face-to-face, but again, in a remote global economy. So we are making investments in different tools and projects, such as continued investment in the platform we're in here today, but also Fame, which is available right on the web. No client download, it's a click away. And super excited by what we're doing with Frame because of it's so accessible. We believe that if it's possible on the web with one click, we need to be there. And right now, the web infrastructure is kind of in its infancy in terms of where we think it's going. Right now, our Frame product, similar to Virbela product, can hold about up to 60 users at once. But we're going to continue to push those limits and see what can we do in the web. That product is in late stage beta. We're already signing on some enterprise customers who are interested in Frame. We're seeing increased adoption, and it's really exciting. You can bring in 3D models, photospheres, you can get in on mobile, you can get in on a VR headset, anything with a browser, it's ready to go. We're also doing some really exciting work with JVT in the Office of Naval Research. So our nation's military is often on the bleeding edge in terms of training and learning and development. So with them for the last three years, I think, we've been building really high-end, fully immersive virtual reality training simulations that are like being there, right? Really bringing experiential learning to the online engagement, helping drive down costs, increasing safety, and increasing the accuracy of training that will have impact in the military, but also in the education sectors, in the enterprising sectors going forward. And having this engagement with the DoD in JVT is allowing us to be on really the bleeding edge of what's possible in these technologies. So really excited again about our vision and where we're headed in the different product activities that we're engaged in that are moving this industry forward. We're also working on some improvements to the current platform, both in terms of the look and feel, as well as thinking about diversity of avatars and really trying to be an inclusive place. So a lot of these things are long-term endeavors that are going to take some time, right? They're not necessarily going to come out tomorrow, but we're putting significant effort into redesigning look and feel of campus to make it more inclusive and welcoming and social, as well as, again, more variability in the look and feel of the avatar to represent a truly global user base that we now hold. So I think we're going to show a brief video of that. All right, well, there's a sneak peek. Again, really exciting work that the team is doing in the background. Really fortunate to have such talented folks on the team. Really appreciate what's to come. Appreciate all of you out here today. And next, I'm going to turn it over to Ted Latz with Success.
Thank you, Alex. Appreciate it. And good afternoon, EXP. Exciting stuff going on here in the EXP community for sure. Hello, everybody. And so excited to come to you today and chat a little bit about what is happening over on the success side of the business. So you may remember, you know, call it 6 or 7 months ago that EXP World Holdings acquired Success Magazine and the different opportunities that, you know, came with it. And so, you know, basically at that point we had the magazine and we've taken that and we've expanded into different areas. And so, you know, Glenn's vision there of providing kind of that personal give or take, doesn't have to be exact, but 5,000 square feet, with the first, call it 1,500 square feet being a cafe, and the back 3,500 square feet being a co-working facility. And that co-working facility has a certified success coach inside. And so there's multiple revenue streams there, really an exciting concept. And again, you know, keeping in mind the you know, the changes that society has made because of COVID, we've added things like smaller office spaces. You know, might be phone booth size, 1 or 2 person size office spaces. We've designed a special by the minute pricing. So whereas a typical co-working facility, you might have, you know, monthly or weekly contracts. We've been able to do it all the way to down to the minute. And so when you think about that from someone walking into the front cafe and deciding to work in a, you know, in the co-working facility in the back, they could basically get their latte, whatever it might be, walk to the back and do work in the co-working space. Also think about it from an agent standpoint or an entrepreneur or, you know, executive, whatever it might be, that walks back to the back. They might typically be there working on their own, whereas they have a coach available to bounce their ideas off of, bounce their questions off of, all of those different things. So don't want to go into too much detail on it, but it's a very exciting concept. For those of you that might be interested, again, go to successfranchise.com and there'll be a lot more information there. And so that's kind of the first concept that we have that's very exciting for agents. Second, with that, kind of bundled in with that, but also stands on its own, is success coaching. And this is really exciting. concept. And I want to invite up both Don Hobbs and Ben Fairfield to share with you what the success coaching opportunity looks like.
Thanks, Ted. I appreciate that. I'm standing right next to you, buddy. Thank you. And hey, guys, it's great to be here. And thank you for the time, Ted, and allowing us this demonstration, because we were very excited about this. When Glenn had the chance to acquire this, it was clear to the team and all of us that this iconic property called Success was a very natural place to bring one-on-one, true life-changing coaching to the world. And for those that have never been coached, it is that kind of an experience. And we knew that we needed somebody, major to play with us that was really in the coaching space. I've developed a couple companies in coaching, but this guy's been a major player in the coaching space, and we found the right guy in Ben Fairfield, who is the managing director. So Ben, you're here somewhere, I'm assuming.
I am Don. Hello, EXP. Thanks everybody for being here, and we are really excited. Now, what I want you to know is that we see ourselves as custodians of the Success brand. We know it's a 124-year-old brand, and we take it very seriously, the power that this brand brings to the table. And so we were so thrilled to see Glenn's vision of partnering this with EXP and bringing this into the EXP world. And so with that, we wanted to do things differently. We wanted to do things that had never been done before. And so Success Coaching has provided a new option for coaching that's not been seen in the marketplace. We went back and we started from the very beginning, and we talked to the top coaches in the country and said, if you were going to create a company that was the top of class in coaching, that no one would ever want to leave, what would it look like? And over the course of the last few months, through multiple masterminds and training and brainstorming sessions, we are excited to be able to launch and announce to you officially today that we now have in place, ready to do business, Success Coaching.
Yeah, and so we're very excited about the process, because this product is unlike anything else. As Ben said, we really went to the best minds. And think about it, guys. This is, first of all, no, it's certainly for EXP. We expect to serve you in great ways, but it's for the world. There's other industries that we can serve. And one of the things I know about coaching, since I've been in it so long, is that every great athlete has a coach. Every great performer, whether it's gymnastics or by the way, even art, has a coach. And Michael Jordan didn't have one coach, he had 6 coaches, right? Strength training and shooting. And what we're looking to do is absolutely give you the experience of having greatness faster. So we have for you in this next slide, talking about group coaching. And group coaching is for those that maybe have not experienced coaching and want just a taste of it. Or it could be for somebody who's looking for a very specific topic that we're covering in a group program. And then we've got one-on-one, which is one-on-one is that relationship between somebody who can see your blind sides that you don't see, the things that, if you knew that they were a challenge, you'd just fix them. We know what to do and still don't do it. And that's where we really see the one-on-one coaching. And of course, we actually are really proud that we've just have developed this coaching certification, Success Coaching Certification. And Ben, I'm going to hand that back over to you to take you through that.
Absolutely. And Don, what you and I know, and a lot of people out here watching, we all know that no one succeeds alone, and that you're better because of the coaching relationships you've had. I am as well, and multiple people listening. And so we wanted to provide a way for this ecosystem at EXP and beyond, any industry all across the world, places for people to plug in and find the help they need to remove obstacles, to become the best version of themselves possible, and to accomplish any goal that they're setting out to accomplish. And so we're doing that through a couple different levels. And so we're going to start with group coaching, which if you're going to be with us in breakouts tomorrow, we are excited tomorrow to launch our first group coaching, group training program. You're going to want to hear about that. But we're going to have lots of group training and coaching opportunities for everyone, including EXP. So you're going to see that. Elite coaching is our one-on-one. This is where you're partnered with one of our top performing business and mindset coaches, really helping you not only grow your business, but grow in your relationships and grow in all other aspects of your life using some proprietary techniques and systems that we've developed along the way. And then our pinnacle coaching. The pinnacle coaching is for people who want a hybrid between a coach and a consultant. These are probably your business owners who are not only needing someone who can help them remove obstacles and ask good questions, but also may have the expertise having been there with them before and can come alongside them and walk through a problem together. So no matter what you're facing, there is a way that you can plug into Success Coaching and that we can help you get to where you're going faster.
Yeah, and when you become part of our coaching programs, we have a private community. You get access to a mastermind. I don't know if the slides changed, but if not, please do. Of course, we all get Success Magazine as a subscription by being an EXP agent, but the world of people that are in our coaching program don't. So we're going to give them a subscription. And of course, you've got lots of discounts on live programs and all of that. And Ben, let's talk about what the certification looks like real quickly before we go.
Absolutely. So here's what we know. We know that everyone's a leader, and we know that leadership is most effectively performed and delivered to those around us through a coaching perspective or lens. And what we also know is that coach is a title much like CEO that's very loosely used on LinkedIn. Just go look for yourself, and you'll see many people call themselves a coach. What we knew when we're a part of the brand like Success and EXP, we knew that we needed to raise that bar. We knew that we needed to raise the standard. And so we've put together a 5-day program that raises the standard in coaching to a level we don't believe has ever been raised before. It's 5 days live. You get a licensed use of the term certified success coach, not only to help you people in your world and your business, but potentially other people as well. This is for people who have been coaching for a long time, wanting to elevate their skill set. Just the same as it's for somebody who maybe isn't in coaching officially yet and wants to go down that path. Maybe that's the direction that they're going in life. This course is for them. Now, one of the most important things about it is not only do we have all of that happening, we also signed a wonderful agreement with Dr. Michael Abelson, the nation's leader in the DISC behavioral profile. And those attending the certification course not only leave with our certification, they also leave certified in DISC behavioral profile, as well as the motivators report. We're going to have online communities for those who have gone through the program. We're going to have monthly calls, continuing education, and the way we designed the course has gaps in between the days. So it's not 5 straight days. You have time to practically apply what it is you're learning to make sure that this is the best investment you've ever made in yourself, in your business, and in those around you.
Yeah, and finally, the last piece here, the last slide is tomorrow, as Ben said, we're going to be doing tomorrow and Wednesday, we're going to be doing 3 sessions. And I'll give you a taste of the kinds of things that we do, what makes us so different, the holistic approach. We're going to do everything to help you in our track, in the success track, to help you elevate your results, get faster results, get your life back and all of that. And that'll be happening Tuesday, and you can see the dates here and the time. So please come and spend time with us. We want to be an influence on you. Thanks very much, Ted. We're going to turn it back over to you, sir.
I appreciate it, gentlemen. And, thank you to you both for putting together such an awesome program. I know you both been working on this very hard for the last few months, and it definitely shows in what the offering is. So thank you so much for that. And as both Don and Ben mentioned there, we do have the success track tomorrow and Wednesday, where you can learn more about the coaching and also learn more about Success Space, the magazine, Speakers Bureau, all sorts of exciting things that we have going on right now at Success. So with that, next up, I'd like to bring Josh Ellis and Paige Dungan up to share with you a little bit more about what's happening with the magazine and a new product that or a new service that we launched, and that's Success Speakers Bureau. So Paige and Josh, are you there?
I am here, but I think that Paige may be, she might be frozen. I think I can speak to this a little bit.
We can help.
All right. When we joined the EXP World Holdings family as Success Enterprises, we realized that Success needed to evolve from a content perspective. And although the brand isn't geared only toward EXP agents or even real estate agents, we do want it to be something that those people, many of you, find really, really valuable and create content that helps agents with the challenges that they face. So part of the evolution that we've gone through is to identify the real experts, true experts in the field who can help agents to reach their goals and, the aspects of work and life that are common concerns for agents and other solopreneurs. So money, relationships, business management when you are your own boss, work-life balance, that sort of thing. We do plan to grow our roster of what we call the editorial board. But so far, thanks largely to the amazing work of Paige, we have brought in 5 really outstanding talent partners. With they have columns in each issue of the magazine. They have their own podcasts, articles on success.com, and original courses and live training sessions on our social network, Success Achievers community. So on the screen, you see Rory Vaden. He's our entrepreneurship editor. He is the host of the Success Line podcast, where each week he has a new entrepreneur or solopreneur on to, and does live coaching right there on the show with them, sort of like a bar rescue type setup. Tristan Ahumada, as many of you know from Lab Coat Agents, is our people editor, and really just a dynamic personality in terms of influence on other people and building relationships. So all of his work with us is focused on how to build relationships with the people closest to you, and then if you have an organization, maybe you have employees, how to be a great leader for them, and then on a larger sense, influence as a personal brand in the line of work that agents are in, and people like them. Solopreneurship, personal branding is everything. And so Tristan has great thoughts on all of the above. And Julian and Kirsten Saunders, our money editors, really just some of the nicest people that we've had the chance to meet in my 8 years at Success. They have real, frank conversations about money that we all have with our own spouses or just with ourselves, and to help people grow and understand their finances and be comfortable and confident with them. So they're all great. We also have Kendra Hall as a member of the editorial board. She's our chief storytelling officer, and she's been a great partner to us for a long time. I wish that Paige had the chance to tell you all about them, but you'll get the chance to meet her during Success breakouts later in the week.
Yeah, all good. Thanks, Josh. And then also wanted to share a little bit about a project that Paige is working on, and that is the Success Speakers Bureau. So for any of you that might be having an event where you need speakers to speak at your event, please reach out to Paige. She's developed the Success Speakers Bureau. We have a lot of great speakers as part of the program already, and that's just another way that we are expanding the Success brand. So a lot of exciting things going on. And finally, but definitely not least, I'd like to bring up Lauren Cannon, Senior Director of the Marketing for Success, to share a little bit about Success Achievers community and what's happening there.
Great, thanks, Ted, and hello, everyone. It's great to be here with y'all. So we created a new social platform, Success Achievers Community, and this was really reimagining the way that we're social networking. We wanted to create a free program for goal-oriented and goal-focused people to be able to network and connect with one another, eliminate a lot of the negative noise that you see when you first maybe log into Facebook, and some of the commentary that's really not serving you on your path to a successful growth rate. So we created the Success Achievers community. You can check it out at achievers.success.com and join for free. Inside, once you get logged in, you'll immediately connect with your peers, and you'll also be connected with the Success editorial board and other partners of ours. Each week, an editorial board member does a live skill-based training for about 30 minutes. And we also include all of the replays of those trainings for free inside Success Achievers community. So it's really the one place you need to go to be able to collect all of the ways to develop your entrepreneurial skills, get your finance goals, and create more communication and networking for your circle. We're also going to be updating the entire Achiever family of programs and include a new digital library. There's going to be new courses that are coming out this year and productivity systems. So I'm excited to talk about all of the things going on with Success Achievers during the breakout sessions. But if you want to learn more and you want to join the community, we would love to have you. We have challenges going on each month to help with your productivity, and also doing some Q&A with the Success team. So this month we're focusing on creating more productive morning habits. So again, go to achievers.success.com and sign up for free today.
Fantastic. And I can tell you there's a lot of great conversations going on there at the Success Achievers community. And so if you're looking for a social channel that's positive and exciting and you know, just really helps build you up, right? And helps you have a great day. Success Achievers community is definitely the way to go there. So again, you know, if you're interested in success space, success coaching, speakers bureau, anything about the magazine, you know, Success Achievers community, all of those are in the success track. So please check us out over the next couple days. We'd love to share more. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Curtis Dixon, and hope everybody enjoys the rest of the shareholders event. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Ted, and thank you to the entire Success team. What is going on, everybody? It has been a jam-packed day, and we still have hundreds here live in this auditorium. The Overflow auditorium is still packed. We still have hundreds watching the live stream, so that means you all cannot get enough of your 2021 Shareholder Summit. So loving it. I really have to just give a quick shout out and a thank you to our Success team. I have to tell you, as a licensed realtor myself, right, I EXP fanboy for years, and now as a staff member here with the company, I've been so excited to hear more about what's going on with Success. And so Ted, thank you for sharing about Success Space. I know every agent is pumped for that. Can't wait to see those popping up in markets all across the country and the globe. Don and Ben with the coaching, what you all have put together in a short amount of time is nothing short of amazing. And with the sneak peeks that I've been privy to, the value is going to be off the charts for all of those coaches and soon to be coaches. For Josh and Paige, just wow, the book you put together, just the way you made the connection, Josh, here for what this means for folks in and across the EXP ecosystem. We cannot wait. And Lauren, wow, just so many great things. Just have to say again, thank you to our Success team. I'm just going to do a quick recap and reset. I know there are probably a number of you that weren't here 6.5 hours ago when we kicked this session off. So everybody's doing great on the technical side, but just a couple reminders for the rest of today and really for tomorrow and Wednesday as we get into breakout tracks and X Camp and all that good stuff. If you're trying to watch what's going on live here in the auditorium, there's a button at the bottom of your screen that says Stage Zoom. Stage Zoom is the best way to really enjoy all the content, all the things going on the stage, all the screens. It makes your computer run more smoothly. Stage Zoom is a powerful, powerful tool in these Verbella worlds. So use Stage Zoom. And then if your screen ever goes blank, I've seen it a number of times throughout today in the chat box. My screen is black, my screen is white, my screen is gray. All you have to do is take your mouse to the top of any of those screens and click the refresh wheel. It's 2 arrows, looks like a circle. It'll bring your screen right back, and then you are good to go. So again, everybody's doing a great job. Just wanted to do a couple of reminders and housekeeping items. How amazing have our keynotes been today? You've got 2 down and 1 to go. The amazing Swan Sit is going to be joining us shortly. For those of you that haven't researched or aren't familiar with Swan, Swan sits on many boards. She's been named to the Brand Innovators 40 Under 40. She's a phenomenal, experienced entrepreneur, digital marketer. She led digital marketing at Nike, Revlon, Estee Lauder. She's the CMO of a new energy drink, Annie Energy, right? We could all use a little bit of that in our life. So excited to have Swan join us here in just a little bit. Tomorrow, 3 more keynote speakers. Wednesday, 3 more keynote speakers. I have to admit, I'm really looking forward to Brooke and Jamie and can't wait to hear what John Sally has to share with us, and then back for more on Wednesday. So I hope these keynotes are filling up your cup, pouring into you just like I've gotten so much out of it today. I would imagine everybody feels the same. How awesome was Jason Dorsey and Grant Cardone and Glenn today? So cool. Really a lot to look forward to here. A couple more items. Don't miss Jazzy Jeff. DJ Jazzy Jeff is already an expert in our Verbella world. He's going to be spinning at 3 o'clock Pacific time in our speakeasy. If you haven't been there yet, don't know how to get there, it's as simple as clicking on the go-to menu in the top left-hand corner of your EXPI world window. Just navigate to the speakeasy. That's 3 o'clock Pacific. It's a blast. It's really fun. The music quality is great. The experience is great. DJ Jazzy Jeff, I'm sure, is going to take us old school, take us new school, really take some of us back. It's going to be a lot of fun. You can even dance in there. So really get there, unwind after a really jam-packed day full of good content. If you haven't been to the expo halls yet, they're open right now. I really encourage you to not leave EXPI today without going through the expo halls for 2 reasons. Number one, the expo halls are just really cool, really powerful. There's staff, there's agents, there's all kinds of folks from across the globe and across the EXP Holdings companies standing there right now in the expo hall, ready to chat with you. You just walk up to a booth just like you would at a real life in-person event, open up your microphone, and you might be chatting with somebody across the country. You might be chatting with an executive member of our staff here across EXP. You might be meeting an agent across the globe. So many serendipitous collisions, as Glenn likes to call them, so many opportunities to connect in that expo hall. That's reason one, don't miss them. And then reason two is because this is how you'll navigate. This is how you actually get to the breakout sessions that are happening tomorrow and Wednesday. So you have to actually walk through the expo hall to get to the breakouts. Make a note of that just in case any of your friends are texting you like, where's that breakout? I'm trying to get to that success breakout, that EXP commercial breakout. You actually have to go through the expo halls. So you use your go-to menu, you click on the expo hall, and then that will lead you to the doors of the breakout tracks. They're on the far right-hand side of the expo halls. You heard me mention the breakouts and the breakout X Camp as well. Oh, apologize. The global reception as well. We're having global reception tomorrow morning, a little bit early, 6 to 8 Pacific time. So don't miss that global reception. Absolutely a unique opportunity. You heard about all of our global expansion, 15 countries open. Heard from Michael Valdez and team. So many amazing leaders from all across the globe converging tomorrow at the global reception. Make sure you mark your calendar, get there early and check it out. Then I mentioned going through the expo hall and into a variety of breakouts. The other thing I want to mention is our X Camp session. Our X Camp session that happens tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. Pacific time, right here in the EXPI campus. If you click that go-to menu, you'll find that the X Camp actually has its own location. So you just go click on that X Camp. You'll see a number of other auditoriums. You'll start out in auditorium 1 tomorrow, and then everything will roll out from there. You don't want to miss X Camp. It's an absolute blast. Shout out to Renee Funk and all of the folks that have put time and energy into pulling off these X Camps. They're amazing in real life, and Renee led the first ever, I think, in our virtual cloud-based environment for EXPCon, and it was even more amazing. Just what was able to be done. If you're not familiar with an X Camp, it's really kind of a collaborative build sessions on the fly type style. So you're going to have a lot of agents and subject matter experts and leaders there. And whatever you want to cover, whatever topics you want to learn about, whatever's on your mind, on your heart, you can throw those out and they will build out sessions live in real time. And then you'll be talking about that in just a matter of minutes. Amazing experience, really unique. Bring your topic ideas, as Renee said there in the chat. Show up tomorrow ready to go. And then throughout Tuesday and Wednesday, you will have a number of breakout sessions. You've heard a lot of the presenters, a lot of the folks up here today reference the different breakout sessions that they're leading. Any and everything you want to dive into more. If you need some real estate production, sales training today, get to the big agent breakouts. If you want to know more about what's going on with realty, global, commercial, world holdings, there's a track for each of those. Verbella, success, and EXP growth and attraction. So simply what you do when you're ready for those breakouts is you navigate to the expo hall, check the schedule, see where you want to go, and you just walk right into the track that takes you exactly where you want to go. Tomorrow night, we've got trivia night. It's going to be a blast. Make sure you check it out. It was a lot of fun last year. It's going to be a lot of fun this year. Brad Anderson does an amazing job with that. Verbella is one of the coolest, most interactive experiences, I think, for trivia that I've ever been a part of. So make sure you join in, have some fun. There's a meet and greet on the beach on Wednesday. Our One EXP community and team putting together an amazing meet and greet, network, ask questions, just get connected to folks across our One EXP group. A lot of people are already sharing on our social channels using the hashtag EXP shareholder. Keep it coming. So much great feedback, so many great comments. One more big thank you to our sponsors here. Just want to say thanks. Couldn't have done it without them. Make sure you visit them in the expo hall. Make a screenshot. Thank them when you see them. Took a lot of people to pull together this great event so far today. And we are going to keep it rolling. I believe we are just at the 35-minute mark, which means I'd like to invite back up to the stage Glenn Sanford. Glenn's going to share a little bit of that vision he offered that he would share earlier. Glenn, welcome and thank you.
Hey, Curtis. Hey, thanks everyone. And I'm gonna go ahead and continue to be a little bit bold here. I'm gonna go ahead and again share my here. It's kind of fun. It worked. We didn't crash with Grant and I, so I'm hoping I don't crash it by myself. So thank you again, Curtis and everyone. First and foremost, there's I'll just go over a couple stats. Obviously, you've seen it already today. Jeff talked about it. Dave Canord talked about it. Michael Valdez talked about it. So many other people have talked about it, but we have grown dramatically over the last number of years. In 2019, we were already at 25,000 agents, and last year we ended the year at 41,000 agents, and we're now approaching the 55,000 agent mark, which will likely happen in the next day or two. So by the end of shareholders, we'll probably be over that 55,000 mark, and it's been really growing dramatically. Obviously, you look at the different things that we've been building, whether it be EXP Realty, Verbella Showcase, or Success. These are all complementary offerings. And really what I want to talk a little bit about, I've got about 14 minutes here before I turn it over to Jeff and Swan for the next keynote. But I just want to touch on, the whole basic genesis of EXP. And there was a small group of us, a founding agent group, we'll say, a founding group of staff that back in 2009 were willing to sort of roll the dice on a science experiment, which was to really look at what we had learned up until that point to launch EXP Realty. And what we had learned was that in the residential real estate business, generally speaking, you're in a business that owns you as a real estate professional, as opposed to a business that you own. And what that basically means is that if you're not working, you're not earning. And there's nothing wrong with that. Fundamentally, it's great. It makes salespeople are the most employable people on the planet, which is awesome. There's always a need for somebody to be able to explain, demonstrate, and help people through the processes of buying many different products and services. And it just so happens we're in the residential real estate business. And the other part of it, though, is that there generally is not a meaningful way to retire from an independent contractor-based sales career, especially one that has the potential that that residential real estate has and represents. It represents a great way to serve others and helping people with the biggest investments of their life. But at the same time, if we as individual real estate professionals got hit by a bus or something happened to us, we find out very quickly that we're actually in a business that owns us, not the other way around. And so that was really fundamentally one of the things that I recognized, having started as an agent in 2002, launched my first real estate brokerage in 2007. And then with the downturn in 2008, going into 2009, and coming from a technology background, we were able to cobble together, obviously, this new way of being in business. And so, taking agents out of the feast and famine portion of the business. And so, one of my favorite authors of all time was Zig Ziglar, and the phrase that he stated back in I think it was Secrets of Closing the Sale, or See at the Top, or in as many audios or what have you, in Zig Ziglar's drawl that he had, and many of you probably can hear it in your mind, him saying this is, you can have anything you want in life if you just help enough other people get what they want. And of course, as real estate professionals, that's what we do. We help people, with the biggest purchase and the biggest sales in most people's lives, and that's around where they live. And so, for us, when I think about what it is that we all do, we are all being of service, and if structured properly, it actually creates a level of freedom. And again, with that term, if structured properly. And so that's really what we wanted to do, is we wanted to figure out, how do we restructure the business of residential real estate, given the backdrop of technology and the fact, quite literally, that we couldn't afford offices at the time. It was 2009, and we wanted to run a profitable real estate brokerage rather than just keep on plowing money into something that we didn't know was going to cash flow in the short run because of just what was happening. But we recognized that the future of real estate was an entirely mobile profession. And so, as we looked at, how do we build a safety net for agents? And then how do we create that in a way that, agents can have 401k plans, where they can have healthcare, where they can have retirement income? Three things that, before EXP didn't really exist. We don't technically have a 401k plan, but through our stock comp plan, we've actually created ways for agents to actually get equity. And so with that, we created a new category of residential real estate brokers. And I'm happy to report that, because of the EXP innovations, I believe that there's now 4, maybe 5 different residential real estate brokerages that exist today that now distribute equity. And prior to EXP, nobody distributed equity, at least nothing that you could trade. You might get some token interest in a private company, but because of EXP, there's now multiple options in different categories, because we really recognize that if we build the type of real estate brokerage that needed to exist for business people who happen to be in real estate, that it'd make a meaningful difference to agents and brokers. And of course, if we grow the most agent-centric real estate brokerage on the planet, and we can jump to the next slide on NPS. Our big focus on Net Promoter Score is really second to none, and so the Net Promoter Score is, for all intents and purposes, the way that we find out intimately whether we are actually serving our agents. One thing that you'll find, which is kind of odd, is that I focus on NPS first and agent count second. A lot of companies that are into, we'll say, recruiting, they focus on the top line. How many people did we recruit as the most important metric? And they have large recruiting sales forces. They'll call them team leaders, they'll call them branch managers, they'll call them broker owners, but they'll have this large network, 600, 800, 1,000 plus people whose role and goal is to call people and recruit them to that brokerage. Whereas if they simply change the model around and made the model that actually solves agents' needs to begin with, then recruiting doesn't even need to enter into the vernacular or vocabulary of individuals, because people will naturally want to join that particular brokerage. If you look at our entire, we'll call it recruiting staff, we probably have less than a dozen, certainly less than 2 dozen people on staff with a company that is 54 going on 55,000 agents and in 15 different countries. And what that means is that we're focused on the right stuff. We're actually solving the challenges that real estate agents have had since the beginning of time, which is, quite frankly, great business, but terrible retirement plan. And now we've actually created a great business with a great retirement plan. And as a result, EXP has exploded. It's changed the backdrop. It also has realigned what it means to cooperate, to compete, and to support agents in the field. I heard a phrase, I think it was John Chaplik had mentioned this at a Cabo event just a few weeks ago. And he talked about the fact that, that as professionals, if we educate our competition better than our competition educates our competition and supports our competition better than our competition supports our competition, then people will want to follow us, and we will attract the types of people that actually align with who we are. And that's who we are. I mean, you look at these big events that have been taking place all over the country by so many of our agents and brokers that are done at no cost to EXP, though we do contribute to a number of events where asked, but they're taking place with or without our participation by agents and brokers who want to pour in to other agents and brokers to help them be more successful. And that's what's really created this movement inside of EXP. And so, if we don't, our big thing back in 2009 also was really, how do we, if we don't have offices, how do we collaborate and build culture? And I think everybody knows, our Glassdoor scores have been through the roof. I think we've got like a 4.7 Glassdoor score presently as a large company. We're in the top 50 in the world of a large employer on Glassdoor. And so you look at the who's list, the people that we're shoulder to shoulder with, and these are the top brands that we all engage with, and EXP's there participating shoulder to shoulder. I just got a message that it's actually 4.8. So thank you, Mike Vane, for sending that over. But we literally pour into our agents, brokers, and staff. And when we think about what do we measure, I know this is a shareholder event, and there is a component of looking at the net profitability of the company that we all run. But our net profitability is a function of how much we care about our agents, brokers, staff, and customers. And if we do that, and we do that first and foremost, then we get all the other metrics by default. Lots of companies focus on the wrong metrics. They focus on hitting their quarterly numbers for net profit. So they shave off expenses that are actually necessary a year from now, 2 years from now, 3 years from now, in order for that company to be sustainable. But because of quarterly bonuses and other things, they may compete in a way that might boost short-term shareholder value, but actually hurts the long-term viability of that company. And we see that happen time and time again. People will take money from investment banks and others that have onerous conversion provisions on their investments into those companies, and yet they'll do that so that they can, and then they have to answer to those same people. We have no debt. We've never taken any money on a direct basis from we'll say Wall Street or investment banks. There's nothing wrong with those companies investing and helping prop up businesses and get them started. But we never wanted to answer to those shareholders first. We always wanted to answer our agents, brokers, staff, and customers first, which is why we've made the decisions that we've made. It's why I think that we've performed so well since inception and continue to perform into the future, is because our decisions are not short-term, they're long-term in nature. So really the sustainability and the investment, what crazy companies other than EXP were crazy enough to invest in work from anywhere technologies in 2000, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. We bought Virbela. 19, 20, COVID hits. We expand the team. We help launch WebXR through Frame VR and other things. I mean, we're doing it because that's the future, as opposed to trying to meet some quarterly numbers. We're invested in a future that's 3, 4, 5, 10 years into the future. And so when we think about that, and the expansion into affiliate services and complementary services and acting in alignment with our overall value proposition from our agents, brokers, staff, and ultimately, I think even our customers, many of our customers do business with us because we're so forward-facing and forward-looking as an organization. But really, that focus on NPS, which I'll just touch on this last piece, you build it properly. And I highly encourage those of you who aren't familiar with NPS, the book, The Ultimate Question 2.0 by Fred Reichert, I think is his name. It's a question that came initially out of Bain & Company as an open source question that if you gather the data, you'll know exactly what to do to support your customers. And you'll have people initially that might push back on the idea, but once you get this ingrained in your culture, which we have, we make lots of really great decisions in a company that's 1,100 plus staff all over the world because we ask the right question and we measure the right data. And as a result, we get better results on the data that most people measure first. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and wrap up for this particular session. Obviously, I'll be here again tomorrow. We've got the shareholder Q&A. I'll be at the global reception tomorrow. Super excited, super stoked about everything that we're doing, and also want to introduce. And I just want to make sure, are Jeff and Swan available to jump up on stage? But super excited and super stoked. Awesome. So I got a chance here in March, actually, to meet Swan in person. Her reputation preceded her dramatically, not the least of which at the time was that I was just getting into Clubhouse, and there was this person, Swan Sit, who has 3 million people that were following her on Clubhouse. And I'd see her and she'd show up into her room and it'd blow up. And then I learned about her and her background and all the companies that she's been involved with, whether it be Nike or Revlon or Estee Lauder or what have you. And then she's also a digital, a nomad, I believe, doesn't have a home technically to go back to at the moment, but which I really admire because I did that myself in a motor coach for a period of time. So with that, I'm going to turn over the group here to Jeff Whiteside and to Swan Sit.
All right, excellent. So I think we're going to go live too, Swan. So let's do our. Let me just see here. I can get up here.
I'm on stage too. I'm here with you, and I
awesome.
on my camera.
So I think you get your camera on.
I'm trying to toggle it. So give me one second.
Yep. I think we need the approval on the stage to put our cameras on. We get some technical help, please. So I think we're clicking on the stage. Or clicking on this.
Yep, I'm more than happy to help. So what you'll want to do is just click on the stage and you should see the presentation toolbox pop up in the bottom right-hand side.
Right.
And then on that gray bar, you'll see the webcam icon, and all you need to do is click that and it should open up your webcams.
So it says Ciara Baker has control, so it's not letting us toggle it.
Right.
I will remove ownership.
Awesome, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And Glenn, thank you for the very kind words. I'm so excited to be here with you. I just wish we were in person again.
Alrighty, you both should have access now.
Any luck, Swan? I'm not getting any luck up here.
No, not yet. It still says Sierra has control. Let me hit a refresh. I love this, Jeff. We are in the forefront of testing new technologies.
We are. We actually got this done on Friday, so I'm sure we can do it again.
Still says Sierra has control. And I'm hitting refresh.
Okay.
I love to see Grant's face in the different tiles changing.
Fine. Okay, so what we can do is if you look up there, you should click on those 3 lines. Does it give you the option to take ownership?
Does not.
It does not. So I think what we should do, Swan, is we should just get going here without the cameras. And if they come back, they come back. How's that sound?
That sounds good.
All right. Well, first of all, welcome. Thank you very much for coming. As a quick intro, Swan is one of the brand's innovators 40 under 40 and marketing women to watch. Swan is a former head of digital at Nike, Revlon, and Estee Lauder. Is a CMO of Any Energy, a new energy drink company launched by TikTok stars Josh Richards and Bryce Hall. She serves as an independent board of director for 2 publicly traded companies, an operating partner at AF Ventures and their newly launched SPAC. Clubhouse creator with 3.3 million followers and is signed with Vayner Talent. So welcome, and that's what a great background. This is going to be a social experiment to see what happens when you mix a social media guru with a Canadian bean counter. So, and the good news, Swan, is that, typically in a live event here, we would be between us and the cocktail reception. But since we're virtual, most of the people have already started their happy hour. So
I was going to say, could I suggest everyone just start drinking now in our conversation?
They've started. So we're good. All right. So happy to have you here. Want to hear more about your journey and why marketing and community are so important to you and your work.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for having me. I'm really impressed by this community. And so when we think back to my journey, you're right, marketing and community are not 2 words that always go together, but they've been really important to me. Let me give you a quick walk of my career, because if you think even what I do now is confusing, because you read off, I think, 7 things, I think my journey in my career has been a mix of things that have all convalesced into this amazing new petri dish we're playing with. But the first part of my career was really about traditional marketing and advertising. I started at a tech company in 2000 during the dot-com boom called Trilogy, which is pretty cool because they just let us market and create products that we couldn't even imagine. So back in 2000, we built the world's first smart fridge, which was arguably way before its time. But we built a tool like LinkedIn, but we deployed it inside Ford Motor Company. So we were starting to play with stuff that was really fun and interesting. And I think that set the tone for really thinking outside the box with marketing. But a year later in 2001, we all got laid off. And that's where the traditional marketing and advertising journey kicked in. I spent a few years at Newell Rubbermaid being a product manager, and that's running a P&L, that's really launching products that satisfy consumers' needs. And that was the first time we built a factory in China. So I went over to Asia during the middle of SARS to open a factory in Shenzhen. And Shenzhen now is this thriving metropolis. But back then there was 1 hotel that Westerners stayed at. The mattresses were 1.5 inches thick. So people were really shocked by that. But, if you think about the global scale of commerce, it's incredibly helpful as an experience in the past, not just for how you manufacture, but how you talk to global consumers. Then I went and owned an ad agency that was focused on emotional branding because I'd done some crazy tech marketing. I did some classic consumer products marketing at Newell Rubbermaid, selling to people like Target, Walmart, Home Depot, and Lowe's. But I realized that when you sell things on a shelf and everything's a commodity, it's a race to the bottom with price, right? You're fighting for every inch of shelf space and pennies for your margin. And I said, wouldn't it be really nice if people connected with the brands they love so you don't have to play the price game? So now, of course, everyone thinks about emotional connections and relationships between brands and consumers. But back in 2003, people thought I sounded crazy when I was talking about emotional connections with brands. But that type of work started really early because I don't want to play the price game. I want people to care and love the brands I work with. So through that, then went to business school, then spent a few years at Bain, all of which to widen my aperture, because while I was a marketer, I wanted to be a well-rounded business person and problem solver. So those two things, an MBA and some experience at Bain Consulting, were really pivotal. And then the last 10 years were all about digital transformation. So I'd done the classic marketing and advertising. I got some training in general management and strategy. But in 2010, I looked over and I was like, I think this digital thing's going to be big. So let me figure out how to do it. So spent 5 years at Estee Lauder leading online strategy, then a few years at Elizabeth Arden, building digital from the ground up and using it to turn the company around from being in the red to 10 quarters of growth. And then we got bought by Revlon. And then my last role was at Nike. I was the global head of digital marketing and then North America e-commerce, which, I mean, that e-commerce business is $2 billion. That's bigger than some companies. So really taking the skills I'd learned in more of niche markets, et cetera, but blowing it out to the scale of Nike at 36 billion in revenue and 180 countries, it was really an honor. But the cool thing is this last phase is about being a creator, and it's sort of being an accidental one. So I'm still doing the advisory stuff that you mentioned on boards with VCs and SPACs, but it's all about helping people figure out how to build businesses and really understanding marketing at its core. Because you asked, you know, at the beginning, I kind of did this walk in my experience, but you asked why marketing and community are important. And marketing is about product market fit. It's not about the ad. It's not even about, you know, the digital strategy. It's about understanding people at its core. So it doesn't matter if you're selling houses or digital content or screwdrivers, it's understanding people and their needs. And then communities, because we can't do it alone, right? We're smarter, stronger together. And through all those various experiences I told you about and pivoting between consulting to CPG to tech to being a creator, you just can't do things alone, and we're smarter and stronger together. And my passion is really about democratizing information, access, and opportunity. And community has to be at the core of all that. So I know that was a long walk. I've done a lot of very random things, Jeff, but I think that'll be helpful to anchor maybe the rest of our conversation because you'll know what to double click on.
Absolutely. That's fantastic. And we did recognize as a company a couple of years ago that we really had to up our game on social media and digital marketing. So it's, you know, this is a real relative conversation to what we've been working, Courtney and that our team has been working on. But there's been a ton of new social platforms recently that there just seem to be popping up almost weekly. So, you know, you have over 3 million followers on Clubhouse. First, tell us what the new social media phenomenon is and what overall trends you're seeing in social networking.
Social media started out as a place that you connected with family and friends, and brands showed up, right? So most of my work has been bringing brands back to authentic brand voices and stories, because we get too seduced by filters and music and all these fake lives we aspire to that aren't real. So the majority of my work, whether it's at Elizabeth Arden or Nike, is really telling authentic stories that consumers can relate to. So as we think about these trends in social, it's back to authenticity. There's still a place for the aspiration, and actually I would argue you need both, but you can aspire while being real. And the thing about these audio social platforms is that it's sort of a correction against the overindulgence of visual platforms, right? You guys have seen in Instagram when people are taking photos with the fake jet, the setup, it's like a fake jet. It's just a room somebody decorated to, you know, it was a set that looks like a fake jet, right? Or all these fake cars, or sorry, fancy cars and you know, jewelry, etc., but no one owns, they're all rented. So when we realize that even though those aspirations in the visual platforms are exciting, like they're not real, I think the audio platform, in a way, it brings us like on a conservative backswing towards authenticity and connection. Like voice is inherently intimate. Think about when you're around a campfire telling stories, right? There's something really intimate about speaking with someone. And right now, it's the same thing, Jeff. I have no idea how many people are in the audience. I feel like I'm just having a conversation with you. And I don't think that this is all social is going to be going forward, but the addition of something that's voice only mediums, like if you take podcasts and make them interactive, that's a huge space. I don't think it's the only future. I think it's a huge part of the filter though, because we just communicate differently in a 2D kind of way. When I joke when I'm on Clubhouse and I work, I'm in my robe and in PJs. That's really awesome, right? And I get to be more relaxed in a way. I'm not worried about being glam on camera, and that allows not only the look to be more authentic, but the storytelling and the voice to be more authentic. So I think big trends in social are voice only platforms as a supplement to the visual ones, being more authentic as brands and as people. And I think the third thing might even be about blockchain and how it plugs into this, right? Without getting too much into the science, if you're able to, in a digital ledger, track everything, like imagine what that's like to reward meme creators or artists, or rewarding consumers for their behavior and their loyalty, right? Because sometimes we only see consumers when they're purchasing something, but how often are people purchasing a house? Once every 10 years? So this allows us to actually have community and intimacy between moments of purchase. And I think things like smart contracts could be really like mind-blowing for people. So for example, suppose, and this is a friend of mine who's a DJ, not even signed to a recording label, but he dropped his NFTs for $8 million because he has such a strong following in the crypto community. And so much of it was built on the fact that we really constructed loyalty around it. So if you bid on his NFT, his digital piece of art, even if you didn't win, as long as you bid on it, you're now on the short list of people that every time he has a show, you get 10 minutes early access as a pre-sale to any tickets at his concert. Right? So like the way blockchain and social and loyalty and personalization are going to come together, I think is the future of social networking.
Well, that's really, so could you kind of explain for us, what exactly is, I know Glenn's there all the time. I'm looking for him all over the place. I can't find him. What is Clubhouse and what is the new platforms that we're seeing out there right now? Is it, from what I'm hearing, it sounds like it's things that are going back to talking one-on-one, having really conversations. So these are just platforms to do that, as opposed to people just posting their situations or their things that they're doing. So it's a conversation. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, it's definitely a little bit more of a conversation, but with discovery and serendipity, at least in Clubhouse. So let me talk a little bit about Clubhouse, and I can give you a couple of more examples of other platforms that are emerging. Clubhouse is an audio-only app that's almost like a conference or a podcast with audience participation. So there's a hallway when you first enter, and there's lots of rooms, just like a hallway at a conference with lots of breakout rooms. And every room has a different title, and you can wander in. Now, the difference is there's no conference in the world. Could you have one room about crypto, then another room about peace in the Middle East, then another room about hobbyist model airplanes, then another room about core and strength conditioning, and on and on and on, right? Like there's no physical event that would have that mix, maybe the World's Fair from centuries ago, right? But I don't know of a single event that's that diverse. And Clubhouse puts it all in one place and uses an algorithm to help you find the rooms that you might like the best based on the people you follow and the interests that you have. So there's 300,000 rooms at any given time, but you'll see the 30 that are most appealing to you. So that in and of itself, the diversity, it really takes advantage of people's curiosity, because I learn something new on the platform every day. Beyond that, once you walk into a room, you're usually listening to someone else's room as an audience member, unless you create your own room, and we can get to that. But when you're sitting and listening, there's this really cool panel of people on the stage having a dialogue, and you can just listen like a podcast. But the cool thing is you can raise your hand, and or they can just invite you to join them on stage, and you can immediately break that barrier of listener to speaker and be part of the conversation. So now imagine it's like a panel on at your virtual EXP event, but 3 people got to come up from the audience who were relevant to the conversation and immediately take part. So that serendipity is rare in real life. And I'll give you an example. I was running a room about Olympians, and it was called Behind the Medals. And the entire purpose was, yes, we know all these people and their glory to the gold, but there's a lot of stories we don't hear about anxiety and depression and imposter syndrome. So we were running a room to create awareness for imposter syndrome and just type A individuals and the challenges we face, but obviously it's really visible to see it in the form of a gold medal. So as we're having this conversation with Olympians, Greg Louganis, arguably the winningest diver in American, or actually just all of Olympic history, is wandering the hallway of Clubhouse, sees my club's swan dive, pops in, raises his hand, and comes up and talks about his journey with being an Olympian and all the ups and downs with it. That just doesn't happen in real life, where the most famous diver in Olympic history shows up on your stage as you're talking about that topic, right? So, I mean, that's just one example, but we've used that format in so many creative ways. We host a singing competition, and then we did a whole season. It's an audio medium, so what better than to get people to sing for us? But the winner got a recording contract with Coldplay's Chris Martin and gets to go on tour with him. We run a Clubhouse version of Shark Tank, where our entrepreneurs pitch our investors, who are the co-founders of Android, Twitch, Netflix, Schmidt's Naturals. So through all these people who have the ability to angel invest, in 3 shows, we got 2 entrepreneurs funded for their business. So the ability to just create really fun programming in a light touch way, because you're not on camera, we don't have Zoom fatigue, but the serendipity of just people wandering in and out of rooms, you just never know what you're going to get. And that's actually why Clubhouse is done really well, because it's intimate and authentic, because there's no filter for a voice. You are who you are. It also has discovery and serendipity baked in. And by the way, the rooms are live while they're on. But if you weren't online and didn't see the notification come up that, you know, Swan was hosting Tom Green and DJ D Nice and they decided to do a collab, you might hear about it later, but it's gone. It's ephemeral. It is up while the room is live, and then it's gone once it's over. So there's a FOMO element to that. And I think this new age of like audio is a different way to create, because it forces us to be more creative, but it also makes it much lighter touch. I don't have to be fully immersed in a Zoom. I can just be doing laundry or checking emails and listen to this in the background. So sorry, that was a long explanation.
No, that's, I mean, obviously people are really, they're really excited about this, but you know, as we look at Virbela and what we're doing right now, I see a lot of similarities between what you're talking about and why the platforms of Clubhouse are so powerful, and Virbela for us is so powerful. And more importantly, you know, you're in your pajamas in Clubhouse. We got 590 people right now in their pajamas watching us, right? So that's how great Virbela is. But
yeah, and I love this platform, because I think the future isn't going to be online versus offline or audio versus video. It's going to be a choose your own adventure and however you want to participate. So go in person if you want, do this medium space like Virbela, which is like spatial web and interactivity, or go audio only light. And I think being able to serve it up to however people want is the key to this, key to people participating.
No, it's fantastic. So could you talk a little bit more about the importance of cultivating a personal brand and its impact on the business, and what you've learned in your career that our agents can apply to their own marketing strategies?
That's a really good question. I did this talk at 10X, and it was all about taking big brand secrets and applying it to solopreneurs and entrepreneurs and smaller businesses. And one of my favorite tricks is reducing it down. Remember I said marketing, it's about understanding people, right? It's understanding their needs and their wants and their desires and building a product or service that meets it. So in order to do that, I always say, regardless if you're branding a person or branding a company, use the rule of 3. Our brains are frustratingly simple, and we can't remember more than 3 things at once. So I think 3, if you need to do 2 or 4, we can live with it, right? But pick 3 qualities that are descriptive of you or your business. And I actually now have moved more towards qualities that you would describe a person as, even if it's a company, versus things, because things that you do might change, right? I was a corporate executive, now I'm a creator. So if my entire brand was just corporate, I'd have to do a complete rebranding. But because my brand is about curiosity, adventure, and kindness, what I do is the construct of the story around the brand, but the brand itself is those qualities. So those happen to be my 3. Figure out what those are for you and or your business. And sometimes it's the same and sometimes it's different if it's a person or a company, but I definitely see founder-led companies or solopreneurs where they're one and the same, which I think is great. But here's the really important piece. After you pick what you think those 3 things are, go ask 3 people what they think those 3 things are for you. And I would ask somebody who knows you very well, like a sibling or spouse, somebody that you do business with but don't have much of a personal relationship with, and somebody who you're just getting acquainted with, someone new in your circles, regardless if they're professional or personal. and see what they say. Now, in a perfect world, they would reflect back all three things. I have never had that happen in the history of doing this, which I think is great, because if they give you answers that are different than what you thought they'd be, imagine then, there's a blind spot you didn't see and feedback is a gift, or there's something really special about you that everyone sees, but we don't see because we don't understand ourselves from first person POV. It takes sometimes people being mirrors to us. So I think then after that exercise, it's really good to look back at the first three and see if those things are accurate and if that's who you want to be. And those things should be persistent, because regardless of what my day job is, I'm still going to be kind and curious and adventurous. And then once you have those core basic qualities, then you layer on the stories behind it. That's what a brand is. And it doesn't matter if it's Nike or if it's me, it's still actually the same exercise, because it's how people identify you. And identifying brands as people is actually a much better way for people to intake and remember what a brand is than trying to remember corporate speak. That's my secret on taking big brands and their marketing and applying it to yourself.
And so that's what you call the rule of three, correct?
Yeah, because there's 2 layers of 3. It's picking 3 qualities for yourself and asking 3 people what those things are. And I would do that periodically. Maybe it's a good gut check every quarter, right? Or every time you pivot, like for me, who left corporate and is now a creator, it's a great time to experiment with that in between.
That's really neat. So, taking it forward a little bit, when you were at Nike, and everybody knows Nike, global digital marketing, you worked on the Dream Crazy campaign featuring Colin Kaepernick. What did you learn from this campaign and the partnership? And obviously, it's still a big piece of what's happening in our world right now. What were the big learnings? And just tell us a little bit about working on that campaign and what you took away from it and what you could share with us on that campaign.
I'm happy to. For those who might not remember, this was a few years ago. Colin Kaepernick took a knee during the national anthem of an NFL game. He's an NFL player. And that didn't sit well with some people. So there was a lot of controversy around taking a knee during the anthem and whether that was the right thing to do or not. And he eventually ended up not playing in the NFL. Nike did a commercial called Dream Crazy. Lots of athletes were in it. Serena, Tiger, LeBron, etc. But it ended on Colin Kaepernick and his line at the end about sacrificing everything and dreaming crazy, to talk about race. And that's a really hard thing to do. So it's interesting. When we launched this campaign, the world felt like it stopped because we were holding our breaths. And I think Nike, had been decades when, because I think the last time they made a statement like that was during Ali and not fighting in the war. So it'd been a while since Nike had taken a stance like that. So we were holding our breaths a little bit. But here's the interesting thing. The world stopped for a second. People either loved or hated it. But what it then did, which was our ultimate goal, was it started conversations around people. The goal wasn't for the brand to tell people how they should feel, right? Brands, even though I don't think they should have the ability to influence culture, the reality is they do, right? Especially one that's as prevalent as Nike. So when you have the ability to influence culture, you have a responsibility to help people move forward. And that's not by telling them what to do. And that's not what the intent of that ad was. It was to spark conversation. Because inherently, race has to be a personal thing. We all have a race, regardless of what you identify with. There's something there. So it's hard to discuss this completely divorced of our own experiences because we're the sum of those experiences. So if all this commercial did was give an impersonal way to start a conversation about race, where people could debate the game, the NFL, the player, etc., hopefully it then opened the avenues of conversation that were a little bit more personal after that. And I will tell you, overwhelmingly, that is story after story I heard. Well, I didn't agree with this guy or this guy. And, we had this big debate, but then we were able to then talk about our experiences about race. And it's just so hard when you don't know someone well, or even when you do, to jump into something like that. But if you have a container to have a debate that is not about you, once you build that rapport and relationship, you can get to those tougher conversations that are so necessary. So I'm really proud of that work. I mean, obviously it was recognized by the industry. It won an Emmy. The goal wasn't to tell people what they should feel or how they should vote. It was to start tough conversations and make it impersonal for the first stage of it, so you could get to a much more touching second stage personal conversation. And I'm still really proud of that.
Yeah, that's incredible. there's the big brands. There's Nike. There's massive brands like McDonald's and those. Can you give us an example of any new brands, like relatively new brands that you think are just powerful, and then they're really going to come out and really hit the market, and why they become so powerful in this day and age?
There's a handful. I think Allbirds has done a really good job taking on the shoe industry, which has a few big giants, and that's it. But with a really smart product and a millennial conversation, I think they've done a great job at infiltrating what is, an oligopoly, right? So I think if you look at their content and their voice, it's very consistent, and they put their money they put their money where their mouth is, from the materials to manufacturing to labor practices. Companies like that in Everlane, top to bottom, live and breathe their ethos. And I think it's, when you're living by it, it's a lot easier to talk about that as your brand. I think brands like Olipop, it's a drink, done amazing work with their social media content to make drinks a lifestyle. I think about brands like Clubhouse, which don't create a lot of content, but you just think about how they launched, right? I mean, instead of being an open free-for-all, they had to trickle out invites because the infrastructure was wobbly, but they made it a referral setup where I invited friends. So I might invite my best friend. I might invite an activist who really knows how to talk about race relations. I might invite my mentor from the corporate world. All these invites keep it a very tight-knit community. It creates a desire to onboard your friends and make sure they have a good experience. So in a way, when you think about brands, they don't do any work in branding. Like, they don't even have a logo. The app icon changes every month to a different user, which is kind of fun, but at some point they're going to have to pick an app icon so that it's static and recognizable. But it doesn't have to be the visual expression of a brand for the brand to have really strong norms and community behavior and values around it. So I think those brands are kind of fun. Vegamore's also done a good job. They're a hair care brand that blew up this year, but they talked about stress of this year that we all lived through and how stress causes hair loss. So instead of focusing their product on an older generation that's losing hair, they talked about hair loss from stress, but also one of the side effects for women from having had COVID is hair loss, and no one wanted to talk about it. So what a great time to be a support for that community in a way that we normally wouldn't even talk about these topics.
Yeah, so we don't really want to talk about hair loss right now. So we'll go on to the next question, as you can see from the picture. What advice would you give our agents about their brand? Like, with their brand in the marketplace as they grow, what would be some advice you could give to our agents to help them with their brand and some things they should pay attention to so they can grow?
Yeah, I think first is doing the rule of 3 exercise and understanding who you are and how you represent yourself. And sometimes that is defined by the certain types of properties you sell, residential versus commercial. Is it starter homes or mansions? There might be something in there with that. So figure out what your rule of 3 is. But the biggest insight I have in talking to people in the real estate business is anything you're doing with a customer is a big life moment, right? First apartment out of college, and it's your first home as, an adult, a working full-time adult, or moving into a house with a baby, or retirement. Like, there's life moments with property, even if it's commercial. So as I think about that, there's such a way, like I said, people are buying homes every 10 years or so. What are all the moments in between? And that's relationship building. I even said this at Nike. I mean, people are not buying shoes every week. They might buy them a few times a year if we're lucky. Actually, it was 1.2 times average purchase for a Nike user. So what happens in the space in between? And that's relationships and community. So think about the digital communities and the ecosystem, and like, how do you actually create spaces for people to intersect where you're facilitating and creating the space for people to build that community and affinity? Because humans are tribal. We want to feel included, right? And after this year, we're more disconnected than ever. So whether it's a clubhouse club for this cul-de-sac group, right? Because the club doesn't have to be thousands of members. It could be the 12 people that gather in Clubhouse or in a Zoom, etc. How do you create affinities between people? Because when I talk about community, it's the intersection of 2 things for me: commonality of purpose and frequency of touch. Right? You have to interact often enough that it feels like a regular part of your life, but you have to have a commonality of purpose to get along with that person, to relate to them. So whether it be a group for new moms, whether it's a group in a neighborhood because you all chose to live there, find the commonality of purpose, create avenues, whether it's through like this cool software we're doing or Zoom or Clubhouse, to create places where people can intersect. That's how, when I think about real estate, regardless of what stage I am, the purchases don't happen often, but I do remember who I worked with every time if they played a big role in my life and understanding that life change I'm about to go through. Right. And I think about the commercial that Google always puts out at the like at the end of the year around the holidays, and they show all the stages of someone's life journey where they're searching all these Google terms, and they take you on this completely emotional journey of this person going through life stages using Google. I think of people like in real estate as that as well. You ride along with that person and understanding what that property means in the grand scheme of where that life inflection point is, I think is what that emotional connection is.
That's great advice. Thank you. Changing the topic a little bit. So you've always been an early adopter, as Glenn spoke a little bit before. Like, who would have thought of virtual work 10 years ago? Nobody but Glenn, for the most part. You know, doing what he did, like all the way in, from being one of the first people in Clubhouse to being one of the first to adopt social media and e-commerce at Estee Lauder. How did you predict these trends, and what can other people learn from this?
Well, saying I predicted is probably too strong of a assertion. I will say that I leaned into things. Part of it is being curious, right? It's wanting to always learn what new things were happening and how consumer behaviors were changing. So being curious allowed me access to kind of figure out what's going on. And then the ability, appetite, and time I was willing to set aside to experiment and play. I mean, in some ways, I'm kind of an accidental creator. I joined Clubhouse last spring because I was lonely at home, and my best friend from childhood said, oh, well, come onto this thing and you can find some people to chat with. And back then, Clubhouse was like 30 people online at night. It was completely empty during the day because everyone was working. At night, there might be 15 to 30 people hanging out and chatting. So I met some new friends. I reconnected with old ones. I'm like, wow, this is a really cool community. I was willing to make the space to play. And once I found something that resonated with me, I leaned into it. And because I'm really passionate about, I like to democratize information, access, and opportunity. I'm an immigrant kid. My parents didn't even finish middle school back in Asia. So when we came to the US, I didn't have a lot of that info and access. So because I'm passionate about creating that for other people and getting them the shortcuts, because we hear this a lot. I mean, talent is distributed equally, but opportunity is not. So if that's really something I believe in, how do I get the right opportunities to the people who have talent, regardless of what socioeconomic status they sit in? So if I'm passionate about that, then it's really important for me to explore new ways of breaking some of these silos that we used to have. I'm not saying throw everything out at the old, but there's new ways for us to cross-pollinate industries and people and backgrounds, and that's what I find really fun about it. So I think because that curiosity layered in with an appetite for digital and creating time and space to play around with it, that's what helped me figure out what was going on. I mean, in 2010, when I left Bain Consulting to go to Estee Lauder to do digital, I was just starting to see all these people, all my friends, family, posting more and more stuff on Facebook. I'm like, this is a thing. Like, this is such a sticky tool. I don't know really what it means for e-commerce yet, but I'm going to lean into it. Clubhouse, wow, what a way to not feel so disconnected during a year where we're, completely separated by a pandemic. Let me play with this. So I think it's the appetite and the curiosity, but the most important thing is making time to play with it. Because there's this new BitClout thing, which is like Twitter, but by posting, people can buy your coin and your stock value goes up. I don't know what that thing is going to look like. You can't even take money out of it yet. It's all a closed ecosystem. As people are bidding on your BitClout coin, it's great that it's worth $800 a coin, but you can't take it out, right? So it's just play money now. But I was like, ooh, there's something really cool about rewarding people who tweet the cool stuff. We're not going to reward it with likes. Maybe it's with the value of a coin. But what if that coin got you access, like behind the stage at an event like this? Or like the new podcasting platforms, there's Racket, there's all these cool short form audio stuff. So just make the appetite to go play with it and see what happens. It doesn't mean we all have to be creators, but what a cool way to just keep staying connected in the digital communities.
That's great. And so, as you can tell, we work in a different way. We've been doing it for a long time. COVID came in last year and changed a lot of traditional methods of work. How do you see the future of work as we go into the rest of this year and into the future? How do you see the future of work? How do you see the future of communities based on what's happened just recently and technology?
Such a good question. I wish I had a crystal ball, but from at least what I'm even seeing now, because certain cities like Miami and Austin are starting to open up, I think it's going to be distributed, not necessarily remote work, and it's going to be choose your own adventure. And what I mean about that is if we start talking about the future of work, there's certain companies that already were primed to be remote, right? So tech companies, et cetera, anyone who was a holdout or needed proof that there wasn't going to be a loss in productivity, I think this year gave them an experimental breeding ground to prove it out. So that's a check. I, as digital as I am, as much as I love being in a row, I still think there's a value to intersecting with people in a physical space, especially when you're brainstorming or you're feeding off of each other's creativity and energy. So there's still a space for that. And that's why I think it's going to be a distributed workforce, not necessarily all remote. So it might mean, like, so when I was at Bain, we used to have this thing where, you know, you didn't necessarily have a full-time desk. You had a hotel desk. So sometimes you're at the client for a few months, you're never in the office, but when you are in the office for those few weeks in between client projects, you check into the desk, right? And you bring your bag of stuff and that's your desk for that amount of time. Or you bring people together for milestone events like shareholders meetings or certain departments when you're doing strategy work. But what I love about this is I really cared about Myers-Briggs, and you want to manage people how they operate in their best self. And one of the biggest things was the introvert-extrovert difference. And it's not a judgment of people's social skills, right? It's not that introverts don't get along with big groups of people. It's where people get their energy from. So extroverts love think tanks, big group brainstorms, locked in a war room for 12 hours. That is an introvert's worst nightmare because they get their energy from small groups or solitary time. Like they sometimes get their best ideas in the shower or on a run. And so knowing this divergence, I think actually this year of us being remote gives us now an entire spectrum to play with. So not only can we then pulse certain situations depending on needs, sometimes it's big group meetings, sometimes it's distributed work, but it also means that each individual can work in the style that they like most. So if you love being around people, maybe you get to come in the office all the time. If you need to work 1 or 2 days a week as an alone time to shut the door and think or create, what a great way to be flexible about that. So I think the future of work isn't going to bounce back to what it is. I don't think every company is going to full remote. I think it's going to be a sliding scale spectrum, and the companies that create the flexibility and the infrastructure to support both ends or anything in the middle, I think those will be where the retention is of the best employees possible. So I tell companies, don't try to figure out if you should be this or this. Give yourself enough room to be flexible for the situation, for how your business evolves, or for how your people like to work. So I think that's the future of work. The future of events is a little different. I still think it's also a sliding spectrum, but what I love is solutions like the one we're on now, right? Because we're remote, but we're connected. It feels different. Like my avatar is looking at yours and the cool outfit you have on, and I can look in the audience and I can kind of see little faces and avatars of people. I can see the group chat. I think the spatial web is like the piece in the middle we've been missing all along. So if you want to go to an in-person event, cool, you've got that. If you can't go to all of them, or if you just don't feel like traveling that week, you can use platforms like this, or you can even go light touch and just listen, right? So the spectrum of possibility is so important for the future of both of those things. But it's basically, again, remember I said marketing's back to personalization and understanding people. This is no different. Instead of personalizing product attributes or your use case for whether I sell you this shoe or a lipstick, now I'm just saying for how we want to participate in the workforce or in events, we're also personalizing the experience for you.
Yeah, it's I mean, my personal experience here at EXP is it's a perfect balance, because when we do our work and we're from a productivity standpoint and cost standpoint, doing our work makes so much sense. But we get together, and when we get together, it's incredible. I mean, we're just starting to get together again. EXP Con in November is just phenomenal. Maybe you can join us there. But it's incredible to get people together. So that's some great input. I'm going to shift a little bit here, and I'd like you to talk a little bit about your AF Partners Ventures. And what my understanding is that one of its main initiatives is to advocate for emerging growth brands that improve health. So maybe tell us a little bit about what you're doing there, what the venture does there, and what you see the main focus of the future investments.
Yeah, I'd love to. So in addition to being on a few company boards, I advise a VC as an operating partner, and I am an advisor in the SPAC. What I really like about this space is I think there's the future of everything, right? The future of work or events, like we said, but I think the future of food is really interesting because I think right now you get barbells. You get people who eat what they want, and basically, like, I eat McDonald's and SpaghettiOs. I eat like an 8-year-old child, right? And so I'm not proud of it, but I'm lucky I have a good metabolism, my health is great, etc. Most of us are kind of going through life eating what we want and occasionally saying, oh, I should probably eat some vegetables, etc. Then you have the other end of the spectrum, people who are really conscious of their health and know every calorie, every ingredient, et cetera, et cetera. And I think those two camps have existed for a while. But I think there's all this great space in the middle where I don't want to call it healthy food, but there's better alternatives or good for you snacks and beverages. And that's the space I got really excited about with AF, because I think that's a future that's coming. So instead of saying, well, you should just drink like alkaline water every day and not drink your fully leaded Coca-Cola, which I think both are equally valid, there's space in between for harmless harvest coconut water or for sigmatic mushroom coffee, right? They're not all the way off the end of the scale in terms of health and, generally without taste, but there's this cool space in the middle of like slightly better for you things. And I think if we actually start inching people from the McDonald's end of the spectrum to this middle space where you're not going cold turkey to celery sticks, but you're having like skinny dipped almonds, right? These almonds have the lightest layer of chocolate around them. So you still get chocolate covered almonds. You just don't need a 1-inch layer of chocolate. You need a centimeter or tinier. It's actually really tiny. They taste great. They give you the taste that you want, but it's far less in fat and calories. So I got really excited because I think this space is so interesting and niche. There's actually plant-based alternatives to protein that are starting to taste better. So if I'm still getting the taste I want, but not, creating a larger ozone hole or clogging my arteries, so be it. So I got really excited about AF Ventures and the stuff they're doing in food and beverage. They've since expanded to nutrition and to wellness. So I think all this is evolving. And what I like about it is to go from 0 to 100 is hard. The companies that are going to serve people in the middle space and take them on the journey, and again, back to choose your own adventure and give people choices, I think that's what's going to help all of us move forward a little bit. So really strong team, really smart investments. I mean, on three rounds of funds at this point, and some really successful companies in their brand. It's just a really fun time to work with people that are future looking.
So is Any Energy one of their products, or is that a separate business?
No, it's a separate business.
Okay,
but it's
so I understand you are the CMO of Any Energy. Maybe it's new energy. Maybe tell us a little bit about that and why you think that's such a big deal. And I think also maybe explain how it became so popular and the method that you guys have used to really spread awareness.
Happy to. So it looks like it'd be part of the AF Ventures portfolio, but it's separate because even though it was an energy drink, it started in a very different place. So let's take a step back because it's a product and brand that's created by 2 TikTok stars, right? Bryce Hall and Josh Richards. They're big TikTok stars that really blew up this year with like 30, 40 million followers on these platforms. So the reason this started, it's because I think it's the evolution of the influencer economy. Now, when influencers started being a thing, we looked at macro influencers. We were paying people like Kim Kardashian tons of money to promote our product, right? But then we realized it was a little inauthentic. It was pay for play. Instagram started making brands and influencers put hashtag ad so that you'd know it was a paid endorsement. So I think that was the first phase, is paying these mega stars, getting a ton of traffic and selling out product. But as people realized that, hey, this is pay for play, we started moving to smaller influencers, middle market, or even micro influencers that you might or might not pay. That's people instead of millions of followers, it's like 10,000 followers, which is small, but they have a very loyal following, right? And these people aren't used to big paychecks. So sometimes by working with micro influencers, it's more authentic, the ROI is better, and you're getting a community that is really specifically interested in your niche, whether it's like home fitness or energy drinks. So I think that was the second stage of the influencer economy. We went from big names to small names and a better ROI. Then people started realizing, well, that's also hashtag ad too, even if no money changed hands. So then we moved to the third stage of influencer economy, which is collaborations. So, a lot of beauty brands like Becca with Chrissy Teigen did a palette, etc. So you see a lot of collaborations come up where the creator, the influencer, has much more of an identity and a fingerprint on the product, which makes a lot of sense because this is Chrissy Teigen's colors for Becca, right? And it had a bit of DNA from both the brand and the influencer, and that worked well for a little while, but that too got saturated. So now I think we're in the fourth phase and where the future might be, which is the creator economy. And instead of them being used as walking billboards for our brands, now creators are making their own products that they want, that they need, and want their friends and fans to also have it too. And that's how Annie Energy came about. Because Josh and Bryce of Sway House got to TikTok fame this year by doing lots of dances and funny antics, really loyal followers. And because they are filming crazy stunts like driving dune buggies off of cliffs and stuff like that, they drink energy drinks all day long. In fact, they shotgun them, which means they poke a hole in the bottom, crack the top, and they actually chug it from the hole at the bottom of the can. So as they were doing this, they realized they were giving away millions of dollars of free advertising to the other competitive energy drink companies. Plus, those energy drinks have like 200 or 300 milligrams of caffeine. So you shotgun a few of those and you actually have heart palpitations. Not good when you're 20 years old. So they created their own energy drink called Annie Energy. And it tastes great, which none of the other drinks really do. This actually tastes like a sparkling energy infusion drink. But the cool thing is it's not the same caffeine as those big guys that will make your heart stop. It's 70 milligrams. It's about the same as a cup of coffee. So it's sparkly energy, but not crazy energy, enough to give you a little lift and get the most out of life. It just was the magic formula. So when they asked me to come on as CMO, I saw a chance to keep myself fresh with the next generation. So when you're in meetings with 20-year-olds, I mean, the things they challenge you on, you couldn't pay an agency to do that. And then we get to co-create together. It's the best of the big old brand world with the best of the new age millennials and Zs, and figuring out how we actually create products our consumers love, but also create communities that make people move forward together. So it's been a really fun journey. We've been selling mostly online for the past 6 months. We launched with a small retail test in the Northeast just to kind of learn what it's like to roll out in stores. And the really cool thing is this summer, we're going big on the nation's, one of the nation's largest retailers will be on their shelves, and we're launching an ambassador program across college campuses. So the ability for two guys who were in their mom's houses on the couch over the past year to not only get the internet fame that they did, but to start turning into young businessmen and creating products out of their needs and their audience's needs. I think that's where the future of this influencer economy is. And ask me again in a year, who knows what it'll be then, you know?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's a massive, massive industry. So good luck with that. I did cold press juice for a while, and it's just, it's a massive industry. So I want to change a little bit because, as you can tell, our company is moving into the global space, not just moving there, but we're in multiple countries right now. What are the challenges that you have seen from creating a brand globally? And are there patterns you've seen for domestic brands trying to expand outside the U.S.? Successful ones, unsuccessful ones, to kind of give us some advice in that area.
That's a really good question. And most of my brands, Nike, Lauder, Arden, etc., they had that same challenge. So I always call it the balance of global to local, right? There's some sort of split where you need the DNA of the company, the brand, and the values to be relatively universal so that it doesn't look like a different company in every different country. But then there's the localization, the local relevance that you have to apply to each market. And that's international, but also regionally in the US. Because, if it's February, I should be actually selling a different product to somebody in Boston, knee deep in snow, than to somebody in Miami that's in 80-degree weather, right? So even within the country, there's a regional difference. So I always talk about the balance of global to local, and it's a percentage. Now, the more established your company is, so if you're Nike and you've got 180 countries, you've got a team on the ground everywhere, then I think you can be less global, 30%, and 70% local, because you can actually hand that work off to your local teams that are going to understand local culture and policy and trends much better. But on a smaller scale, right? So if I were to take Elizabeth Arden, which was $1 billion, because Nike's about 35 billion in revenue, Arden was only 1 billion. We actually did a global local split in the reverse. We did 70-30 because we didn't have teams on the ground in every country we were distributing product, right? So we said actually 70% of the brand, of the content, is going to come out of global, and we're going to make it as universal as possible so that the 30% we can hand it to our local teams and let them adapt it to whatever their regional needs are. So I think, like I said, from global, you do need to have a consistent brand and values, and certain content, usage around logo, certain rules you have to keep people in guardrails to make sure that you're consistent. But the local relevance, let your teams play. Have them give you guardrails, or you give the local team guardrails, but let them be authentic to that local consumer, because the future of marketing and of business is personalization and data. You've got to meet consumers where they are. Gone are the days that we can say, we're the coolest brand, you need to buy us just because we're cool and you want to be like us. It's starting to shift a little bit. There's still, like I said in the beginning of the conversation, a little bit of aspiration, but the reality is the future of it, we're going to start moving to inspiring consumers, but meeting them where they are. And I think this is an incredible opportunity to be able to do that. So I think it's an exciting time to play around with this. Figure out your local to, global or national, right? But there's always going to be a little bit of a difference. But as long as your core DNA is consistent, you can let the local teams play. So one example I actually really love to show is there is Domino's Pizza, right? In the US, they're pretty consistent and they've got fairly universal advertising across the US. But if you go to Europe, they're like a premier pizza brand. They still have the same fun tone. They have, service at the forefront of it, if the pizza gets crushed on delivery, they'll take care of it. They still have all those qualities. What's really cool is they elevate the ingredients in Europe markets, because they don't eat like a slice of plain cheese pizza. They want fancy ingredients. So they're able to keep their DNA focused on service, the fun tone they have. But in Europe, you get really fancy toppings like eggplant, and it's still part of who they are. So think about that, even if it's national in the US, the difference between Florida and California versus Boston. I mean, those are really insightful differences between your customers, and you can serve all of them with intention.
How's that? I think I'm back.
Oh yeah, you're back. I was like, did I leave? Did you leave? Did I scare you away?
I was spitting out a little bit. I'm sorry about that. So just I'm getting ready to close it up to bring it back to our agents and, their brand and advice you can give them as there's all sorts of things that we're trying to do to support them. But from a professional media guru, social media guru, give them the best advice you can give them as we go forward here, please.
Two pieces of advice. And the first one doesn't even have anything to do with social media. I was really impressed to hear that your real estate employees are also shareholders. That's rare, right? And I think there's such a beauty in that modern thinking about making your team members shareholders so everyone's incentives are aligned and you're a team together. So what I would say to everyone is, this company is yours too. So don't wait for your boss or your manager or somebody to tell you what to do. Be a business owner and actually raise your hand, because some of the best ideas I've had from my teams and all these corporations is when I asked, what do you guys got? What's keeping you up at night? What ideas do you have? At Nike, I used to do these moonshot contests, and every quarter we'd have an offsite. I'd have my few hundred people, and everyone would get 60 seconds to pitch their idea. And we'd start off with 10 tables of, I think it was like 15 people each or whatever. Actually, no, it was 20 tables. And then we'd go through rounds. Everyone just pitched their idea, 60 seconds. And the 5 winners at the end of the day that we loved the ideas of, we gave them all Apple Watches, and we actually tried to build what we voted on. So, I mean, that's pretty cool, right? So as shareholders, be owners of the business, speak up and be part of the change. The second piece, though, is really don't be scared of all the digital tools out there. What I mean is, like, for me, going from a corporate executive to a creator and going from behind the camera to in front of it is really uncomfortable. I have imposter syndrome every day. I worry about, even now I'm like looking at myself as the camera kicked in. I'm like, oh my God, do I look right? Do I sound okay? It's going to be it's going to happen. It's natural. So the cool thing is about social is not everyone has to be on camera as a creator. There's so many ways to build community on this, whether it's an audio platform where you don't have to be on camera, or it's just tools in the community to actually build interactions. So I would say the modern way of communication, don't think of it as social media and being an influencer or being a brand. Just think about digital ways of communication. And if you look at it through that lens, it's a lot less scary. It's much more focused on the time, because you're not like going around filming yourself every day. You're just posting content or calling out for people to participate. But use digital as one of the channels of communication. It's not a branding tool that's all the way over on the right that I have to, stress out about or put money or time into. Just think about how when we used to have phones, we used to call each other. Now we just text each other. It's the same way as that. What if we move from text to doing it in audio communities, to doing it in text group chats, etc.? Like, what's the new way we communicate? And if that then turns into a brand or a platform where you're a creator, then so be it. But otherwise, this is just where your consumers are moving. So look at it through that lens and learn and play on it, and you'll figure out what works for you. And what I would even argue is, based on all the different reps that you guys have, there's no one size fits all formula. I'm not going to sit here and tell you should use Clubhouse or you should use Community for SMS marketing, or if you should build, a Racket audio short form podcast. For each person, it's going to be different based on their personality, their skills, their time, but also who their customers and audiences are. So I say play with it and have fun with it, and don't even think about it as social media. Think about it as just general communication with your teams.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much for sharing your new ways for us to communicate. I did try to get on live. It didn't work, and I'm sure everybody's thankful for that in the crowd that know me. So, Swan, thank you very much. You were awesome, and thanks for joining us, and we look forward to seeing you in the future.
Thank you. I'd love to hear about events in the future. And by the way, Jeff, my camera kicked in the last 10 minutes, so I don't know if it worked for you or not, but I can see myself.
Yeah, I tried, and maybe they're doing that on purpose, not putting me on there. So.
Oh, stop.
All right. Thank you. All right. Have a great night. So I think we're back to Curtis.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Swan. You're absolutely right, Swan. Your camera kicked in. We could see your smiling face. We appreciated all of the great wisdom, strategy, your kindness, your energy. It shined through. We really enjoyed the conversation. Thank you for being here with us. Jeff, fantastic conversation. Absolutely great way to cap off the day, everybody. If you are still hanging out here live in the auditorium with us in EXPI, this officially concludes day one of Shareholder Summit events in this auditorium. But don't leave the world yet. We have a couple cool things for you to check out. Great way to unwind and continue to experience amazing power of Virbela and this EXPI campus. So there are two things you can go do now, and I encourage you to do a little bit of both of them. Number one, when you leave here, go ahead and click Go to Expo Hall, and you can walk briefly through the Expo Hall. There are staff members in there, agents in there, people hanging out. The Expo Hall hours are coming to an end, but it'll still give you an experience and get you excited for tomorrow and Wednesday, where you can spend a little bit more time in that Expo Hall. And then at the top of the hour, make sure you click Go To, head over to the Speakeasy, where DJ Jazzy Jeff will be spinning for an hour. It's going to be a great session. It's so much fun. You can dance, you can hang out, unwind just a little bit. The Speakeasy kicking off here in just a few minutes. And then we are back at it tomorrow, everybody, bright and early. I hope you're all planning to attend the global reception in the Global Expo Hall. Kicks off at 6 a.m. Pacific. If that's out of your time window and you don't start till a little bit later, join us at 8 a.m. for some opening remarks. And by 8:30, we will be kicking off our keynotes with Brooke Baldwin and Jamie Kern-Lima. We've got the breakouts tomorrow, the X Camp tomorrow, our afternoon keynote with John Sally. We've got state meetups, and then ending tomorrow with EXPI Trivia Night. If the go-to menu does not work for anybody in here, your computer might have had a long day as well, and it just needs a quick breather, you can actually exit out of EXPI campus, just close the world, and then come right back in. That's usually what will happen. If you get really, really stuck and your computer doesn't work, here in the next 5 or 10 minutes, we might be able to actually help you get out of the world, kind of boot you gently so you can come back in. So click X or click Go To, whatever gets you out of here. You might click Stand Up and use your arrow keys. Find a way to get to the Expo Hall. to the DJ Jazzy Jeff reception starting here in just about 10 minutes, everybody. What a phenomenal day. I want to say thank you to all of our audience here live with us, everybody watching the live stream, all of our amazing presenters and special guests and our keynotes. And thank you to the team behind the scenes, making all of this work, making all of this possible. It's been an amazing day. So congratulations, everybody. Day one in this auditorium in the books. We'll see you at the Speakeasy. See you in the Expo Hall, and we'll see you again here tomorrow.